Welcome to America's Day at the Races. We're not going to let a little bit of rain overnight dim our enthusiasm for today's card, as Midtown Lights is going to try to take the filly division of the New York Stallion Series, the Park Avenue, a little bit later today. Has some competition for maybe a new face coming into town, and we're back at Oakland Park as well, and we saw some terrific racing with terrific finishes yesterday. Well, Joel Rosario came from the clouds to get it done in the Apple Blossom last week, and this week he did the same as proxy in this year's running of the Oakland Handicap. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Well, a little bit of rain last night. It is the first time we can say in about 6 months we are off the turf. 2 scheduled turf races are off. We are sloppy and sealed to start the day, but the sun is probably coming out. Hopefully things will dry out as the day goes on. We still have 9 races to go. And a new member of the team joining us today, Sarah El-Badwi, is joining us. Sarah, welcome to America's Day at the Races.
A pleasure to be here. And of course, I get to sit next to you for my debut, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
The good news for you is it'll get better as time goes on. I can promise you the talent will increase, especially from the host chair. So talking about the Park Avenue division of the New York Stallion Series, and Midtown Lights is in very good form, and I certainly don't think the connections were upset at seeing a wet track, because arguably she's probably run her best races on wet tracks, but she handles all surfaces.
And she's cutting back in distance as well after winning last time out at the mile. I don't think that's going to hurt her chances either. I'm Having a Moment, who was second in here, did come back. Didn't run quite as well last time, but this race was also going further. I mean, I just have no serious qualms with her as the favorite. I get it if you want to try to beat her, but she's a pretty imposing presence in this upcoming race.
I mean, of the horses that we've seen locally, really only Le Bon Temps, who finished a distant third behind the very talented Maple Leaf Mel last time out. She's really the only local horse that's maybe going to provide any real competition, at least looking on paper. We did see a horse chipping in yesterday that almost pulled off an upset in the male division at a very, very, very big price. And it seems like Midtown Lights' biggest challenge could come from Athena Beach, a new player in today's race.
I don't disagree with you whatsoever. We'll take a look at her race at Penn National last time, where she won, and she faced a little bit of pace pressure in there as well. Ended up being able to draw away pretty convincingly in the stretch, and she's a half to Kaz's Beach, a 3-time winner. These connections have no problems on this circuit in general, and she's a big player coming up as possibly the one to take it to this favorite. I don't have any qualms with her either. She's an interesting alternative if you're trying to beat Midtown Lights.
And Peter Kazimias, the owner, has had a lot of success shipping here. You mentioned Kaz's Beach. I figure I picked Kaz's Beach the other day, was scratched. So now I'll go with Athena Beach in today's race. But this is a dangerous new player, and it's interesting to see Ricardo Santana has them out. I don't know if Ricardo plans to ride here going forward. He had talked in the past about riding here, but it's nice to see Ricardo come to town today. Maybe he just came for your debut on America's Day at the Races. A whole lot going on here, but a whole lot going on in racing as well, as the PDJF Telethon is today. It's an annual telethon. Many groups in racing participate, and Ira's very pleased and proud to be part of this experience. And it's an interesting thing where you can raise money, you can call in, different jockeys will be there to answer the phone, you can be in raffles to win certain prizes throughout the day, but it's all going to a very good cause.
Absolutely, helping out some of those riders that are no longer able to be fully functioning on their own and providing funds for them. Those that are the permanently disabled ones, you can call, you can go online. This is the information available as far as if you'd like to make a donation today, and those prizes that they have available, they're doing those on the hour as well. There's a grand prize overall for the full day. You might get a Hall of Fame rider on the phone if you give them a call.
I'm a little upset that I missed out on the opportunity to get the Bill Shoemaker doll for the 81 Arlington Million, but I think I'll be fighting my friend Mike Joyce for one of the 2 bottles of Maker's Mark, commemorative Maker's Mark, a little bit later in the day. But at PDJF today, you can call up that number, and we'll be talking about it throughout the day, but certainly a very worthy cause to give to. Today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We've got 9 races here at the Big A. The Pick 6 will start in race number 4. The New York Stallion Series Park Avenue Division in race number 8. And of course, we got 9 races from Oakland, and our good friend Paula Duke will be there. They are fast at Oakland. Start of the Pick 5 in race number 5. Also want to let you know about a new promo here at Naira Bets. The Derby's coming up, and hard to believe, but the Derby is just 13 days away. And a good time right now to sign up for Naira Bets, because not only will we give you that $200 deposit match, but a free $25 bet just in time for the Kentucky Derby. So head on over to NairaBets.com and use the promo code DERBY25. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Belluni? Belluni. Thank you, Sarah. Belluni, yesterday's winner of the Woodhaven here for Chad Brown, getting the job done. Lots more to talk about today's card and recap yesterday's action. America's Day at the Races will continue in just a moment.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A little cloudy right now at the Big A, but those clouds should pass by. And, you know, we probably need a little rain around here, and maybe that'll be the end of the dead rail we've had for a couple of weeks. Sarah El-Badwi joining me, Andy Serling, here on the desk to talk about some of the races yesterday. And we'll start out with the Woodhaven, a stake race on the turf for the 3-year-olds. And we'll see if Belluni has a future as one of those many Chad Brown horses have had in the past.
Absolutely, and I mean, this was a patient ride too, sitting in behind the horses that were showing speed early, waiting for room to open up and getting that split to come on through, and a much improved performance from his race at Gulfstream Park, where he didn't really fire that day in the Colonel Liam. We'll see what he has going forward. He earned an 82 buyer for this race. I don't know how well that's going to compete moving on, but certainly got the job done right in here.
Obviously, he's going to have to improve with some of the good 3-year-old turf horses we've seen, and we've seen some very nice ones, including the horse Carl Spackler for Chad Brown as well, but Talk of the Nation for Shug McGahee, Far Bridge, who Christophe Clement had and is now in Todd Pletcher's barn. All those horses are major players. So this division's tough, and he got an exceptional trip. I thought it was a good start for the second place finisher, Inflation Nation, a horse who probably wants to go a little shorter, but I thought he held pretty well for second.
Absolutely, and coming off the break too, I mean, you could certainly argue that he's going to improve in his next start too for Christophe Clement.
And Neural Network ran fine, the New York bred. He probably actually ran a little bit better on turf than he did on dirt. He didn't have the best of trips. We'll see where they all go going forward. There's obviously a great program for the 3-year-old turf horses, and there is Silks. We painted them on the turf course.
Just now. You got out there in the rain and everything.
Yeah. I do a lot of painting around here. I actually, it's one of the few skills I actually can paint.
The regular Bob Ross.
Like apartments and houses. I can't
Oh,
paint.
wow, handy.
Actually,
Okay.
anything requires artistic talent. Not the only stake on yesterday's card. As we mentioned, the Times Square division of the New York Stallion Series was yesterday, and Lifetime a Chance, a horse who had run a huge figure in breaking his maiden last time out. Connections made a decision to move the horse from Linda Rice to Mark Cassie. He didn't quite run the number he ran last time, but he ran pretty well in here.
I don't disagree with you whatsoever. Even though he did regress slightly numbers-wise, he was able to still get the job done in this stakes race. And he was a horse that had kind of been running decent, solid races beforehand without able to get that breakthrough performance that he had last time. So glad to see him pair back wins back-to-back.
And the second place finish at a long shot for trainer Lisa Lewis. First time against New York breds after being down in Florida for the first 4 starts. Finally ran the horse in the divisions they belong in and almost pulled off the upset at a very big price.
Really running late and you know, just goes to show how strong the New York bred division is. And if you run your horse in those spots where they're eligible, you can be rewarded.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll be seeing Lifetime a Chance. Clearly, these horses are looking towards the Mike Lee, the big colt race on New York Bred Showcase Day. But the way he's running and looking at the horses we're seeing, the 3-year-olds, I don't see any reason they shouldn't be thinking about running against Opens as well.
Definitely not out of the question off of those 2 performances he had in his last 2 races.
And went out for DJ Stable yesterday and get the job done. Of course, their Wonder Wheel been a bit of a disappointment this year, and she's right on the fence of whether or not she'll even be able to get in the Kentucky Oaks. And looking at the Kentucky Oaks field, I think there's some horses on the AEs that might be some of the favorites in that race if they get in. We'll see if there are any defections that ain't able to get in.
I know you're like me and kind of wishing that you saw some more of these horses have a little bit more promise as 3-year-olds. And I feel like we're kind of still waiting for that standout performance from a 3-year-old in general, whether it be a male or a female.
I agree. I mean, the good news for them is they've all got plenty of room to improve. The bad news is they've got plenty of room to improve. Those were the stakes yesterday, but we've got a lot of action today to talk about as well. And race 1 today, we'll take a look at the field for this race. And right now, most of the attention is focused on the entry, April Antics, a winner last time in Rhubarb Martini US Speed, as well as Racing Colors.
Yes, and I mean, scratch of only one in here with London Gold coming out, who kind of looked like a little bit of an outsider, but was one that I was interested in possibly taking a chance with. So this is a race where you have some horses that are short prices right now that are looking to join the N3X company versus the N2X last time. And I'm just not totally sold on horses that are making that bit of a class move to try to get wins back-to-back after they've been at one level for so long.
Right. It's rare that a horse, gets to that novice 2 lifetime and their 14th or 15th start and then immediately wins the nominals at 3. It's certainly not impossible. In this field, I won't be surprised, but I think you and I are both handicappers that kind of look for horses that have been running in tougher spots. And there's one horse that's actually a very big price on the board right now that might be taking the biggest drop of all, the number 7 in here, Shea on a Mission, who ran against Opens. But we'll start out with number 1, April Antics. Romero Mirage has the mount for Matt Cantamashi.
Won last time out pretty easily in a 5-horse field from off the pace, but now stepping up to that non-winners of 3 level.
Speedier stablemate, the 1A Rhubarb Martini, Manny Franco has the mount.
She's more lightly raced than her stablemate, should show some early speed, but there's going to be some other speed in here.
Heeman Harkey has the mount on Racing Colors for the Connections, trained by Rachel Sells.
She ran on for 3rd last time as the pace was coming apart, far back early, but things looked a little more visually impressive due to the flow of the race.
Longest shot in the board is the number 3 Synonymous. Jorge Panejo rides for John Pregman.
She does have a win over April Antics 2 back. Those were some slow early fractions, though, and she sat right off the pace setters.
You mentioned other speed. Raffinity certainly has some. Trevor McCarthy riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
She does, and she's going to face pace pressure from the horse Rhubarb Martini. She's also 0 for 14 with 5 seconds and a third at this distance.
Number 5, London Gold is out. Freudian goes out. Matty Alver has the mount for Robbie Falcone.
A winner last time out. I wonder where that race came from, though.
Well, she easily beat April Antics, who's part of a 2-to-1 entry right now. And Shea on a Mission, Jalen Samuel has the mount for Charlie Baker.
Her first race last time out wasn't much of an effort, but it also was her first start since August. There's plenty of room to improve.
Well, you can also follow all of the action. You can follow it here on America's Day of Races, but you can follow along and get all the stats with Equibase PPs. You get the stats on horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with those free PPs from Equibase. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. The third member of our team, Acacia Clement, is standing down in the paddock. Acacia, how are you, and how are the horses looking for today's first race?
Hey, Andy, doing great. It's actually very comfortable outside today, and I am of the same opinion of you and Sarah that I just haven't really been that impressed with the horses that have been running at this level. So as far as the entry does go, I prefer the 1A Rhubarb Martini. Not totally sold that I would drink a rhubarb martini, but as far as the horse does go, she has early speed, and she faced significantly tougher last time out when she also didn't have the best break, and that's been a little bit of a problem in her last couple of starts, but she's still able to move forward and show that early speed. So hopefully she gets out of the gate a bit better today. Manny Franco's ridden her before. She was a little bit playful, a little bit naughty with the pony when she first stepped out onto the racetrack, but once he took her away from the pony, gave her a lovely warm-up out on the track, she settled nicely, and she's a big kind of solid Malibu Moon filly, a typical type of physical that you would expect to see from the Cantor Mossy barn, whereas her stablemate's a little bit lighter frame and stepping up to this level. The two racing colors takes a drop in class to this level as well. Rachel Sells has a string up at the Finger Lakes, has had horses down here in the NYRA circuit and actually done pretty well. I think a very capable trainer too, and dropped very, very far back last time out, lost contact with the field, and as the race did come apart, kind of made that steady move closing. The front wraps do go back on today, but you'll often see that when there is a wet track too, and I'm not going to put too much stock into that given the conditions that we're seeing today, though watching horses move over it in the warm-up, it seems like they're getting over the track just fine after the rain that we had last night and the sun coming out here today. A little bit of a lighter frame type who seemed to get over the track in the warm-up quite well. I thought that this filly was a bit intriguing coming back down to the level at which she was claimed. The number 7, Shay on a Mission, does take that significant drop in that she's going into this condition claiming race after facing Open Company last time and probably needing that race off the layoff. She's a big, robust type of mare and still doesn't look like she's the chiseled type of physique, but I'm sure that she is going to be a little bit more fit than what she did last time out. I know that she's taking a drop. I just wish that I saw her moving a bit freer in the warm-up and back at the paddock. She was taken away from the pony by Jalon Samuel, and she never really seemed to lower her head and get into the bridle. I just wish I had seen a little bit better of a warm-up from her out on the racetrack. She absolutely could step forward given the class in here, but unfortunately, in what I saw in the preliminaries, I wasn't totally sold, though she is a big price, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. Of course, Acacia will be sitting on the desk a little bit later today as well. And, you know, talking about the rain that we got, we've been dealing with the track, Sarah, and I know you're working with us behind the scenes on the TV show, but you're also following the races carefully. The rail's really been dead here for almost 2 weeks. And I would think, though, the rail may not be great with the rain today. Maybe this will have a more evening effect on the racetrack going forward.
And that's something you've pointed out over the past couple of rainy days that we've had, where after we have some moisture in the track, the rail ends up being the place that you do want to be. So I wonder if that's going to be a difference maker going forwards. However, since it is Sunday and we don't race again until Thursday, I don't really know how much of a difference it's going to make. We'll see how things go as far as over this the way that the races are playing out today. I don't want to make any judgments right away, and as I know you don't either, but it's something to watch going forwards for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any rain during the day, and I think sometimes when you get tracks that are wet and they are very much favoring forwardly placed horse for the day, it's often raining during the day as well, and we're not going to have that fortunately be the case. In fact, it's clearing up quite a bit and looking like it might be a nice day. We'll take a look at Freudian and April Antics, showing this as Freudian won quite easily. April Antics have kind of picked up the pieces for second in that race, came back with a victory. Both of these horses, and we talked about this earlier, Sarah, are going to have to try to win their conditions. Not only is it 2 lifetime and then 3 lifetime back to back.
Right, and that's not necessarily something you want to bet on at short prices for either of them. Now with Freudian, she does kind of project to sit more of a mid-pack trip, whereas April Antics will likely be a little bit further back than she is, and she won very easily this day. I just don't really know that I want a horse at 3-1 off of a race like this, where this was really a breakthrough performance for her, and I don't necessarily believe that she's going to completely run the exact same race again over horses that have been at this level before. before.
And while Maddie Oliver has had some success here, she hasn't had the success that Jamie Torres has had. And Jamie Torres rode the horse last time. He is not on today. He's actually serving a suspension right now, so he's not riding. And the problem with the number one, if for some reason you like April Antics, is you're stuck with the number 1A Rhubarb Martini, who can win and is part of the pace here. But for me, I just hate entries. They're terrible value.
I don't disagree with you whatsoever, and I think you kind of have those complementary running styles in a way, with Rhubarb Martini being a part of that pace, April Antics coming from further off of it, but neither of them really intrigue as a favorite entry, though. Of course, in a short field, if you get two for the price of one, I see the appeal to some others.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a question to ask yourself. Only one of them can win, and I think entries are something that we at NYRA would like to get rid of, and it's a benefit to horse players. We're smart enough and grown up enough to know that if you didn't get the entry and the other half wins, we can live with it. I think we all want to bet on the horse that we like and not get saddled, not just with another horse, but the money that comes with another horse. There shouldn't be any more entries in this game. It's not 1967, though sometimes we act like it still is. Raffinity is probably the speed, and I imagine Martini will be sitting outside of that horse. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of pace in here. That won't hurt Freudian, but the horse that could be hurt by it is the horse, the two Racing Colors, who we all seem to like.
So much weight on this horse right now, but after London Gold was out, I kind of just defaulted to this one as a horse that should be picking up some pieces late, has been at this level more so than others, and she exits a common March 30th race as some others in here. She's also 1 for 1 on a wet track. I know that doesn't matter quite as much to you and I.
It was a good Harrowed track, which is a far different track than the one we're dealing with today.
Right, just another one with some moisture in it. However, she just is a horse that I think is going to be coming from off the pace and should at least get a piece in here, though this is not exactly the strongest field that we'll be talking about today.
Yeah, I don't want to worry that much about a pace at this level here, and it's not as though I love some type of loose speed horse. There doesn't appear to be a ton of pace in here. I just like the fact that Racing Colors is dropping. I don't want the horses that have been running in the lower divisions. I want a horse like Racing Colors. Now, I didn't like what Acacia had to say about Shea and a Mission, but she is a big price, and she is dropping out for people that say, well, she's not dropping much. She was in an open 16. Those horses are multiple winners, and they are in a completely different world in the field that's running today.
Absolutely, and I think that this is kind of that wise guy type of horse, and you're getting a really great price on her right now.
Yes, hopefully if you like her, she'll run better than Acacia saw outside. I used her a little bit, so I'm hoping that, but I respect and value Acacia's opinion as well. They're heading into the gate for the first race today. Chris Griffin will have the call of race number 1 from the Big A.
Two out. Rhubarb Martini. Shea on a Mission. Is in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Synonymous at the back of the field. Raffinity's got early speed as the gray, and towards the outside there's Rhubarb Martini. And Rhubarb Martini, pumped up on the front end, is up by a full length now out in the center of the racetrack. It's going to cross over here, and that's going to drift. Raffinity is out there with Freudian, and they're going to be second and third. Down to the inside there is April Antics, who's in the 4th position in that red cap, red sleeves. At the rail is Racing Colors. After the start, Synonymous broke last, but is now progressing up on the far outside with Shea on a Mission, who's the trailer. They work up the backstretch, and they're chasing Rhubarb Martini. It's Rhubarb Martini who won an easy opening quarter there, 23.32 for that unopposed. Opening quarter mile, Rhubarb Martini is in command. It's Raffinity right to the inside here from second with Freudian 3 wide in third. At the rail, there's room for April Antics is trying to push on through. Synonymous is still wide as they move into the far turn, 46 and 4 for that half-mile time, and here comes company. It's Freudian with a 3 wide move is coming after this leader. Rhubarb Martini is the neck in front. Freudian and Raffinity is in between horses. They are 5 clear here from April Antics, who's under a drive. Racing Colors is launching a rally from far out of it, but is still 8 off the lead as they've got a quarter mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch, and Freudian has kicked for home. It's Freudian who's now up by 3 widening lengths. Raffinity continues to chase here in second. April Antics dropping back was Rhubarb Martini. A furlong left to go for Freudian. It's Freudian who's still got a 3.5 length cushion, a 16th to go. Freudian is out in the center of the racetrack. A late run here, April Antics and Raffinity, but they're battling for the minors. Freudian wins the opener. Freudian gets the job done over Raffinity, then April Antics, and Shea on a Mission in 1 minute, 38-4.
Well, a perfect trip there for Freudian, one of those horses you and I didn't want, coming out of non-winners of 2 Lifetime, but Rabbi Falcone has her in good form, and she found another field to her liking.
Absolutely. She just really opened up on them in here and really didn't look in doubt whatsoever once they got into the stretch. Able to pair those wins back to back now, and I think the question is really just like, what's next for her? Where is there to go?
She's in a little bit of trouble finding a field she can beat around here now. She's lost the non-winners of 3 Lifetime condition, but the good news for the Connections, they got back-to-back wins. They pick up today's purse. Maddie Oliver gets the job done, gave the horse a perfect ride, and an easy victory for Freudian to start out today's races. Raffinity did what she likes to do, which is not win, but run second. That's her 8th second-place finish now in 26 starts. Nobody else made any real kind of run in this race.
No, this seemed like a race that was really controlled by horses that were sitting right off of the pace setters. And I mean, Raffinity, you can rely on her to finish in the money, but not get the job done.
Yep, but as you say, Freudian no longer has the conditional claiming race as her friend, and we'll see where the Connections go, but she's in good form for Robbie Falcone. Lots more to come on America's Day at the Races, including a discussion of some races yesterday at Oakland Park, including a bang-bang finish in the Oakland Park handicap with Proxy getting the money for Joel Rosario. More to come.
Tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50, and never gonna 50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50, and never gonna 50, 50, and never gonna 50. We're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million one, $2 million one, $2 million. Hold on, $2 million, $2 million 50, all through, and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million Rogers way. Good luck.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
This season at Oakland, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oakland. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, as we head to the winner's circle for race number 1. Maddie Oliver going in there with Freudian for trainer Robbie Falcone, and quite a host of others in there, Sarah.
Big group in there celebrating the win for Freudian, her win 2 back. She's able to pair that up with another win today, so pays a $9.40 if you bet $2 to win on her. Able to beat Raffinity, who tends not to win.
6-4-1 in race number 1 here at Aqueduct. Race number 2 coming up. We are off the turf, one of 2 races that are off the turf today, but the field stayed relatively intact, though I'm still not sure why the Connections of the 3 and 13 chose not to play. Don't know, maybe they were vet scratches, but we do have 10 going postward, and right now the 14 Makar is the 2-to-1 favorite. Haven't looked at doubles.
And it makes sense. I mean, he's one that has some dirt form as well. I really liked the 3. I'm kind of disappointed that Tunnel Vision didn't stay in this race. He had dirt form to go back to, even though he was interested in getting on the turf in here. So nice to see a nice full field stay intact, even though we are off the turf.
I picked the race 13-3 before the scratches on the dirt, so I'm a little surprised they both came out, but that's the way it's going to play. We'll talk about that. But first, let's head back to Oakland Park, where they had a pretty exciting run in the Oakland handicap. And while Charge It, obviously not the horse he could have been, we saw a tremendous battle between Last Samurai, Stiletto Boy in the front end, and Proxy making that big run. He's not even in the picture right now.
I know, and Proxy putting the cheek pieces on for the first time, that equipment change down the outside, he's able to just get by. Stiletto Boy, who ran a huge race, setting the pace from the outside, and Last Samurai, who was trying to sneak up the rail as well. Really exciting finish in this race. Joel Rosario with one of his well-timed closing finishes.
He's amazing. He did it twice at the end of the day. In fact, he beat me both times, and Joel knows how to time a late move. Proxy, who won the Grade 1 Clark last year, gets the job done in the Oakland handicap, and I imagine we'll be seeing him coming to New York at some point. And at this point, he has to be considered one of the major players in the handicap division. And Joel Rosario, a terrific day yesterday after last week as well.
Absolutely. Running in great form right now, able to ride a lot of closers and really time those rides well. You know, he's one that has those rides either timed perfectly or just not quite getting there. Either way, you're either excited to celebrate him or you're ready to crucify him, but he's one of the great riders that we have.
I am an unabashed Joel Rosario fan. I'm also an unabashed fan of our man Paul LaDuca, who has done a remarkable job. Paul, it's been almost 5 months down at Hot Springs. Soon to be released. I heard a rumor you'll be heading to Churchill Downs soon as well.
Yes, Andy and Sarah, good to see you two both on the set. Yeah, I'll be there for Downs After Dark and there for, obviously, for the Derby Week festivities. And listen, couldn't close out the day without a nice little cold little weather here. It's about in the high 40s. It rained a little bit overnight. It's supposed to rain a little bit later on. In the touch on yesterday's race, you know, Andy, we talked about it yesterday. I thought it was an honest run race. You know, Sarah, I thought hit the nail on the head. Stiletto Boy ran giant in the race, and you know, after the race, started talking to a couple guys. DeSormo, first of all, said, I didn't think I was going to land on the front end. I let my horse out of the gate, and my natural speed went to the front. I was hoping Classic Causeway would literally cross over on me so I could get to the outside of him. I really didn't want to be someone on the front end, but I was able to relax, so I can't complain. That's what Ken told me. Now, Christian Torres, he admitted it. He goes, listen, I tried to make the move. I sort of got put in a pickle to come up the inside, and he's a big horse in Last Samurai, and he got a tiny bit intimidated. But you guys make such a good point about Proxy. You know, he sort of takes his racetrack with him. He was one of the only horses in the race, Andy and Sarah, that first time running over Oakland, and that's very hard to do sometimes. You know, Stiletto Boy had some experience over it. Proxy had not. And what can you say about Joel Rosario? Red Route 1 and Proxy right up at the wire. He's almost like a harness driver at this point. He could just time the line.
And the truth is, Paul, Proxy is have race, will travel, because he's been traveling all around the country at different racetracks, and it doesn't seem to matter where he is. He shows up with a big effort.
Absolutely
no, he really
agree.
does.
I mean,
and,
he's one that we've seen him show up with, take his game on the road, run some huge races out of town, including that Clark win at Churchill Downs, and he really impressed with the equipment change in here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you guys more. I mean, because he was farther back yesterday than he usually is, and because the pace was fast, they went quick early in the first quarter, then they slowed it down. But Joel just, when he has such a knack to saving that ground and then swinging wide. That's why he's the best, sprint turf rider in the world, because he has the knack to save that ground. Then he's okay affording that 6 to 7 wide because he's already saved that ground. And even when I did the interview with Steve Asheton after, he even said, listen, with Red Route 1, he goes, Joel just saving that little bit of ground and then peeling out just made the difference.
Joel Rosario's timing is incredible, and you mentioned the turf sprints as well. But let's head out to today's action at Oakland Park. We start out with some maiden claimers, a field of 9 going to post, and I think we have a post parade for the race. The number 1, Shotgun Billy, David Cabrera is riding for John Ortiz when we do get him, and there they are coming out.
There they are. Taking a look at this field, I mean, he's one that's dropping again for his third start, adding blinkers. He showed some speed from the rail last time, but seemed really keen before fading. Maybe those blinkers help him relax early in here.
Feels like he could be the potential speed of the field. Whether that's going to get him to get the job done at 1.16 another question. The number 2 Bolivar is a slight favorite right now, going out for Ron McQuett with Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, now he's facing open company, but he is dropping in price from a $40,000 tag last out, where he ran 4th as the favorite.
Jason Barkley trains Mr. Works, Gabriel Saez with the mount.
Start number 7, blinkers go on, and a drop in class for this one as well.
Hard to come by, Tyler Bays riding for Donnie Van Hemel.
I would have loved to see him get back on the turf eventually.
Martin Garcia, I apologize. Marcelino Pedroza has the mount on Born to Fire for McLean Robertson.
Making his 3rd lifetime start and did improve last time from his maiden race.
Long shot number 6, Scott City is going by right now. The 7, Thinkin' and Drinkin'. Not necessarily a combination that goes well together. Tim Martin, trainer, Ramsey Zimmerman with the mount. Sorry, we'll go to the 8, Hollow Point. Isaac Castillo has the mount.
Dropping again after the first start in for a tag last time, was up close and faded.
One drops for Steve Asmussen. And finally, second-time star Offshore Tithe. The man, Robertino Diodoro, and Christian Torres, the 2 leaders.
And this one in for a tag for the first time, lightly raced, and the winner of his last race did come back to win with a 90 buyer, so he's a player in here.
Well, we know that one of the good friends that Paul has made down at Oakland is Ron McQuett, a good man to be friends with. And, Paulie, I know you're interested in his horse, the number 2, Bolivar.
Yeah, I am interested in the 2 Bolivar, because sometimes when you get into these races, you want to go for the horse that's for the least in here. And I do think this horse does have some speed for Ronnie, but this is a tough race. They gave you a tough opener here, because I thought there was many horses that could win this race. I even thought the 1, Shotgun Billy, putting the blinkers on, could show speed and try to lead this group around the racetrack. You know, the 3, Mr. Works, who was 9-2 on the morning line, I wasn't really a big fan of. You go to some of the outside horses in here, I'm in agreement with Sarah. You know, the 9 is an interesting horse in here, because when you look at the 9, this horse lost a rivet. That was a live race, and this horse drops for 10. You're going to see a lot of drops here towards the end of the meet, especially in the Arkansas bred ranks. I was talking to Ernie Witt. Listen, there's not that many Arkansas bred races left, and if you don't think your Arkansas bred can compete somewhere else, or a horse like this in the 9 can't compete somewhere else, a lot of guys are going to start dumping their horses towards the end of this meet. So I do think the 9 is interesting. You know, the 4 in here, I thought was going to take a lot of the money, because when you look, you know, this horse has run some winning races that, or at least winning numbers that would win this race, and now has clicked down to favoritism. This Ridgeling by Boltioro, and like Andy said, Martin Garcia in the iron. Martin's been on a tiny bit of a heater. He had a couple long shots come in yesterday. I tell you what, the 8 looked tremendous on the racetrack. But the 2 races that I watched, this horse is dead stopped, and it's just sort of giving it up. Now, he's a gun runner. Those gun runners usually don't do that. Usually just, they'll run through a wall. I think the drop for 10 might help Hollow Point with Isaac Castillo aboard. So I thought this was a tough opener. I thought the 2 was the horse to beat, but I'm in agreement with Sarah here. I think the 9's the horse to bet, because I think it's a sneaky horse here. You get Torres, you get Diodoro. He's been doing it all meet. Why not do it one more time?
Thanks, Paulie. Sarah, talking about Offshore Tithe on the outside, dropping for Robertino Diodoro. I don't know what to do with this horse, but I get the appeal.
Well, he might not be good enough whatsoever, but as a horse that hasn't had as many chances as other ones, who is dropping to this very low level now, I think Paul makes a great point. They might just be trying to win more races towards the end of the meet, and he did face much better horses last time out.
He's a horse they bought as a 2-year-old for only $22,000, so it's not as though they have an enormous amount invested in this horse. I looked up some stats. Stretching out in the dirt in maiden races, Robertino Diodoro, who's so great with route runners, he's just 17%, 11 for 65 with a low ROI, $1.25. His numbers, maiden special and maiden claim, are doing it. He just has a 95-cent ROI. So the stats, and he has some spectacular stats, especially with routers, don't back it up. And let me ask you another question, though. Do you worry about the outside post in these races?
I wouldn't say that I necessarily worry about the outside post. I would be more worried that he didn't really make a move last time. He didn't really do any sort of significant running.
He made a move. It was backwards.
Well, that doesn't really count in my book, and it doesn't count towards winning any of these races either. And that's not what you want to see, of course. So I'd like to see a horse that at least has shown to either pick up some pieces or run in spots for their second start. But I just go back to the fact that that was much tougher company. So the outside post isn't a huge concern for me. It's not like he was on the lead and then faded last time. It's not like he was coming from out of the clouds last time. He was just kind of that one paced in the middle. So until I have a reason to be concerned about it, it's not a concern.
Where are you with the favorite, the number 2 Bolivar?
He can win. I have no serious problems with him whatsoever. I just, now going in here, I think that he had the lead at the top of the stretch last time and did tire, and generally speed and fades are not my type, but in a field like this, it's nice to see a horse that at least has shown some early interest.
Yeah, no, I feel like he's probably going to be sitting behind horses like the one, Shotgun Billy. We'll see if they let Mr. Works go, and we'll see how aggressive. I mean, you have to think that Christian Torres is going to be aggressive with Offshore Tide. I mean, he may have been 6th early, but they went 21-3 the first quarter, and from that post, you've got to be assertive, because if you're not, you could end up getting 4 wide in the first turn, and at this level, that could really be difficult.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at horses, a lot of them stretching out for the first time. If you're alone on the lead and setting comfortable fractions, getting into a comfortable rhythm, it's dangerous.
We will head down to track announcer Jim Byers, who's been doing an excellent job here at the Oakland meet. He has the call for race number 1 from Oakland Park.
Fast track. Mr. Works moves in. Thinking and Drinking. Hard to Come By moves in before Thinking and Drinking, though. So they need to get that 7 horse pointed in the right direction. In he goes. Outside 2 left. Hollow Point. And Offshore Tithe. They're in the gate. And they're off. Hard to Come By came out quickly. Up from the outside, Offshore Tithe is demonstrating speed. So is Scott City. And Bolivar on the inside. Scott City draws clear here into the clubhouse turn. Then comes Bolivar in second. Offshore Tithe is third. Shotgun Billy fourth on the inside. Mr. Works is a path off the rail in fifth. Hard to Come By began well, but he's racing back a relatively distant 6th in the early going, just inside of Thinking and Drinking. Hollow Point is racing 3 wide onto the backstretch, and Born on Fire is the trailer with 5/8 of a mile to go. Scott City with the lead by a length. Shotgun Billy in pursuit from the outside, and then 2 lengths to Offshore Tithe. He puts his white blinkers into third by a head. Bolivar on the inside is fourth, and then comes Mr. Works. He's making a touch of progress from the outside in the blue with the white sleeves. Then comes Hard to Come By, Thinking and Drinking, Hollow Point, and Born on Fire saves ground but trails the field as they swing around that far turn. Scott City burst to the lead early on. He's now being joined by Offshore Tithe. Mr. Works continues a bit on the outside, but he's all in. And here comes Hard to Come By in the yellow sleeves. And he is just galloping up past horses on the outside. And Hard to Come By is going to sweep to the lead at the 3/16. Hard to Come By is drawing clear here from Offshore Tithe and Bolivar way back to Hollow Point and Mr. Works as they come to the final 16th. And Hard to Come By, Martin Garcia wins the first, a second day in a row. A very stylish exit to the maiden ranks here. Over Bolivar and Offshore Tithe, and then a mile back to Hollow Point and the rest.
Can't win much easier than Martin Garcia just did it. Hard to Come By for Donnie Von Hemel. Another horse who was dropping, but a horse that, unlike the other horses, the 9, the 2, had a lot of chances, but was way too good for these today.
Absolutely. And generally, these aren't my type of horses, but he had the numbers that he really should have done what he just did to this field. So able to sit a nice stalking trip and really just dominate in here.
I'm always wondering about the racetrack a little bit, and such a perfect trip for Bolivar, who got a very good patient ride for Arrieta, and he came through what was a huge opening on the inside and struggled to get second there. I'm going to watch a little bit. I wonder what Paulie thinks and see if it's better to be a little outside today, but an easy win for Hard to Come By. Race number 2, 10 of them are going to line up for the second race. Off the turf in here, the 3-2 favorite right now is the number 14, Makar. Javier Castellano, he's back in New York, and he's favored to win race number 2. America's Day at the Races will continue. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Here we are at Aqueduct, Andy Serling and Sarah Al-Badwi. Today is the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon, and we appreciate everybody in racing that's gotten involved in this, and all of you, of course, who are at home who have helped donate $35,200 so far. Last year, they raised $418,300. You can call in, you can be eligible for prizes, you can talk to some of the riders as well, and it's obviously a very good cause.
It is, and it's great that they do this telethon. This is now the 5th annual one. They've been able to raise a significant amount of money. We're already at a good start, and this is going until 6 p.m. Eastern time today.
All right, a lot going on with that. Call in and donate. Race number 2, they are on the track, and once again, we are off the turf for race number 2. And the inside will be the number 4 Tunnel Vision going out for Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz.
Tiebreaker. Tunnel Vision is not playing today, but he's actually a half to a grade 1 winner and now getting a little bit of class relief.
I knew you were here for some reasons, David Dugan.
Just that.
Dugan and Luis Rodriguez Castro. Thank you for that, Sarah. We're on to the number 6. We missed the 5 strategy for you. Academy Choice, Ricardo Santana for Jamie Begg.
Both of these, the 5 and the 6, first-time starters.
War Prince has 1 start. Now we'll try the dirt. Dylan Davis and Rob Atras.
Off since September and dropping in for the tag.
The 8 is Saratoga Strong for Natalia Lynch and Jose Gomez. Not playing, excuse me. We'll go to the 10, Bowen in the back. I'm not looking at my PPs. I'm looking at the program. I'm not a professional host, in case anybody's wondering at that. The number 11, For Faith. I'm no Greg Wolf, Rudy Rodriguez, and Jason Hueyas.
She's got Bayer Donuts in her first 2 starts. The number 12, MCRR, cutting back a little bit in distance, and then number 14, Makar. This is the one.
I can do that part. That's
well, I'm just
Javier
trying to help you
Castellano
here.
Going out for John Pregman.
This one is one that makes sense in here and deserving 8-5 favorite right now.
I agree. And the field rounded out with the Golden One, though we'll cut back for another horse. Golden One goes out. Eric Cancel, Ryan Premier, Shockley, and finally the 9, Milagroso.
That one would be a bit of a surprise in here for me, staying in after the off-the-turf change.
All right. That was one of the worst post parades we've ever done on America's Day at the Races. I take full blame. Acacia Clement, try to improve things on the show for us, will you?
I'll do my best, Andy. But talking about your current favorite in Makar, who does take a drop in class and actually physically always felt that he looked a little bit more like a dirt horse. So I certainly like him sticking on the main track and ran at this level 2 starts back. Did close up the inside, or I'm sorry, closing up the outside when finally able to get room, not able to get by the winner playing with matches that day. There could be a little bit of an argument that he hung a little bit, but that being said, I thought that it was definitely a good race, and the top 2 were much the best that day, and he's framed up beautifully out on the racetrack. Javier Castellano took him right away from the pony. He bowed his head nicely, moving well out there, looks very, very fit, and again, looks like a dirt horse. I like him in this spot. He makes a lot of sense. But the number 4, Tiebreaker, I was actually a little intrigued with him dropping in class on the turf, but that being said, as Sarah touched on, he does have pedigree to be a little bit more of a dirt horse. We'll see if we get back on the grass one day, but is have to Grade 1 winner Varda, who won the Starlet, also have to Big Family, who was Grade 3 placed on the main track as well. Super, super fit. Had a big warm up under Luis Rodriguez Castro as well, dappled out from head to toe. Just looks like a horse that's doing really well. And the benefit that he has versus many of the others in here is that it's his first time running for this level. And at 5-1, I just thought that this would be a very good price for him and liked the way that he moved in the warm-up. First-time starter Academy choice does debut for Jamie Begg, and get you see Ricardo Santana here to ride, as this one is by Oscar Performance, and while he can certainly get a dirt horse and there is dirt pedigree on the bottom side, the majority of Oscar Performance's winners, and he's a sire I'm a big fan of, have been going long on the turf. And this guy, he does look like he wants a little bit more distance and perhaps turf. He also looks like he'll be better for a race fitness-wise, so I think that this is just very much a starting point for him. He does debut with shortcut blinkers on, but he's a big, solid type of horse, and while he didn't link with the pony once he started to get going in the warm-up, he could be one to watch moving forward when he gets a little bit more ground and a surface switch. The number 7, War Prince, intrigued me. Again, War Dancer, primarily a turf horse. And while this horse in the warm-up kind of moved a little bit more like a turf horse, and when I say that, it's the higher knee action, oftentimes those horses with that kind of big floaty type of stride tend to lend themselves a little bit better to the grass. This horse has really done well with the layoff and with the gelding. My notes from his debut back in September were, has a bit of a belly, just doesn't look fit. There's no excess weight on him at all, and often the gelding can really lighten up a horse. He looks incredibly fit. Looks like he should be able to handle the main track, though again would prefer him on the turf given how he moves, but he's just one I'm intrigued seeing him come back now as a gelding for Rob Atras. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. Well, they are really unloading on Makar here, who's 4-5, and I do get that he's the horse to beat, and we'll take a look at him finishing second behind Playing with Matches, who would be 1-9 in here. But is he really supposed to be 4-5 against this group?
Well, I think that says that the betting public doesn't really think much about the rest of this group, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. However, this is not a great bet at this price. He ran well this day, being able to sit right in behind and get that room clear to just finish second, to Playing with Matches. Like you mentioned, he is dropping back down in for a tag again, and at least we know that he can run on the dirt, unlike some of these other horses that are either new faces or new to this surface for the first time.
I think that's extremely fair, but I also think you can make a case for Tiebreaker. Now, I know Tiebreaker's last 2 races on the dirt, the 4, don't look very good, and that's being kind. But he's also run figures fast enough. That race 4 back would make him tough here. He may have had an issue going a mile a couple races back against better horses. You know, I look at the board, and I see that Tiebreaker is 5-1, and War Prince is 5-1. War Prince is a war dancer that went 1 1/16 first time out in the on the turf, and is now going in a sprint on the dirt, and is the same price as Tiebreaker. Now, he's an unknown, but I think Tiebreaker is supposed to be a far shorter price than that one. At least I do.
I agree with you completely, and he's also has the layoff to contend with as well. I mean, at least we know that he is capable of running on the dirt, whereas with War Prince, I'm just not convinced that this is going to be his preferred surface or distance, and there's just too many questions with him.
And you almost wonder, and listen, it's Rob Atras, so I'll sit here and tell you why he can't win and he'll end up winning, but Rob entering this horse back off of the 7-month layoff in a sprint in the turf, I think it makes you think that maybe Rob felt he probably needed a race anyway. So the race comes off the turf, and he thinks, well, he probably needed one anyway. I'm going to go to Belmont and stretch him out. He's also obviously not that good. Maybe he can run better than he did last time. But I just think when you look at odds, and everything is relative, and I just believe the overlay on the board is Tiebreaker, because other than Tiebreaker, McCarr, who else can you make a case for?
Nobody.
I mean,
nobody with confidence, that's for sure.
Could you make a case for the Golden One on the outside, a horse I picked third, but it was more by attrition because this horse went out for a trainer with a high win percentage, took no money, and did no running first time out.
Exactly. So I think you just have to hope that the first time gelding and the class in here is going to be to his liking, but I'm not totally convinced with him either. I guess the one that I had some interest in when this race was going to be on the turf at a price was the number 6, a first-time starter Academy Choice, but first-time starting on the turf for Begg is not really the best move for him, even though there is a little bit of pedigree for him. So maybe next time he's one you want to take a look at, but not this time for me.
No, I agree. Both he and the 5 strategy for you both had some pedigree for turf. Well, we'll see if the 4-5 favorite, now 3-5, McCarr can get it done. I'm going to try to beat him with Tiebreaker. Are you not trying to beat McCarr?
I picked McCarr, but absolutely can't bet at this price.
All right, we'll see what happens in race number 2. Chris Griffin with the call of the 2nd at the Big A.
Makar in the red cap. There's War Prince. Two out. Milagroso and the Golden One. The Golden One steps in. All set. A little fractious, those outside draws. The Golden One out there. And they're off. Step slow for Strategy for You, who's at the back of the field. Tiebreaker's got early speed, but they line up on the front end. Here from the outside, Makar is now going to push the tempo, and joining them is Milagroso, is in between horses, 3 across the racetrack. Taking off of them is War Prince, who's in the 4th spot, moves towards the outside. Strategy for You is making up quick ground, broke last, but is now about to take the 5th position. As shuffled out of there was Tiebreaker. Tiebreaker had some trouble, is now back to 3rd. It's a wide run here from the Golden One, who now secures 5th. War Prince is dropping back through the field, is in 6th. Further back is MCRR, then 4 Faith. Towards the back end, that's Academy Choice, and the trailer is Bow in the back. They work well into the far turn, 23 seconds flat, 3-5 on Makar, and Makar is doing it all on his own. It's Makar who has a quarter mile left to go, and Makar is well out in the center of the racetrack and hasn't been asked yet. Makar is in front, is up by 2.5 lengths. Tiebreaker is back for more. Tiebreaker was shuffled back, but is making up some ground out in the center of the racetrack as Makar is trying to put it away. Tiebreaker has not given up. The chase keeps coming. War Prince with a late run. The Golden One, Milagroso. Inside the final 16th, it's Makar who's finding plenty. Makar will get the victory. Makar gets the win. Tiebreaker 2nd, then War Prince, and the Golden One in 1 minute 13 flat.
Well, he was 3-5, and he got it done, Makar. He took advantage of that outside post where he got that comfortable run on the outside. I thought it was a good ride by Luis Rodriguez Castro, allowing them to go to get his horse out of that bad spot inside to go on the outside and be 2nd, but he wasn't beating Makar.
No, definitely not. And I think that we, talked about this race beforehand with who seemed like the better value. And here it was Tiebreaker. He ends up finishing 2nd to your heavy favorite in Makar, who just found a field that he could beat on a surface he was familiar with.
Right. I mean, listen, myself as a horse player, I'm going to bet Tiebreaker at 5-1 and now 9-2 versus the winner at 3-5 every time. And I believe you will make money making that play. He wasn't quite good enough today. tougher inside post, Luis Rodriguez-Castro. I thought he really gave a very smart ride, taken back off of that duel, but Makar was just a little bit too good for them. War Prince and the Golden One picking up the pieces for third and fourth. But Makar at 3-5 breaks his maiden in race number 2. Whole lot more to talk about. We've got so much action today, but we still have stuff to recap from yesterday, including another late run for Joel Rosario, this time for Steve Asmussen, and Red Route 1 punching his ticket to the Preakness. America's Day at the Races continues after this.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winner circled for race number 2, a very popular winner, Javier Castellano getting the job done. Makar gets it done for trainer John Preakness.
He does. He was just better than the rest of this field, even though there were some other horses that had some dirt experience before. He was the one who was just dropping back down in class and made a lot of sense as your heavy favorite.
Yeah, just got the job done. Javier was aggressive. When you're riding the best horse in the race, no reason to fool around, and Javier gets it done. Javier didn't win those 4 Eclipse Awards for no reason.
Absolutely not. And tiebreaker had to settle for second, but he had that dirt form as well, and just very logical results in there.
$3.50 to win on Makar. Exacta for $1, $5.10. First, second, and third choices running 1, 2, 3. As we're going to have another heavy favorite, the entry in race number 3, an entry going out for trainer Chad Brown for Klarovich, particularly headed by the 1 Reserve Currency. But that's in our third race. Right now, we're going to head back to Oakland Park to talk about a stake yesterday. And it's not necessarily the traditional route, the old Bathhouse Row Stakes as an entryway to the Preakness. But Red Route 1, quite a run.
He does, and he always does this, right, where he closes from so far back in the field. They had added the blinkers last time for him, and he kept them on in this race today. Another perfectly timed Joel Rosario ride where he's able to just get up over a Brad Cox horse in the number 9 Tappet Shoes, who is a half to Cyberknife.
I bet Tappet Shoes at 5-1. I feel he ran the best race. He was wide in the first turn, chasing the pace the whole way. They went quickly. Red Route 1 took advantage of it. He'll go to the Preakness, and I can already hear people saying, no, He's my Belmont horse. Newsflash. You don't want your Belmont horse to come from 20 lengths behind. Doesn't work very often.
No, it's very rare that we see closers be successful in the Belmont Stakes, and he's one that while he may have a shot in the Preakness, I'm with you on not thinking he's going to be my Belmont horse.
I think that Steve Asmussen set the record, Oakland's leading trainer. Why not, Paulie? Steve Asmussen has just about every record as far as being a trainer.
No, listen, he's had an unbelievable. I mean, I think he's having more fun that his son has got 20 wins and is 14% of the meet. You could go through a lot of the other jockeys that right now his son Keith, you know, at one time this was a hobby riding when he was in Texas, is a 13% rider, and he's out riding some of journeyman riders here, and I think Steve's having more fun with that. But yeah, I mean, the record keeps on going on and on. And Red Route 1, you know, when I talked to Steve afterwards, he kept on telling me, listen, this horse is very, very talented. He just needed that win, and maybe this will give him some confidence. You know, when he put the blinkers on, he was a little sluggish out of the gate last time. He got Lasix for the first time yesterday, and then Joel Rosario did his Joel Rosario. You ever heard of Dexter Dunn? One of the great harness drivers you ever see over at the Meadowlands. He reminds me of him. He knows how to time the wire. But, you know, a deep closer like this, I'm in agreement with you guys, never works at the Belmont. He could be, to me, a fringe horse in the Preakness, as to run second, third, or fourth, and could be a horse that could close up into a race. I eventually think, Andy, I know he's a deep closer, but these kind of closers like this, if he can learn how to stay below closer, I think he'll be better at a one-turn mile at the end of the day, and a race gets cooking, because I just don't think in some of these longer races he can come from that far back. But maybe this W gives him a little bit of confidence moving forward.
No, I agree with Paul. He needs to be in a race with faster pace. He doesn't need more distance. He needs more pace.
I completely agree with you both on that.
See what happens? We have race 2 from Oakland Park is coming up in a few moments. Horses are on the track for race number 2, where the favorite, well, actually, they're vying for favoritism right now. 3 3-to-1 shots. The one Jingle, I'm sorry, now Jingle goes down to 5-2. The favorite off the claim for Ron McQuett with leading rider Christian Torres.
And he's one that has those progressively improving Beyer speed figures that I like to see, getting a slight cutback from 1 mile and 1/8 last time, and he broke slowly last time. Just kind of kept going.
Press snooze. I've been known to do that from time to time. William Martin, trainer. Daniel Cabrera with a mount.
Guilty as well.
Neither one of these horses have much speed, which concerns me a little bit. A horse that can be forward is Eskin for it for Timothy Martin and Ramsey Zimmerman.
New barn for him. Others figured to be a little faster early, though.
Off the claim is Words of Wisdom, another one who may have some speed as well.
And winner last time out, too, really fought the rider early in that race.
Make Noise comes off a best Beyer figure in a while. That's the number 6. How about Moliere? They're protecting this horse for the second time in a row.
And I'm with you on questioning why that might be. He's one that likes to come from further off a bit.
And rounding out the field is Eisenstadt on the outside for Nevada Litvin.
Another one that should be rolling late in here has yet to kind of be in contention with some of these other horses.
Well, the pace projector has that one right forward, actually.
Really?
So we'll see how it plays out. Paulie, who's going to be forward here, but more importantly, who's going to win?
Well, I don't know who's going to be forward in here. I think the one, maybe the John Horan runner, the 5, has got to be forward, I would think. And to get back to your point in the last race, Andy, you were asking about the rail. I talked to both riders. I was talking to David Cabrera, who was on the 1, and he said his horse was traveling well. And when he hit the turn, he said the rail was really deep. Now, a lot of guys came back with a ton of kickback. Then I asked Francisco Arrieta, and he said, you know what? It is a tiny bit deep. He goes, but my horse got a little bit scared of trying to go through that hole more than it being deep. So let's see how it plays out. But a lot of the jockeys were saying, yeah, you need to stay in the middle of the racetrack as of right now. Maybe it will dry out a little bit more. So, you know, when you go to this race, you're right. The pace is just so unknown in here. Jingle comes off the claim for Ron McQuett, and you're getting 5-2. This horse is 1 for 12 the last 2 years. So do you want to take 5-2 on that type of runner? You have a horse like the 4, you know, asking for it, you mentioned, could be on the front end in here. Timothy Martin, you always got to love a reclaim. you know, when they reclaim a horse back in and then raise the horse for 12.5, it's not an awful sign. You know, the 5 words of wisdom, I think the pace, you know, coming off that layoff since October, comes out of a good barn, though. Lindsey Schultz has been on fire, and that was a non-winners at 2, and you're facing horses that have 6 and 8 wins. So this is a little steeper here for the 5. I thought the 6, Make Noise. If you look at some of his races, he is a big grade by grade. He looks like a sire. His 2 races or 3 races back, it seems like he was racing in the shape. And then when Robert Klein got him, he put blinkers on him. 2 back. He was in the 10 hole. He got hung out really, really wide. And then in his last race against Red Knobs, he actually made a great middle move and then sort of just flattened out. I know he's 8. He was 42 to 1 that day. He's only 3 for 41 lifetime. But this race is confusing to me. I think he's getting better. And he's a horse that could maybe surprise here at 7 to 1. And then the Asmussen runners, like you said, you know, this is a horse that got protected last time and just got dead left. And Keith sort of ran the horse around the racetrack, just made up a little bit of ground. But he kind of does that every time. He's the kind of horse that just leaves his race at the gate. He's, you know, what, 0 for 7? Hasn't raced much in the last 2 years, and 0 for on this racetrack. So the 7 at 7 to 2, I thought was a play against, and I think the 6 at 7 to 1, now 8 to 1. Although I do think the 1's the horse to beat. I think the 6 is a nice little price here.
All right, Paulie, thank you very much. Sarah, I know you're interested in the 5 words of wisdom. Do you think that he can try to wire the field?
Well, that's the hope, because he was able to do so going a route of ground last time, and he was really fighting the rider in the early stages of that race, surviving a duel with another pace presence and still holding off a 1-5 favorite and Quick to Blame in there that really had dead aim on him. So I just kind of liked his tenacity and gameness in getting that win. And now he is switching barns for a trainer that is, first off the claim, 16%, 8 for 50 over the past 5 years. So capable of getting horses to win first time in his barn. I don't know that I love him at 5 to 2 is a similar price to Jingle, and I'm with Paul. I mean, Make Noise, the number 6 horse, was 7 to 2 on the morning line, and that is floating up considerably to 8 to 1. So if you like this horse, you're happy to see that.
My concern with Make Noise is he comes out of a lower level race. He hadn't been doing any running, and then suddenly last time he has this huge buyer improvement, but at least this horse is 7 to 1.
Right, and I didn't like him at 7 to 2, but now I'm a little bit more interested at this higher price, because I was looking at the morning line. I was like, there's no way I want a horse that was a huge price last time with a standout figure, wondering where that race came from. Yet in here, now you're getting a more fair price, and he's piqued my interest a little bit more.
The number 1 Jingle, I know one of the ones Paulie felt was a horse to beat in here, off the claim for Ron McQuett. Any thoughts on this one? We'll take a look at his second place finish behind Space Odyssey last time.
You know, he kind of seemed done going into the turn, but re-engaged a little bit once he got off the inside. That you'll see him do in here, getting into the clear, just kind of kept grinding away in that race. But Ron McQuett, first off the claim, he doesn't have exactly wonderful numbers with a move like this, and he's another one that also kind of needs to get out of the gate.
The difference between Sarah and I is that Sarah's far nicer than I am. I would have said he has lousy numbers off the claim, Ron. He really doesn't have that much number. He doesn't claim a lot of horses, but he does not have good numbers off the claim.
No, and I don't want him at a short price either, so I think you're kind of looking around for where the tote action is a little bit lighter to try to make a case for some of these other horses that there's a little bit of a blanket feeling to some of this field, and if you're trying to beat those favorites, as I think we both are, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, and a horse like the 5 you're interested in, I think the words of wisdom you're interested in wanes a little bit when he goes to 5 to 2.
Correct, and I think that now he's facing better horses than he was facing last time, even though he was very game in that effort. I think there's also going to be a little bit of pace pressure in here, just like he faced last time out, and I don't know how many duels he's going to be able to survive.
You know, we mentioned Moliere as they go in the gate. You can waive the claim. You have a claim waiver for 2 races at Oakland, which is unusual. I know a lot of tracks don't do that. I'm not sure why Steve Asmussen wouldn't want to get this horse claimed, but I wonder if there's a waiver for a reason, as he's taking some money. We'll see what happens. Jim Byers has the call. Race number 2 at Oakland Park.
3 more to load. Eskin for it. Moliere moves in, and now Eisenstadt on the outside, and we'll be ready. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start. Press Snooze on the inside and asking for it. There goes Words of Wisdom. And he's going to make an early move here into the clubhouse turn and cross over to the inside. Walter de la Cruz and Words of Wisdom take over and draw clear midway on the clubhouse turn. To Press Snooze, and to the outside of him, asking for it. Jingle on the inside is racing in fourth, and up outside of him is Eisenstadt, and then comes Moliere. He's next to last, and the light gray Make Noise is trailing the field. What a solitary leader we have. Words of Wisdom. He's stepping it off by some 5 lengths. And Eskin for it is racing into a distant second, just outside of Press Snooze. Jingle is in and among rivals, and right on the inside, Make Noise is gaining ground here for Kelsey Haar. And Make Noise is rallied into second. Followed to the outside by Jingle in third, and then Press Snooze to the inside. Eskin for it caught 4 wide into the turn. 5 wide is Eisenstadt. Moliere is at the back around the turn. Words of Wisdom with the advantage. Make Noise is trying to cut into that margin and is doing so. Jingle is coming into the stretch 3 wide in third, but feeling the whip. Moliere moving to contention toward the inside, but he still has 4 or 5 to make up. Then Eisenstadt on the far outside. They're in the stretch, and it's Words of Wisdom. He's still there, and he's leading it by 3 or 4. To Make Noise, Jingle's not going to get there again today. And it is Words of Wisdom on his inside lead, but galloping home clear. Took over early and led them on a chase. Then Make Noise, Jingle, and Moliere.
Not a lot of movement in race number 2 at Oakland, and horse that you liked went up to 7-2, Words of Wisdom. He looks like a runoff in this race, but you had said to me watching the race he was actually more relaxed than he was last time.
Which isn't really saying much, right? I mean, looking at his last race before this, he actually fought the rider quite a bit more, and I was saying to you, is like, he is actually improving in terms of rating a little bit more comfortably, and when nobody went to challenge him, he just made a mockery of this field.
And it seemed like the price horse that you and Paulie were talking about, Make Noise, was making a real run, but then when they turned for home, it just felt like Words of Wisdom. You could see he just turned it on and put them away.
Absolutely. Once he stops fighting with the rider and it's time to go, he goes.
Well, another win off the claim for John Horan, this time with Walter de la Cruz, who's had a number of winners lately. Lots more to come here on America's Day at the Races, coming back with race number 3 and a prohibited favorite entry in race number 3. America's Day at the Races continues in a moment.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she brakes cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, but just hung out with us. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
Well, that was certainly a big moment, not just for Tom Morley, but for Maggie Wolfendale, who works with us as well, or Maggie Wolfendale-Morley, I should say, especially in this situation. Horses have hit the track for race number 3, and we've got a heavily favored entry. The one that's taking the most money, though, is the one Reserve Currency, along with the 1A Systemic Change, both for Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz, and Manny Franco with the mounts, respectively.
And they have been 1A before, and they'll look to do it again, but I, like you, think Reserve Currency is a little bit better of the two.
Seems like it. We'll go to the number 2 complete agenda for Tom Morley, the aforementioned Tom Morley, and Trevor McCarthy.
Since joining the barn, he was second to his new stablemate Curbstone last time out.
In this race, the unusual distance, 1 3/16. Exit right looks to be the speed for Jamie Ness and Ruben Silvera.
I agree completely. He sat up close last time and faded just a little bit late.
Afjan goes out for John Toscano and Andrew Wolfson.
A winner last time out over a track with some moisture in it.
5 is scratched, the long shot, and here the 6, Centavo, Naipaul Chatterpaul trains.
Would have to run a race against company like this that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, this is kind of the unusual distance of 1 3/16, which in a lot of ways a fairer distance, 1 1/8, as they've got an extra 16th of a mile before they hit the first turn, so it allows them to find their position much more readily. And of course, the entry is tough, but when they ran together, Reserve Currency just blew Systemic Change off the grounds. But we've got somebody new on the show. Our good friend Richard Migliore is downstairs in the paddock.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And yeah, going 1 3/16 here, plenty of run to the first turn. Basically, you have about 14 seconds before you're going to hit that first bend, so plenty of time to find your position and get comfortable, get in a good rhythm, as opposed to when they're breaking at the 1 1/8 and you have about 7 seconds to find that spot, so half the time, if you will. So plenty of time for them to sort themselves out before the first turn. Listen, the 1 Reserve Currency is going to be very tough to beat here. I have no false illusions about that. From a physical perspective, this is just such an imposing individual. This is a lot of horse, and the energy level emanating from him in the paddock was palpable. You could feel it. He's really well turned out. His coat is great. He's powerful, and he's going to be very tough to beat. The other horse that caught my eye in the paddock and I continued to like on the racetrack and is ultimately going to be my top selection, hopefully for a minor upset, is the 2 Complete Agenda. He's coming off a distant second to Curbstone, but Curbstone's been in very, very good form. I do think the 1 3/16 will suit this horse. He does have an inside post. Again, we talked about it. I don't think it's that much of an issue at this distance, but I just think that maybe he's got an opportunity to pick off the what I think is the more favored part of the entry in the 1 reserve currency. And another thing came to mind, Andy and Sarah, as I was looking at the race, is $82,000 purse. I remember when your non-winners of 1 was a $24,000 purse, your non-winners of 2 was a $25,000 purse. The purses sure have continued to climb. And you know what they say, a successful jockey can afford a private chef. He just can't afford to eat the cooking.
Gee, the good news is the PDJF telethon is today. The Richard Migliore telethon, I believe, is next week. So
it could
Richie,
be today.
Richie, you're now a Carolina Hurricanes fan, from what I hear after yesterday. What are you going to do when they play the Rangers?
No. I am not a Carolina Hurricanes fan. I am a hockey fan. And Derek Stepan used to be a Ranger, so that was fun for me. You know I bleed Ranger blue.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. But we'll get back to this, Rach. We'll get back to this argument a little bit later, Richie. Reserve currency last time out, the favored half the entry. He didn't run as well as maybe he could have. He was 3-1 that day. That was an extremely tough field. It was also a time when you really need to be more forward. And I think, considering the way the track played and the quality of the field, a tougher one than this, I thought he actually ran pretty well to finish as close as he did.
Right.
This is him breaking his maiden, by the way, 2 back.
And facing his stablemate once again here, and absolutely trounced him in that race. And as you were talking about the race he was in last time that Celestial Moon won on March 11th, I mean, both the 2nd and 4th place finishers, majority partner and Looney Sema, have won since then. So obviously keeping good company, and now in against a shorter field. And honestly, this field is not quite the caliber of that one.
No, but there are some horses. I mean, you're interested in Complete Agenda. I don't like Complete Agenda at all in this race.
You know, he frustrates me. He was heavily favored 2 back on the day that we had that early pick 5 carryover on February 17th, sitting inside behind the pace setter Irish Exit, and kind of got pinballed a little bit, but I know he should have run better in there regardless.
Well, but he did get wired that day, and he's a horse that probably needs a little more distance and maybe a little more pace.
Right, and I mean, coming from out of the clouds last time out to finish 2nd to Curbstone, you know, Irish Exit that did beat him 2 back has won both of his starts since then over at Parks now, so he's a horse that has been in good form. We'll see. I mean, the distance I don't have a problem with. The slight, you know, moisture in the track I don't have a problem with. The problem is wondering if he is as good as some of these other horses in here, like your entry, as well as the number 3 Exit Right, who I know you have a little bit of interest in.
To let you know, there's that number if you want to call the PDJF Telethon, 1-844-884-PDJF or pdjf.org/donate. Over $40,000 raised so far. If I was trying to beat the entry, which I'm not, but if I was using a backup in multi-race bets, I would use number 3 Exit Right. I want a horse that's going to be forward, and I think with My Friend's Beer coming out, this horse could be in position to be able to control on the front end.
Absolutely, and he ran very well last time in a race that was kind of coming apart in the later stages. You can't discount the Jamie Ness barn whatsoever, and as you just said, I mean, if he's the lone speed and he's able to have things his own way, I think he's very dangerous to take them all the way in this spot.
Do you think that Manny Frank, I mean, you look at reserve currency and systemic change. Now, from a pace figure standpoint, I use the Timeform US pace figures. They're very similar. But do you think, being reserve currency maybe the more likely of the two, though I think systemic change last race is better than it looks, but he did get trounced by reserve currency 2 back. Do you think maybe they use him to be a little aggressive to help perhaps the entry mate?
Shouldn't they?
They should.
I think that that's probably the game plan, and he does have more forward position than his stablemate. I don't think he's good enough, but if he becomes a problem for Exit Right, then this race is open for some of those other horses.
And the other thing is, it's not only that, I just think it's his benefit too. I mean, you want to be forward in these races, so it'll be interesting. I mean, I think looking at pace figures, the 3 is supposed to be in front, but isn't the entry supposed to be sitting 2-3 behind him?
I don't disagree with you whatsoever.
But you're hoping that things get hot enough that Complete Agenda can improve with the distance. And this distance, it is an interesting wrinkle, going the mile 3/16, the distance of the Preakness.
Right, and it's not one that we run that often with Complete Agenda as well. He doesn't have to be as far back as he was last time. I think that was more a function of the race. He can sit a little bit closer. I know he didn't win 2 back doing so, but he is capable of getting himself in the game a little bit more early on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's going to be farther back. They're going faster. It's going to be to his benefit. The question is, you feel he can be more of a grinder. I'm a little bit skeptical.
I understand your skepticism. I just thought that maybe he was facing horses that are at least in form, and I wanted to try to get around this entry in some way. That's the player I took to do so.
Well, we'll see what happens. We have seen the favorite win the last race. We've got an entry at 3 to 5 for Chad Brown. We'll see how things work out. They're heading to the gate. Chris Griffin with the call of the third, kicking off the middle pick 4.
Half John steps in. Centavo. Reserve Currency and Systemic Change to the outside. Systemic Change. All set. And they're off. Exit right breaks very well from towards the inside, and here comes Reserve Currency, and also right there is going to be Systemic Change. It's going to be Reserve Currency with pressure to the inside from exit right. They'll be 1-2 into that first turn. Exit right, not cornering well there, just got shuffled back, had to check off of heels as Reserve Currency is now up by a full length. Exit right wants to go, is Rain back in, is back there in second. Out wider there is Systemic Change, who's in third. Tight hold here on Afjan, is in the green cap, is progressing, is in the 4th spot with Centavo, and the trailer, Complete Agenda. They start to settle a bit as they work towards the backstretch. It's Reserve Currency in front. Reserve Currency went 24-4, slowed down the tempo, and Systemic Changes right to the outside here from second, is within a half length of the leader. Exit right, still nowhere to go, and exit right, he wants to go, he's tugging at Silveris, trying to move through at that spot. Afjan is in the clear, is in 4th, out wider Centavo. Complete Agenda is the trailer, 3 off the lead. Reserve Currency is still in front. It's Reserve Currency, went 50-2 for that half-mile time. Reserve Currency approaches the half-mile pole, is still up by 3/4 of a length. Up on the outside is Systemic Change, who's lost a little bit of ground. Exit right, still patiently ridden at the rail now, is looking for that scene, and Afshan is now looking for room as well. Centavo with a wide run. Complete Agenda will have to pass them all. Reserve Currency now gets the cue, starts to pick up the pace. Here comes the run from Systemic Change. Exit right starts to drop back. Up on the outside is Afshan. Centavo is following that move. 4 across the racetrack here as they're approaching a 1/4 mile left to go. And down towards the inside, it's Reserve Currency who's game. It's Reserve Currency, and Systemic Change continues to chase. Systemic Change up on the outside. Reserve Currency comes right back to the inside, and a nice horse race here. A final furlong. Systemic Change with a nose in front. Reserve Currency is trying to come back to the inside, is doing just that. Systemic Change, Reserve Currency, Systemic Change, Reserve Currency, Systemic Change, and Reserve Currency in that photo. Photo between the entry mates, then came Centavo, followed by Complete Agenda, Afjan, and Exit Right in 1 minute 59.45 seconds.
Well, there was very little moments. There was much in doubt. And you rarely see, I was saying to you, have you ever seen an entry dead heat? But it feels like Systemic Change, the seemingly lesser of the two, gets the job done by the barest of noses.
And the one that we thought was going to be more forwardly placed as well, but that was not the case today. A little bit of a role reversal results in a reversal in the finish order as well.
Well, you know, isn't this a great example? And you see Systemic Change getting the job done with Manny Franco on the outside. Isn't this a great example of what Richie talks about with getting your position going forward? Because Jose Ortiz and Manny Franco both feeling like they're getting position. And when Ruben Silvera was sort of uncharacteristically unaggressive with Exit Right, they suddenly find themselves 1-2 in a slow pace. And it happens because, as Richie says, get your position going forward.
He should just have like a tagline of that on his bumper, like on his car. It's one of his best phrases for certain.
I think it's one of the most brilliant, simplistic statements I've ever heard in horse racing. And he's so right about it. Getting your position going forward, good things happen when you do it.
Right, and how about Centavo getting third as the longest shot in this field? I mean, the only one able to even try to make a dent late, as nobody was able to make up any ground. And the two best horses, as we thought they were, ended up having things their own way. And the one that I didn't think was going to get the win is able to best his stablemate.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, one thing I'll say about Systemic Change, and listen, I thought Reserve Currency would probably win of the entry. He was against the track last time. He was outside, and the rail was the place to be. So he was a little bit against it. But he clearly improved because Reserve Currency buried him. And I don't think Reserve Currency ran badly. I think the systemic change took a step forward here.
I wouldn't disagree whatsoever, and I remember writing down how favorable the rail was that day. I just didn't love that field that he came out of, but able to turn the tables here on his stablemate.
Gets it done. The son of Ghost Zapper gets it done for Chad Brown Clarvich Stables. And Manny Franco continues what has been a remarkable run for him. Well, Sarah and I may not be with you that much longer, but there's still a lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
850, 75, 850, 75, 175, Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. There's currently an objection against the 5th place finisher, but that'll be 4th in the superfecta, the number 4 in this race, Afchan. In the winner's circle, Manny Franco is joining our good friend, Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Andy. With Manny, who's just been riding so well. Manny, were you surprised that your entry actually outran you for the lead?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. But the horse broke good too, like my horse, and he just went to the lead, and we was slowing down the pace every step of the way. So I figured that it was him on me, so I just stayed right next to him.
How do you make the decision when to go after him to keep it a 2-horse race? You don't want to go after him too soon and make it, for somebody else, but you kind of timed it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I say when we hit to the half a mile, I see he got horse, so I don't want him get away from me too much, I look back and competition was there, but still I have horse too, so I say in the 3-8 pole I'm going for him, so that's what I did, and we get it done.
One thing I noticed in mid-stretch, you had gone to the left-handed crop, and you guys come together, you kind of ran out of room, but you switched so quickly back to your right hand.
Yeah, I could hit him because Jose drizzed out a little bit, and I was so close when I hit his tail, so I had to switch back to the right away because my horse was digging in, and he liked when I hit him, so I just went back to the right, and he gave me the little extra that I need.
Congratulations, great ride as always, guys. As strong a finisher as we got going right now, and horse respond really well to Manny Franco.
No doubt about it, Richie. Manny is just riding with so much confidence. And what I love, Sarah, about that head-on is you would have thought, if you watched the way Jose was sort of drifting out a little bit and Manny was holding his position, you wouldn't have thought they were an entry.
No, I mean, they were very competitive with each other, even though this was going out for the same trainer and owner. And, I mean, both of them just really wanting to win, and we love the competitiveness.
Yeah, no, definitely. If you have a 1.624 or a 1.623 super, you're very involved in the results of this objection. Otherwise, you're wondering why it's taking place at all. But nonetheless, a fun race, and it's rare to see the two halves of the entry battling down the wire like that. But that was the case in race number 3. David Cabrera, who had such a terrific meet at Oakland, having another good meet at Oakland as well. Take a look at him as America's Day at the Races continues.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It was a great year. My riding was great. My momentum was great. I was getting first call on Steve's born. I was so excited about riding for him.
You're up.
Everything was going great. Unfortunately, we had the spill. I don't remember going to the hospital. I had a crack on one of the discs on my lower back. My brain bled. I never thought an injury on the head would be like that. I don't really remember the first 10 days. It was hard.
It takes quite a bit to win something like that. So you know what? I got it close. My room is right there. So every time I walk out, this is where it sits. And to me, it's so special to have one of those. That's for sure.
We came home, and the last weekend, I was like, man, I'm still on the lead. What about if I get lucky and I get the title? It was like a pretty tight competition towards the end. It was pretty excited. So we pack up everything a day before the meet ended, and we go down there. And I see Herrera, and I was like, if you get it, you deserve it. And if I get it, man, I feel like I deserve it too. With all my heart, I told him, hey, man, best of the luck.
Arrieta in the center of the racetrack could still do this. He's got 3 lengths to make up.
Turning for home looked like he's gonna go by, and his horse just hung. I was like, I couldn't believe it. We went in and get the trophy, and I think Oakland is a pretty solid place to get a trophy like that. I went back to riding, and I really thought, man, I feel like everything was there, but the wins were not there, Physically, I was all there, but mentally, my moves were not very sharp. It took me a long time. But I think I'm finally getting up there to where I need to be. I feel good whatever where we are right now. It's taken us a little time to pick right back up where we left, but we're going to get there. Sooner or later, I know we're going to be there.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Sarah L. Baldwin, Richard Migliori, and Andy Serling, and Paula Duca at Oakland as well. Oakland 3, they're on the track for the third race at Oakland. And the third at Oakland is... We'll take a look at the post parade. The one is Dial Dish at 10-1 right now, ridden by Walter De La Cruz, looking for 2 in a row.
Yeah, it took 13 starts to break the maiden, yet to be competitive against winners. Is cutting back in distance.
Donnie Von Hemel looking for another winner as well. The hot Randy Morse is saddling Unbearable. Yes, he's named for me.
Only making her third start, now in a much more logical spot.
The 3 is scratched. The number 4, Grey Dawn Day, goes out for Glenn Jacot.
And 1 for 19 Lifetime didn't show much on a wet track last time out.
Steve Asmussen saddles Thorn Crown for his son, Keith.
Favorite right now in here, first time versus winners.
Essential Bellas, the 6, Carl Broberg.
Speed and Fade last time out dead heating for 4th, but did finish ahead of others in here.
The 7 is scratched. The 8, Adele's playing a long shot, is going by. And finally the 9, Go, 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 Martine Villafranco and Isaac Castillo.
Something she'll have to show a little bit more of in this spot.
We'll take a look at a horse who is currently the 9-5 favorite, the 5, Thorn Crown. And I'll tell you, one of the things I've been really impressed by at this meet, Sarah, is how much Keith Asmussen has advanced as a rider from the beginning of the meet to the end.
And not only getting those chances for his father, but just riding very well in general. This was a ride that was fairly confident because another horse actually got ahead in front of Thorn Crown, battled back to the inside in a game victory, and looks to be very forwardly placed again in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny with Steve. Steve started out the meet pretty slowly, but he's obviously picked it up, and there's no surprise at that. And is looking forward to having another formidable year. It's amazing the number of horses he starts. He's already started close to 700 horses in 2023, and he's not even revving up yet for the big season, the PDJF Telethon. Want to once again remind people we're over $50,000 has been raised, and we appreciate all those people who have donated generously to the PDJF Telethon to help permanently disabled jockeys.
Absolutely, already an increase in those funds for them. Remember, they are giving away prizes every hour. If you call in, you'll be able to be a part of that action. There is a prize for the whole day as well, just about to reach $60,000 raised.
It's 1-844-884-PDJF, or go to pdjf.org/donate to donate, and there are some prizes, as Sarah mentioned as well. Back to Oakland Park for the 3, and we talked about Thorn Crown. Do you like Thorn Crown here, or do you have some better ideas?
I'm not against Thorn Crown, but a horse that I had some interest in who is taking some money is the number 2, Unbearable. She's only making her third start. She's tried a state-bred Stakes Waters in the Rainbow Miss on April 8th, and while she needs to break sharper, this is not a tough field is in comparison to the last one that she was facing. So I do like that she's getting some class relief as the other 3-year-old facing older in here.
She is lightly raced. She's going to have to improve in all likelihood from a buyer scale, though. She has been a little on the slow side.
I don't disagree with you on that. Where did you go in here?
Where did I go? To you.
Well,
I'm hosting today. You're in charge.
Like you haven't already looked at the race. Come on.
I did look at the race. I can't lie. I really didn't. You know, I thought the 2, 3, 5, and 6 were logical horses. The 5 and 6 seem fairly logical, and they're sort of vying for favoritism. I would probably go to the number 5 over the 6, but I don't love horses at short prices coming off of maiden wins.
No, and I mean, both of these horses are kind of ones that you'll think will be forwardly placed. The 6 didn't hold on to that speed last time out, while the 5 Thorn Crown was able to. Do you think maybe they knock each other out?
We'll see what happens. They should be forward here, and they have similar speed. Can Unbearable break? We'll find out. Jim Byers with the call. Race number 3 at Oakland Park.
All in line. And they're off. Thorn Crown and Essential Bella. They're dueling right from the start. Grey Dawn Day gets out in 3rd. Go, Go, Go is 4th. Then Adele's Bling, Unbearable, and Dial Dish. Up the backstretch, Essential Bella by a head. Thorn Crown to her inside. 2.5 to Go, Go, Go. Who's racing in 3rd? Unbearable is moving to position 4th toward the inside. And then comes Grey Dawn Day. She's losing some ground. Outside of her is Adele's Bling. Inside of her is Dial Dish. 3/8 of a mile to the finish. And Essential Bella has been able to slide just a bit clear of Thorn Crown. It's a 1.5 length margin as they come to the head of the stretch. Then a gap of 5 or 6 back to Unbearable, Dial Dish, Grey Dawn Day, Go 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 has dropped well back. Then Adele's Bling, they're in the stretch. And it is Essential Bella, pointed for home by Eric Fuentes. And they have a daylight cushion of some 3 lengths. Thorn Crown is next in second, and Grey Dawn Day is finding a second wind, and she could possibly get into second, but Essential Bella has this one all wrapped up. Grey Dawn Day second, Thorn Crown third, and Dial Dish fourth.
Essential Bella proved way too tough for this group, getting her second victory in 16 starts and the first win in 2023, at least as far as when I printed these BPs for the rider.
Right, and really just went to the front, able to control this race and able to sustain her speed today over a Thorn Crown who faded late. And here, another horse, Grey Dawn Day, running on for second, but just proved to be the speed of the speed and kept it going.
Yeah, and I thought Keith Asmussen did the right thing. He sort of stuck inside of the 6. They're going too fast, maybe, for her, and he let the 6 go to try to get outside of her and give his mount the best chance. She just really was no match for Essential Bella, and that enabled Grey Dawn Day to sort of suck up and pick up the pieces at the end for second.
Right, it seemed like he was sitting pretty confidently when angling to the outside, but that horse just really had no response.
He just wasn't riding a horse that was good enough. Maybe she was second best. She finished third. Nothing you can do about that. Taking a look at the horses on the track, getting ready, or in the paddock, I should say, for race number 4 at Aqueduct, and let's get more from Richard Migliori.
Yeah, guys, I was listening to you talking earlier about Keith Asmussen, and what's remarkable about how much he's improved, and to me, is he never got the opportunity to ride as an apprentice jockey. So yes, he got support from his dad, but you get the weight allowance, so people give you opportunities so you can improve, and because of his weight, he never was able to take advantage of that. So to improve the way he has, to essentially be competing as a full-fledged journeyman his whole career, to me, is remarkable. So now let's talk about horses here, and we'll talk about first-time starters first, starting with the 3, Perpetual Praise from the Ray Handlebarn. Boy, she looks ultra fit. Really, really well turned out for a first-time starter. The miles are in her. Central Banker, very good, sire, gets precocious horses, and they usually handle the mud very well. Talk to Ray about her gait habits, because I think that's something that's pertinent when we talk about first-time starters. He says she's been very quick in the morning. Doesn't always translate to the afternoon, but she has been quick in the morning, and looking at her from a physical perspective, you would expect her to have some speed. The other first-time starter that was very eye-catching is the 4, Bustin' Lulu. She's taking money. She's by Bustin' Stones, who all of his horses run. They may find their level. They might be a little bit cheaper in some spots and better in other spots, but they all run. And as honest a stallion as is out there, and if people breed a good mare to him, they usually get a horse that has ability. Bustin' Lulu, I talked to Bruce Savine, because her last 2 works were gate works, and that usually leads me to believe it took a while for a horse to learn their lessons. And Bruce said she needed time. She needed a while to figure out. Her last work out of the gate was good, so hopefully she figured it out and will break sharp today, because if a firster doesn't break sharp, they've got to deal with kickback that they've never dealt with before, particularly on a muddy surface. And then a horse that's run, the 6, Gracefulness, I think she's going to appreciate getting back to a sprint. I think she's going to appreciate dropping in for maiden claiming. She was very sharp, a little difficult to saddle, but making a nice impression here and getting some class relief, guys.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And obviously with 3 first-time starters, you've got 3 that are first-time stars and 3 who have run. But the money's all going to Bustin' Lulu right now, a horse that I kind of guessed with, to be honest.
Bustin' Stones generally hits at a higher percentage with his 2-year-old first-time starters. He's 19% with those. He's 12% with his 3-year-old and up first-time starters. The dam of this one was a 4-time winner in the money, 13 of her 31 starts. Full sibling, that's a 5-time winner in Throwing Stones. So there is some pedigree for this one, and they think that this horse is extremely live, according to the tote board.
Well, I think one of the reasons, I can't speak for you, but I lean towards a first-time starters. It's not going to take a Herculean really an effort for a firster to win this race. And this is a real homebred for Roddy Valente, who not only bred this horse and owns the horse, but of course he raced Bustin Stones as well. And Bustin Stones is a very nice horse. He's done well as a sire, and he upset our Carter, a New York bred who won our Carter a number of years back, much to my chagrin. I was alive. It was the day of upsets in the pick 4, including when Tail of Acadi beat Warpass in Warpass's final start for Nick Zito.
Wow, a throwback
I don't know
race.
if you were born yet. It was
Probably not.
2008, I think.
Unlikely. Did you have any interest at all in any of the horses that had run before? Because it doesn't seem like we've seen a ton from them, but at least they are a little bit more lightly raced.
Well, you know, you're the analyst here. Which one of them do you prefer?
I like Strange Fruit a little bit. This was a horse that I had actually had some interest in on a day that she scratched. She has run third in both of her races so far, the first of which was on a wet track, but that was also for the $25,000 tag, and she did regress from a 46 Buyer to a 31 last time out. Unfortunately, she also doesn't really have any early speed, but I like that her price is fair in a field like this since they are really unloading on this first-time starter.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think Strange Fruit is a surprising price here. She's got to get out of the gate, though.
And she needs to be a little bit more involved, or at least show more of a run in the later stages and have some pace to run at, because, you know, the chances, she still has plenty of room to improve, but I would have liked to at least see more of a progression instead of a regression last time out.
Well, you could argue she ran her better race on a wet track.
Sure,
So the
and
wet
we'll
track
see
may
about
help
that.
today. She was also on a dead rail that day. So I actually thought she ran well first time. I thought her last race was a real stinker, though.
Right, and so then it's like, what do you do with that effort going into this one?
And just to assume, well, she's a wet track horse because the first race, maybe she's a horse that was sort of cranked up first time out, and she didn't run second time out, but she also needs to get out of the gate.
Right, and she's staying at this $40,000 level, so, I mean, at least they're keeping her in for this price tag instead of dropping her back down. Perhaps a move of confidence, but Gracefulness is now dropping in class as well. She's one that has only faced Maiden Special Weight Company. She is also returning to the dirt, cutting back, putting the blinkers on. There's just a lot going on with this horse, and she hasn't really taken any action in the wagering either. 7-2 morning line, now 6-1.
Yeah, I just haven't seen her do any running. And I agree, she's been running against theoretically better. But I think, you know, at this level, sometimes the maiden specials and maiden claimers for New York State breds, it's not the same distinction. A maiden special weight to maiden claimer drop down for opens is a much bigger drop down than it is for the New York breds. And as far as running for 40 and not 25, maybe this is just the race that came up.
Perhaps, and maybe she is better than this field, but I would have just liked to see more from her going into this start.
Yeah, I mean, I think of the horses that have run, that I would prefer Strange Fruit because I saw that race the first time out, which I think could make her tough if she can break. But Patty Reynolds has had 2 chances to get her to break, and she'll be one of these horses that just doesn't get out of the gate. We'll see if it's better. And you have to respect the money that Bustin' Lulu's taking. It's probably pretty meaningful because Bruce Levine is a trainer, not the kind of trainer that gets just randomly bet with first-time starters.
Right, it really seems like the word is out on this one.
Yeah, and found probably the right field for a first or perpetual. Praise going out for Ray Handel. I mean, Ray is really having a breakout year plus, and obviously heading towards the Kentucky Oaks as well with the Gazelle winner. They're on the track for the race. Midnight Empress goes out for Joseph Taylor, and a rider I'm not familiar with.
Another first-time starter. The dam was winless in 2 starts, yet to produce a debut winner.
The 3 perpetual Praise, Ray Handel, and Dylan Davis.
Even with the breakout meet that he's having, he's still 6 for 54 first-time starters in dirt sprints over the past 5 years.
And worse with his maiden claiming first-time starters. Here's the favorite, Bustin' Lulu, Bruce Levine, and Kendrick Carmouche.
Word is out on this first-time starter. It seems like this is where all the wagering attention is.
Strange Fruit, Pat Reynolds, and Katie Davis, number 5.
One that needs to get out of the gate and show a little bit more early interest, but one that has race experience and wet track experience as well.
Daughter of Taprit Gracefulness goes out for Dave Donk with Jorge Vargas.
This one dropping in for a tag for the first time, making a lot of changes like surface and putting blinkers on as well.
Ukrainian Princess, who has that second place finish 2 back, is going to round out the field. Jason Wayas riding for Bruce Levine. What's doing here?
She has hit the board in all 3 races so far and has been showing more speed lately, but this looks like a tougher field.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how tough it is. That's going to depend on how good the first-time starters are. Head over to Naira Bets, a special bonus we're offering right now. Not only do you get that $200 sign-up bonus, but also a free $25 Derby bet. And since you know the Derby's 13 days away, sign up now and take advantage of this. Head over to NYRABets.com. Use the promo code Derby25. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRABets. A lot more to go. Not much more for Sarah and I, though. We'll be here through race number 4 as they're heading to the gate for race number 4, and America's Day at the Races continues.
At Gainesway.
This season at Oakland, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oakland. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races, and we want to welcome all our viewers on Bally SoCal. Sarah El Baldwi and Andy Serling on the desk. Richard Migliori's down in the paddock. There's going to be a little set change coming up fairly soon, but we still got the 4th race coming up. And I know our friend Richard Migliori is standing by in the paddock here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, guys, I mean, down here by the winner's circle, watching these horses warm up, all the impressions I got in the paddock were reinforced on the racetrack. Perpetual Praise got over the ground very well in the gallop over to the gate. Bustin' Lulu looked great in the paddock, looked even sharper on the racetrack by incredibly underrated stallion Bustin' Stones. And the horse that was a little bit nondescript in the paddock, but really kind of caught my eye and started, you know, I definitely elevated on the racetrack, is Strange Fruit, the 5-horse with Katie Davis. You know, the first race was very good. She didn't break well in both of her starts. Maybe she'll get the hang of it, maybe she won't, but she also has, you know, a horse inside of her that's a first-time starter. Sometimes, you know, even if they break a little slow, if the competition around them doesn't break as sharp, they don't get pinched back or squeezed back, if you will. But I really couldn't get past the 4 Bustin' Lulu at a very short price, and usually when that kind of money shows, it's meaningful. They've kind of tipped their hand in their morning trials.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Sarah, I've chalked it out here with the first-time starter taking all the money, Bustin' Lulu. Where are you going in race number 4?
I think I got to stick with the Strange Fruit and hope that she can improve a little bit now, 3rd time out and back to a wet track. I just think that she's a very fair price in this race. And did you really expect the first-time starter to be this short, Bustin' Lulu?
No. I mean, on the one hand, I feel like I've fell into a live horse, and I'm not somebody that gets tips very often. On the other hand, it's a 6-5 first-time starter. And I agree with what you said about Strange Fruit. I am very surprised she's 5-1. I thought she could be the second choice in here.
Right, and I think at this price differential, I know that you'd be more inclined to have an interest in betting the number 5 Strange Fruit over this first-time starter.
Yeah, no question about it. And, you know, we were talking about, the other thing is you would have thought more people would look at the fact that she ran her better race on a muddy sealed track, a very similar track to what we have today.
Absolutely. I think maybe just the fact that she hasn't improved from first start to second start in terms of her figures, and also the fact that she has a lack of early speed and trouble getting out of the gate, those might not be things that really interest people in betting her. But at this price, I have to take a chance with her over this horse that everybody's betting like she absolutely can't lose this race. And while she might be a very live first-time starter and run well, you just don't know until they actually do it.
And let's be honest, if she was some kind of monster, she'd be running in a maiden special weight.
Right, not debuting for 40.
Right. And you listen, you have to respect the money, and you have to respect Bruce Levine, Roddy Valenti's horses as well. They usually get better. Where there's smoke, there's fire with this crew. It's often true, but price is your guide. I mean, even Roddy would probably say to me, I'm not betting her at even money. She may well win this race, and it's obviously one of the draws of a first-time starter was it's not going to take a great effort to win this race because those that have run aren't that good. But Strange Fruit, yeah, she doesn't get out of the gate. Maybe she will get out of the gate, and at 5-1, you're getting paid to find out.
Exactly, and that's the whole point. You want to be paid to find out about certain things with horses like this instead of taking all of these questions at very short prices. And, of course, a first-time starter does have those questions to answer.
Yeah, I mean, the assumption with Bustin' Lulu, obviously, is that she has speed. When first-time starters are bet, it's usually because they're showing speed in the morning. So they usually have speed. And if you look at Strange Fruit, Gracefulness, Ukrainian Princess, they don't have any speed at all. And Strange Fruit can't even get out of the gate. So it certainly gives her an edge in that situation. Now, listen, we don't know that either the 1 or 3, the firsters, don't have speed as well. And Ray Handel, the trainer of the 3, is a trainer that often puts speed into his horses, though that horse is taking no money. Frankly, the board, there's only one horse getting bet.
Right, absolutely. And also with the perpetual praise, Dylan Davis is a rider that isn't going to take anything away from his horses either. If she has some gas early, he'll use it.
Yeah, but one thing about Kendrick, he's taken no prisoners here. And the fact he's riding this horse and the way they're betting, she's probably a speed, and she'll probably be good. But you know what? They can have speed, but first-time starters, you have to always hold your breath getting out of the gate first time.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how the dynamics play out in this race. Very curious to see what these first-time starters do.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in race number 4. 3 firsters, 3 with experience. Bustin' Lulu, the heavy favorite. Sarah's taking the option. Strange Fruit. I don't blame you. We'll see what happens. Chris Griffin has the call of race number 4.
Strange Fruit. Now backing away, Strange Fruit. Gracefulness. Ukrainian Princess is back there as well, so still 3 runners left to load. Started the pick 6. Now Strange Fruit at the gate and now backs away again. So just a little reluctant here with the 5. Strange Fruit has now gone in and has come back out. So still trying to load the 5, Strange Fruit, and now Katie Davis has hopped off. Gate crew, assistant starters get Strange Fruit in. Katie Davis back aboard, 2 out. Gracefulness. And Ukrainian Princess, last to load. Here is Ukrainian Princess. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. It's Bustin' Lulu right out to the front, and Bustin' Lulu is pumped up and quickly up by a length and a half. Climbing a touch there is Perpetual Praise, is now moved towards the outside. Maybe didn't like the kickback, is right there in second at the rail. That's Midnight Empress in third. Out wider is Strange Fruit, who's in the 4 spot. Towards the tail end of the field there is Ukrainian Princess in the pink cap with Gracefulness as the trailer. They're chasing Bustin' Lulu, and Bustin' Lulu is up by a clear length. And now here comes Perpetual Praise, is in the clear. Dylan Davis and Perpetual Praise, they're on the move. They're now within 3/4 of a length of that leader, but Bustin' Lulu lets it out again. And Bustin' Lulu is back up by a length and a half. Perpetual Praise is all in from the back. Here comes the run from Ukrainian Princess. 22-4 was that opening quarter mile. Kendrick, Carmouche, and Bustin' Lulu. She gets the cue, and now Bustin' Lulu kicks for home and is up by 3. It is Bustin' Lulu just sprinting away, striding away here, approaching the 8th pole. Bustin' Lulu, Ukrainian Princess does come out of the pack and is chasing. It's Bustin' Lulu in front, is still 5 clear. Ukrainian Princess a clear second, back to third, Perpetual Praise. Bustin' Lulu, much the best. It's all Bustin' Lulu who gets the victory. Ukrainian Princess, then came Perpetual Praise. And Strange Fruit in 1 minute 12 and 3.
Well, this was the proverbial they knew. They all broke cleanly, and this race was over at the start.
How did I know that you were going to say that?
Now, I am the they knew guy.
Yeah, you knew.
I didn't know. I guessed. I guessed they knew.
They definitely knew. I mean, this horse absolutely romped in here, able to control and just win with absolute ease. And I mean, I guess the tote action was completely right on the number 5 Strange Fruit, because even though she broke a little bit better today, had absolutely no excuse for not picking up more of the pace at the end.
Yeah, they knew this horse was going to win, and they knew that Strange Fruit wasn't going to run at all. And you could see on the turn even, Dylan Davis was asking the 3 Perpetual Praise to keep up, and Kendrick Carmouche was just sitting chilly, and he just let her go top of the stretch, and she ran off from the field. A very nice debut for this one for Roddy Valente. I'm sure he's hoping that she didn't get claimed after this effort, and hopefully for the connection she didn't. She looked very good out there.
She was very impressive. I wonder what the figure ends up coming back as for this horse. And I mean, I wonder also what they're going to do with her next, because if they kept her in the barn, maybe they want to try and protect her next time out.
All right, Sarah, your debut. I thought your debut went swimmingly here on America's Day at the Races. Sarah
Bustin' Lulu,
her first day. She'll be back. You'll be back next Saturday, I believe.
Correct.
A little bit as well. So thank you for joining me. An excellent job as well. Sarah and I will be leaving. Acacia Clement and Anthony Stabile will be taking our place on the desk as America's Day at the Races will continue.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50 in the vertical 50. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50 in the vertical 50. 50 in the vertical 50. We're $1,950,000. $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million one. $2 million one. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2 million 50. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Roger's way. Good luck.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
And as the president of a TAA accredited aftercare organization, I know firsthand how important it is to accredit those organizations throughout our country that do such important work for our retired racehorses. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Keisha Clement and Anthony Stabile up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. We have gotten to spend a lot of quality time together up here this week.
Yes, the A-Train wraps up the week here, the penultimate week here at the Big A. We've been here, Andy said this morning on Talking Horses, our pregame show here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and Saratoga. 10 months since we've been to beautiful Belmont Park. That's a long time between drinks, Little A.
I can't wait to go back.
Me too.
We'll be there soon. First week of May, opening week at beautiful Belmont Park. But before we go there, we have some business to attend to here at Aqueduct. Today, the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division. We went to Times Square yesterday. We're going to Park Avenue today. We're covering parts of New York City as the 3-year-old fillies are in the spotlight today for the New York sired runners here as we take a look at a few of the big contenders. Midtown Lights, 3-year-old filly for Brad Cox, had a nice win last time out. She was game, able to outrun her foe to the inside, who did seem to be getting a little bit leg weary in the latter stages of the race. Let's see if she can come back to the winner's circle, make it 2 in a row today.
I don't hang out a lot on Park Avenue, as you would imagine, Acacia. not really welcome too much on Park Avenue.
I actually like Park Avenue a lot.
Keep me off Park Avenue.
Well, I'm living on the east side now. I've never lived on the east side before.
Yeah, I'm a Queens guy. Listen, the one knock on this filly, I think, is the fact that the horse she beat last time came back and did not run very well most recently. So I think that's a problem. She has a lot of experience on wet tracks, and we have a sloppy track here today. So I think that's going to help her cause. And I think the fact that she just might be better than these, especially at the sprint distances. I think Le Bon Temps may be a little bit better going longer. Mile, 7/8, not even the 7/8 actually. Mile, maybe even a little longer. So
it was a nice pronunciation there.
Thanks. I've been hanging out with you all week.
Yeah. We had a Chantilly practice pronunciation yesterday.
Deauville.
Deauville, yeah.
Belle Oni.
Very nice.
Belle Oni, right? I've been practicing.
As we've been mentioning all afternoon today, the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon is going on. I see Joe Bravo sitting there, so you can call in 844-884-PDJF or go online to donate. such a wonderful organization. They do such important work. You have the opportunity to support the permanently disabled jockeys. Over 70,000 raced already.
And it's early. It's early. I've noticed that this telethon's kind of like a pick six carryover pool. The bulk of the money comes in the last 15 minutes.
Well, I think everybody's conditioned to bet in that manner. We turn our attention over to race 4 at Oakland Park coming up next. Taking a look at horses on the track. 3 to 5 right now on the number 9, Peace Dog, who takes that big drop in class for Carl Broberg as we head back over to Paul LaDuca. And Paul, do you trust this favorite on that big drop?
Well, you know, when you look at the surface, you kind of don't trust the horse. And so I ran into the racetrack at, I don't know, about 11:30, and I ran into Ernie Witt, who originally had this 9 in here, Peace Dog. Now, the horse won for Ernie 2 back for 30, and I said, you know, why is Broberg dropping this horse after a nice second? They're both on. Ernie made a lot of sense to me. He said, listen, if you have an Arkansas bred, you know, this is really one of the only chances you want to drop and take the pot. Here's a horse they claimed for 30. They got 25,000 out of that second place finish last time. If they win this race, they get the lion's share, obviously 60% of an $18,000 purse plus the 18,000. So they basically make a little money on the 9. And he was explaining to me, if you don't think that an Arkansas bred can run against open company at another racetrack, sometimes they just don't want to wait around till next, year. And Ernie said there's probably going to be like 8 or 9 claims in for the 9 in here. So, and the fact that Christian Torres stays aboard at 3 to 5, maybe the 9 is going to be very tough. I think this is just a drop that, Carl Broberg's not really set here in Arkansas occasions, so maybe doesn't want to take this horse to Louisiana or wherever he goes. He also runs, obviously, in Texas. When you look at the rest of the board, the 2 is the speed, I guess, of this race, and is the other player in here by far at a party, is run some really good races and is always right there, it seems, at the wire. So I had those 2 horses, the 9 and the 2, and the price horse is the 7, obviously, too. This horse got disqualified when losing to Promising Shoes. Promising Shoes is a very good Archie bred 2 back, and then last time got left. This horse is in and out. You just never know. He is very fast, but he's got to get out of the gate. He has gate issues. If he catches a flyer, he could be scary at 19 to 1, but I just keep looking at that 9 on the drop, and listen, it's probably a Ricky Bobby horse, like I always say, first or last year with the 9, but I have a feeling that Peace Dog's going to probably win this race at 3 to 5 and make all the bettors a little happy here.
Ricky Bobby horse.
You ain't first or last.
I love it, Paul.
Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake.
I love it. But Paul brings up a really interesting point. 4 to 5 on Peace Dog. That Carl Broberg, as we start to come towards the end of the winter racing at Oakland Park, you'll see kind of aggressive drops, especially for an Arkansas bred. It would make sense for this horse to stay in Arkansas.
Saw the maiden yesterday. The problem with staying in Arkansas is there's nowhere to run.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much I subscribe to that theory when it comes to this horse. Just for the simple fact that this horse is having buyers in the mid to lower 70s. This horse fits at Lone Star, fits at Prairie Meadows, wherever Carl's going to go after this with this string and this type of horse. So I don't know. I'm a little suspect of this drop. I would be on at a party to 2 to lose speed.
Let's see how it plays out. If the favorite can deliver on that big drop in class, they load in for the 4th race. We send it up to Jim Byers for the call.
Hightail Cowboy being led forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a very slow start for Jay's Little Man. At a Party heads toward the lead. Peace Dog, the gray, though, is trying to stick ahead in front, but Hightail Cowboy is outside of him. And Hightail Cowboy to a narrow lead. There goes At a Party, regaining his legs underneath him. And Peace Dog is right with them in between runners. And they are 3 across the track. Stomping Hot Rod is racing in 4th. Obviously, 2 is 5th. When the Dubs Cry 6th. J.E.'s Hand-Me-Down 7th on the outside. Ojitos just got shuffled into 8th. Followed by Rock City Rocket. Then well back to the Heat Is On. And farther back to Jay's Little Man as they come to the top of the stretch. Peace Dog with the lead on the outside by a head. At a Party is trying to fend him off. Hightail Cowboy is third, stomping Hot Rod to the outside fourth. J.E.'s hand-me-down in the pink on the extreme outside. Then obviously two at the rail. Peace Dog takes the lead here in the upper stretch and begins to draw off. And they come to the 16th, and Peace Dog looking very determined here, and he's going to win this one by daylight. By 6 on the wire to At a Party. The heat is on. Came storming under Louis Q for third and Hightail Cowboy fourth.
Peace Dog on his left lead, but did not matter. Just too much horse versus what he was facing today. Gets the win. I wonder if he was claimed.
Yeah, I think the over-under of claims is probably going to be set at 10. There was not a world that I lived in where At a Party would be chasing Peace Dog today, but I guess Martin Garcia had other ideas about that. Probably wouldn't have mattered. This horse was ready to roll today. I guess Carl was looking to lose him. I don't know why. I mean, you claim him to run him one time and then run him back and lose him? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Interesting move for sure. Christian Torres, though, aboard, picks up another one for Flurry Racing. And Carl Broberg, Peace Dog with the win on that aggressive drop in class. Well, the Breeze Show is completed in Ocala, and on Tuesday, April 25th, the OBS April 2-year-old in training sale will kick off. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this on America's Day at the Races.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks so much for joining us on this lovely Sunday afternoon after the rain last night. The sun is out and it's turned out to be an absolutely beautiful day today as we wrap up the week of live racing. As mentioned before the break, coming up starting on Tuesday, we'll see the OBS April 2-year-old in training sale. Everybody's out on the grounds right now inspecting horses after the Breeze Show concluded yesterday. 4 horses worked 9 and 3, Anthony.
Oof.
Some quick workouts.
Wow.
There.
Yeah, so you figured the money will be flying around the next few days down in Ocala.
I'm heading down tonight, hoping that my flight is not delayed. And then we'll get a chance to look at some horses and hopefully find some big winners as you take a look at some of the top OBS April grads in the past. Of course, selling at OBS April last year as well. It was Practical Move, who's heading to the Kentucky Derby this year after winning the Santa Anita Derby. But quite an impressive list of some really talented horses that have gone through that sale.
For sure, and there's a mix of crack sprinters like Matoli, all the way to top older horses like Country Grammar with distaffers and turf horses. And one of my favorites, good old Mind Your Biscuits, is in there as well.
The New York bred. As we head over to race 5 at Aqueduct, we'll meet the field, kicking things off with the one Outlaw Country.
Yeah, Outlaw Country comes in off a 4th place finish against straight 25 maidens. Going to take a little bump up in class here for the 32.
Here's the 3, Warrior Richard.
Yeah, just got up on a good rail last time to win the maiden by a nose over Proven Hope.
Number 5, Super Rocker is next.
Super Rocker got the Lasix back last time at Penn National. You know, he's had an up and down career. We'll see if he can improve today.
Here's the 6, Hot Rod Lincoln.
Hot Rod Lincoln got out of the maiden ranks with a great ride from Jamie Torres. 2 starts back. Did not fire last time. Takes a drop in class.
Next will be the 7, Bad Water. Nobody wants that.
I like this. No, Bad Water's terrible. I tried this horse last time. He showed speed for about 3 seconds and stopped. Blinkers go on. He gets some class relief, and he gets Ricardo Santana Jr. Has he moved his tack here?
I'm not sure. He's ridden a couple today. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him more. We usually see him in Saratoga, which is always a treat. And last in the post parade will be your favorite, the number 4, Valenzen Day. He's somewhere out there. He's a little bit of a quirky type.
There he comes. Taking his sweet time. He's like, I'm the big dog. I got 4 wins. The rest of you only have 1 or 2, so I'm going to come out late. Like I said, 4 for 11 in his career. Gutted one out last time with a big, gaudy 74 Beyer speed figure. It's not his biggest figure either. He has 4 or 5 races on his card, Acacia, that would absolutely demolish this field.
That's the field for the 5th. Let's check in trackside with Richie Migliore.
Yeah, guys, we'll start with the 3, Warrior Richard, a kind of diminutive horse. Was very game last time. He's taken a lot of money here. I will say this, you know, lighter framed horses on sealed tracks like this tend to kind of get over the top of the ground a bit more. He's taken a lot of money, too, for a horse that just eked out a win for a maiden 25. Valenzen Day, listen, he's formidable. He does have several races, more than good enough to beat anybody in here. He was late coming out of the paddock because they had to reset his tack. Kendrick Harmouche was not happy with the way the saddle was sitting, so they fixed it. Saw Kendrick give him that typical warm-up, left the pony, blasted off, gallop over to the backstretch. And then the 7, Bad Water, is going to be my top selection. I like what I saw from him in the paddock. I watched his replay this morning, and I thought last time he was uncomfortable between horses. He just never seemed like he got into a good rhythm. I think the outside post helps him a great deal. Rob Atras puts a short blinker cup on him. I think that could also help him. He looks very settled, and Ricardo Santana picks up the mount. Obviously came in to ride the Stallion Stakes later. I think the outside post is going to help Bad Water immensely.
92 on Bad Water, so sounds like maybe Ricardo's just here for the day, but does pick up a few other mounts as we take a look at Bad Water. The blinkers going on, and as you mentioned, I mean, he won nicely at Tampa. It looked like he was a private purchase out of that race and moved to Rob Atras's barn, and he does get a drop in class versus what he faced last time out with the blinkers on. And I thought Richie's point about him being uncomfortable between horses is very well taken too. Sometimes horses just really get intimidated when being in spots like that.
Well, we won't have to worry about that today. He's outside in the field of 6 and
warming up nicely.
Yeah, there's not a lot of real speed in here. So if the addition of blinkers, the fact that he was hustled between horses last time, and Ricardo Santana Jr., you know, I was talking about this earlier this week with you and the one shift I had with Greg on the program. Ricardo is one of the, if not the best sprint rider, I think, in the country right now. And that's because of his aggression. And a lot of sprint races are won with aggressive rides. That doesn't necessarily mean rides that are on the lead. But when you put your horse in the race, and he's a good finisher, he's just a fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, look at that shot here. And
that's like Jim McHugh is the track photographer at Laurel, and he always took the most beautiful cloud photos. That's like a Jim McHugh. That's from Cameraman Jay, who's giving us a beautiful cloud shot.
Cameraman Jay on a beautiful Queen's Day.
Yeah.
How about that? Little rhyme for you.
I know.
Yeah, some people say I'm
nice.
Yeah, some people.
There are no flags in that shot, though.
There's a flag somewhere there.
We gotta find it. Gotta tell Jay to find the flags for Mitch. Yeah. 3 to 5. Go on. You were talking about Ricardo before we got sidetracked.
He's such a fantastic sprint rider, and I can see him looking at the form here and saying to himself, I'm just going to go and try and steal this thing on the front. Now, the problem is maybe Bad Water doesn't cooperate. Maybe he's just not fast early. And maybe, you know, a slow a slow bunch of horses early and a pair of blinkers is not enough to get him to the front.
Valentin Day is not slow either.
He's not slow, no. And that's what I meant by when I said there's no confirmed speed. But I'm sure, I don't think you're betting Valentin Day saying, all right, he's going to be 3 in front in here. And that, not for nothing, I picked Valentin Day. And he has the representative races, but that's a little bit of a ridiculous price for this.
Really short price on him.
For this condition.
Yeah.
That's a really short price.
To his inside, Warrior Richard is taking some attention too. He won last time out. Rob Falcone looks for a second on the day. The barn's been going great guns. Manny Franco climbs aboard. I think that kind of combines for a lot of things of some attention drawing to this one who's stepping off at the back of a maiden win.
Yeah, and they also account for half of the owner's lounge, the horseman's lounge here today.
That's
Rob's,
true.
His uncles, a couple of cousins are here. I mean, literally half of Long Island's here to support Rob.
You like that, though?
Of course we like that. We want you to pack the place every day. But, yeah, I mean, they won the first race with Freudian. Paid a generous $9. And I know this horse benefited from a bias last time, but I think this horse, even though he needed every step of the mile last time, I would not be too surprised if a little less distance. This 7 might hit him right between the eyes.
Dueling late, and the second place finisher that he was dueling with, Proven Hope, did come back to win the next time out, but that was on the turf in his subsequent start. But he did come back to win, and again, he was between horses. He was really game late. I thought he really gutted it out, actually, in a big effort. And Richie mentioning he was the type of physical that could potentially get over the wet track quite well. Too, the number 4 Valentin Day on your screen right now, still a very short price at 3 to 5. As we'll take a look at his last race, and he was hustled out of the gate too. He was on the lead with pressure early. Again, not the type that you would expect to be 3 in front, but he had to fight for it pretty much every step of the way.
Yeah, he got himself involved in a nice little battle here. And, well, you say, oh, stretch battle. He battled from the bell. He was never more than a half length in front of anybody. You like efforts like this. Pat Reynolds claimed them out of this race at $25,000. The straight 3-year-old races, like he's exiting, and all of these horses are exiting. All of these horses have only run, except Warrior Richard, who actually beat older horses last time. When the race comes up, don't look too much into the fact that one horse is. That is not correct. I was going to say number 4. I haven't lost my mind that badly yet. I like the 4 Valentin Day here, not the 5. Super rocker. I'm not off my rocker. I like the number 4 Valentin Day. When you see efforts like that, when you see these races, when they come up for the straight 3-year-olds, there's not an abundance of spots for them. Only 7 horses in this race. So when you see the 25, you see the 32, they're going to run whatever kind of race comes up for them.
Super rocker, who Anthony is not picking, is coming in from out of town. This horse showed a little bit of early foot early on in his races. Just in his last couple of starts, he's been so sluggish out of the gate. I will be interested to see how the pace does shake out in here.
Yeah, we'll see how he like I said, it's been a little up and down for him. He's got a couple of wins. They were back-to-back in August and November, so he's dealt with layoffs before. He didn't run well at all last time, but that was an allowance race.
Valentin Day, your short prize favorite, loading into the gate for the 5th race of the day at Aqueduct. Late pick 5 kicking off here. Good luck if you're playing. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin, who has the call.
Lincoln and Bad Water. Hot Rod Lincoln backs away. And in. Bad Water. All set. And they're off. Slight bobble there at the start for Bad Water, but did break quickly. Balenzen Day is hustled along, but Bad Water goes right with this leader, is way up on the far outside. They're head and head, but they're about 4 paths apart. In between horses there comes Super Rocker, who's going to track in third, and Warrior Richard is at the rail, is in the 4th position. In behind that, that's Hot Rod Lincoln and the early trailer, Outlaw Country. Balenzen Day and Kendra Carmouche is working towards the center of the racetrack now, when 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Bad Water is towards the outside here from second. Room at the rail as Warrior Richard's going to try and take that spot, is now challenging for that second position with less than 4 furlongs to go. Super Rocker is in between horses there for Jose Gomez. Under a drive there is Hot Rod Lincoln, second to last, and Outlaw Country is now 6 lengths to the trailer. Balenzen Day has got the lead. It's Balenzen Day. The rail is open for Warrior Richard, who's going to try and run on through. Here comes Warrior Richard trying to challenge the big favorite right now. They went 46 and 4 for that half-mile time. A quarter mile left to go, and here's Warrior Richard ready to challenge, and Warrior Richard has taken the lead. Balenzen Day is trying to come back to the outside. It's Warrior Richard to the inside, Balenzen Day to the outside. Warrior Richard with a neck in front. Balenzen Day is now chasing. They're approaching the 16th pole. It's Warrior Richard. It's Balenzen Day. Warrior Richard is very game to the inside. Warrior Richard up by a full length. Warrior Richard, Manny Franco with another one. Warrior Richard over Balenzen Day. Then came the run from Super Rocker and Outlaw Country in 1 minute, 25.60 seconds.
Warrior Richard game to get the win as Rob Falcone and half of Long Island win another one today. Manny Franco in the saddle.
Yeah, Manny did a good job saving all the ground here. And again, you saw a little aggression. He did not lose his position. Acacia, he protected the inside. And it's interesting. The inside's been kind of dead here.
Yep.
But this rain, the river that fell from the sky overnight here in Queens, has kind of mitigated that now. And this was a good job by Manny, just holding his position and saving some ground and cutting the corner and being able to outgame Balenzen Day to the wire. You know, one of these horses had won 1 time and the other horse had won 4 times. And you could see Balenzen Day just has that, he has that battle in him.
Mm-hmm.
He just was outgunned from the last 3/16 of a mile today.
Was the 3 Warrior Richard coming up the inside under Manny Franco to get another one for the barn and for the jockey. 1-2 favorite Balenzen Day. He looked like he was going to have control of this race, and Ricardo Santana tried with Bad Water to put pressure and just didn't have it.
Just not much.
Mm-hmm.
Just not much.
Yep. 3-4-5-1. 5-1 winner Warrior Richard with the little upset here in race number 5. When we come back, we'll recap the stakes action yesterday from Oakland Park. Turns out all you had to do was bet Joel Rosario in the stakes on the day as Proxy got back to the winner's circle in the Oakland handicap.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The 5th annual Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund Telethon is going on. You see the jockeys there in the XBTV studio taking your calls. We're over 80,000 now for such a wonderful cause, supporting our permanently disabled jockeys. Let's see, Joe Bravo. Is that Flavian Pratt in the middle?
I couldn't make him out.
No, it's tough to see. Joe was easy to spot.
Yeah. Joe's always on top of things for the PDJF.
Such a wonderful cause. You can donate and be entered to win a prize every hour, too. That grand prize is a Woodford Reserve Kentucky Derby 149th commemorative bottle signed by Ron Turcotte, which is pretty exciting. And taking a look at the prize for this hour is a Breeders' Cup baseball cap signed by the Breeders' Cup jockeys with a certificate of authenticity for signatures. So if you call in and donate, you could be entered to win that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. A wonderful cause. Hope you participate. Thanks to everybody who has already called in and donated. You can also check out the PDJF website as we continue celebrating on this great day and looking after our own, doing such important work. We turn our attention back over today to Oakland Park. We have race number 5 coming up next, and horses are stepping onto the racetrack, meet the field for this 5th race. Released to kick things off.
Was claimed from Robertino Diodoro, made 2 starts in another barn, didn't go well. Given back to Robertino Diodoro. Why not?
All makes sense. Let's see if he can get this one back on track. Here's the 2, Baker's Man.
Yeah, hasn't hit the board in a very long time. We've got to go all the way back to August on a sloppy track in Indiana Grand.
Here's the 3, Believe in Holidays. I think we all do.
Yeah, finished 3rd last time when cutting back to a sprint in the mud.
Big price on the number 4, Bravo Bravo.
Maybe this horse is your hunch play. We've talked about Joe Bravo ad nauseum on the phones with the PDJF today. Here's a 20-to-1 shot. Hit this horse, make a donation.
I like it. Town Champ, your 8-to-5 favorite.
Dropping in for a tag for the first time since January when he was in for 10,000. He got the job done. Been in the starters.
Drop off avoided claim for Dial In for Loot.
Cuts back to a sprint. The last time he sprinted was at Remington in a 3 other than allowance contest.
Carl G takes a bit of a drop in class.
He ran okay for minor awards since being claimed back in January. We'll see how he does today.
Cut back in distance for Nate's Way.
Yeah, gets a pair of blinkers back on. He tried them twice back in November and December to no avail.
And the 10, Frank the Mayor.
Frank the Mayor, a big win over at Lone Star Park when they first opened for Carl Broberg, who looks for another win, actually a rolling double.
This was a horse that was actually a reclaim multiple times by Carl Broberg. He had this gelding a few times prior to this. We'll get ready to kick off the late pick 5, check in with Paul, and more from Oakland Park after this on America's Day at the Races.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
This season at Oakland, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oakland. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us. I want to remind everybody that you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets.
Who was that?
Paul.
Was that Paul?
He's ready. He's ready for the hit coming up.
Paul, get your head out of the Naira Bets logo, please.
Well, he's probably on Naira Bets. That's probably why he was distracted.
Absolutely.
We like that.
Love it.
I'm in a good mood because my Twitter was hacked, and Twitter support finally, after many, many emails and days, got back to me, and I'm back in. So if I haven't responded to you, it's because somebody else was on my account.
You're back tweeting.
I'm back tweeting.
What a wonderful, I mean, it just made a sensational Sunday that much better, gang.
Let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, Keisha, I'm having the same issues. I lost my blue check mark, and I'm really, really distraught over it, to be honest with you. I'm waiting for the first person, and there's going to be. Who's going to be the first person to put up a GoFundMe for their Twitter verification? It's going to happen. But you know what? I'll take my verification on Instagram, and Elon Musk can shove it. All right, let's get to this race right now. I thought the 9 right now was significant scratch in here. I mean, this horse was probably going to show some speed and was literally dropping from 50 off the claim to 6,500, and horses in the race. I'm kind of glad, because it was going to be a tough horse to figure out. They have to beat the 5-town champ. That's just the bottom line. This horse is 6 for 18 here as a winner with 6 seconds. Loves this racetrack. Has speed to stay close. You know, the one in here for Robertina Diodoro, that would be the issue if the 1 and 5 go at it early in here. I think it would include the 7, in my opinion. I think Carl G, you know, Waberjod came back and won by a pole last time out. Espionage, a second-place finish in his last race, came back to win. You know, Carl G's had issues at the gate. The issue is, no pun intended, is there enough pace for his closing kick? And I think at 7-1, I think he's a good play, but they're going to have to run to beat Town Champ with the scratch of the 9 in here. I think the 1 is a little at 5-2. I think that horse is a little, actually being a little bit overplayed. I think the 5's a lot faster and a little bit better than the 1, but Diodoro's so good. I think there's going to have to be a speed duel, and then it will include maybe the 6 and the 7.
All right, Paul, thank you. And I respect Paul. I think he should have a blue check mark, by the way.
But listen, I tell the story all the time. He worked out the greatest walk in the history of in
if that doesn't deserve a blue check mark, I don't know what does.
That night was the bright spot of the Andy Chavez catch and Paul's walk on the bottom of the 9th in the 2006 NLCS against the Cardinals. He was able to. He gave every Mets fan out there another 45 seconds of baseball until Carlos Beltran just stood there and watched that, and Wainwright snapped 3 curveballs off right in a row against him. You see the disgust on my face? It was so disgusting. It was the first thing I ever brought up to Paul. We did a Breeders' Cup dinner at Gallagher Steakhouse in Manhattan. I never met Paul. I was always a fan. And I met Paul. This was probably 2011. And it was literally the first thing. Hall of Famer Suge McGahee was there, and he knew Paul, and he told him I was a huge Mets fan. And the first thing I brought up to him was that walk. And Paul was about as fired up as I was about the subsequent at-bats. So Paul and I were friends ever since, about 12 years ago.
I love it.
Great at-bat. Really, just worked out this amazing walk. Wainwright was throwing junk after junk at him, and he just worked the walk. Yeah. And Beltran just stood there with the bat on his shoulders like a bum. So disgusting.
And on top of it, Paul LaDuca is one of the greatest people you will ever meet
amazing
at the
guy.
racetrack.
Amazing guy. He's a racetracker.
He's a racetracker through and through, which is why we love him. Loading in for race 5 at Oakland. Any final thoughts, Anthony?
No, you know, I thought Carl G, the number 7, who's half of his morning line at 6-1, had a little bit of an interesting price play. But is he really a price play at 6-1? He's the third choice, Acacia. He's the third choice on
Half
this board.
his morning line.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe I found the right horse, but I kind of didn't because I thought I was getting a double-digit price here. And now what's he going to pay, $15 if I'm lucky? I don't know. He'd be the one I dabble with, though.
The number 5, Town Champ, your favorite as they load in for the 5th at Oakland. Jim Beyer standing by.
Veteran making his Oakland debut. They're in the gate, and they're off. And toward the outside, Town Champ in the pink, way on the outside, Nate's Way. They're the first out of there. Released on the inside is third. Bravo Bravo is fourth. And Frank the Mayor on the outside, fifth. 1 length then, and streaking from the outside is Carl G, trying to move up from the back. Believe in Holidays is along the inside, and only about 3.5 or 4 off the lead. Then comes Dial In for Loot, who struggled a bit to get away from there, and Baker's Man is trailing the field. 3 furlongs to the finish. Crowded up front here. Nate's Way has a head in front past Town Champ, and Carl G has ascended up to 3 wide and nearly battling for the lead. Released is in behind that trio toward the inside. Then Bravo Bravo, Dial In for Loot from the outside is only about 3 off the lead. Then Frank the Mayor as they move through the stretch. This long shot Nate's Way with a short lead, but here is Dial In for Loot. Town Champ still in it right there on the inside in the pink as they come to deep stretch. Dial In for Loot or Town Champ. Town Champ, Dial In for Loot. Town Champ by a half length over Dial In for Loot. Bravo Bravo and Carl G.
The 9-year-old Town Champ picks up the 9th career win of his racing career, and he was very game. Town Champ as Dial In for Loot came rolling on the outside.
7 of those wins occasionally have now come at Oakland Park. I was cursing myself off the turn. I thought Carl G was going to roll by these horses with a brand new hatchet at 7-1. He kind of hung on the money a little bit. Huge run from Dial In for Loot, who was coming off the ease last time out. But the old boy, the 9-year-old gelding, Town Champ, was resolute today. He took pressure early. He took pressure late. Still able to win by a neck.
You know what? He's well named. As a 9-year-old loves Oakland like he does. He is the Town Champ.
He is.
Indeed. Back over at Aqueduct, we have a New York bred allowance coming up in this 6th race. 5-2 favorite on the 4. Maravilloso. Hopefully I said that well enough. As we'll send it down to Richie, who probably will say it better, given that he's Italian.
No, that was very good. Meraviglioso with the G is silent there. But let's start with the 3. Royal Currency, 1 win, 7 seconds. But I like that she gets an apprentice jockey here in Jason Weyes, because sometimes you get a horse that has a tendency to run second, more of a herd-bound type. And older riders, good older riders, will tend to overthink it, and they try to deliver them at the last moment and just, you know, get a little cute, a little fancy, and more times than not, it doesn't work out. Sometimes you just get a young rider who doesn't think about stuff and allows a horse to run more freely, and they respond better to it. So I think that's an interesting rider switch there. Meraviglioso looks terrific. I really like her, and, you know, you can just look at the paper, and her wet track races are very good. She drops out of the distaff handicap where she was overmatched but was not embarrassed by any means. The 5, Try It Again, very, very sharp. Good speed. I think speed is, you know, in muddy tracks is always a premium. You get Manny Franco. And the 7, Fancy Feline for the Jimmy Bond Barn. I mean, she just looks so good, so well turned out. They do such good work. Her coat is great. She's carrying good weight. And I think getting an outside post is really going to help number 7, Fancy Feline.
Fancy Feline to the outside for Jim Bond. Trevor McCarthy going to be in the saddle. You can get a 10% bonus on all your winning trifectas at Aqueduct today when you bet with Naira Bets. This bonus is available to new and existing players, and there is no minimum bet. All you have to do is opt in at nairabets.com. Taking a look at the number 5, Try It Again, who has that early speed coming in off of a head defeat last time out, was trying to hold and just got nabbed late by Temperamental.
Yeah, beaten a head last time, beaten a neck 2 starts back. I don't know if I really trust this horse. You take a look at this replay. How does this horse get beat from here? Royal Currency is closest to her right now. So you got to feel as confident as you possibly could at the 8th pole. And Temperamental, who is no Zenyatta, runs her down in the final stages. She got run down by Big Bean Christine 2 starts back. I really like a horse in here today. We'll get to her in a minute.
Okay. Can you build up some suspense here?
You know, we did it all week leading up to the Oakland Park handicap, and it was Proxy.
You liked Proxy, that's for sure.
I did.
Well done. He was very game to get the win.
That was a fantastic result yesterday, by the way. That was a great photo. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a wonderful horse race. Nice grade 2, $1 million
Really
on the
nice
line.
race.
That's how you want to do that. You want to see 3 of them hit the line 15 inches apart.
Let's meet the field for this 6th race coming up. Liberty Flame to kick it off.
First off, the Claim got to an easy lead last time, was able to make every pole a winning one. We'll see how she does going back to the allowance company.
15-1 on that runner from the inside. Stepping up off the Claim for Jamie Begg. Here's Silver Fist.
Yeah, Silver Fist has not won in an awfully long time. October of 2021, to be exact. There have been some decent races in between. I think she's the kind of horse at that price, she's worth a flyer.
7 seconds from 15 starts. Here's Royal Currency.
7 times. Charlie Baker going to take the weight off today. It's something he hasn't tried yet. Maybe it'll help her get to the winner's circle. I'll tell you what, she's earned almost $180,000 doing what she does.
Here's Maravilloso.
Love this horse today. Gets the class relief, gets a rider switch to Javier Castellano. I think this horse gets a couple of targets to run it today. I like her. I hope the price drifts up a little bit.
Here's the one currently highlighted as your favorite. Try it again.
Yeah, I think she'll be the speed in here. It's hard to trust her off her last 2 efforts, and I think there's a chance Liberty Flame presses from her inside draw.
Lavon cuts back in distance.
Yeah, she'll cut back. She got her job done 2 starts back. We'll see how she does going back to a sprint.
Here's Fancy Feline coming up next. Got some good comments from Richie in the paddock.
I'm off of her today, which means she's lost about 350 pounds of complete dead weight on her back. She's taking a lot of money in here at 7-2.
That's the field for the 6th at Aqueduct. We're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our new viewers. Stay with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Welcome to our viewers on SNY. If you've been with us all along on Valley Sports Southern California or Fox Sports 2, we're glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement and Anthony Stabile here on the desk. Paul Laduca, Richard Migliori reporting with us as well from Oakland and Aqueduct respectively. And Anthony, we are a few moments away from the 6th race at Aqueduct, but today out on the West Coast, it's an important day as we have the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon going on today. The 5th annual. You can call or donate. You can talk to one of the jockeys that'll be in there throughout the afternoon. And every time you call in to donate, you have an opportunity to be entered to win a prize every hour, and that grand prize at the end of the day.
Yeah, grand prize, that bottle of Woodhaven Reserve, signed by Hall of Famer Ron Turcotte, of course, the pilot, the one and only Big Red Secretary. 50th anniversary of his Triple Crown victory. You see the phone number on the screen. Please donate. It is a worthy, fantastic, and necessary cause in this industry.
As we welcome in a champion jockey here with us, Richard Migliori. And Richie, you often say it's not a matter of if you're going to get hurt in this profession, it's when.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a dangerous game. It's a tough game, and riders understand and acknowledge and accept that risk. But you know, I think the PDJF does such a great job, and I'm proud of all of the riders that step up and help the fellow riders that have gone through life-changing, life-altering injuries. And you know, I would implore anybody out there that's a fan of the sport, a fan of riders in general, to please give as much as you can. It's important, and just try to make people's lives a little bit better. And again, I can't say enough about all the current active riders and just how generous they are with their time, and understanding very well that by the grace of God, it could have been any one of them to have those kind of injuries. Let's talk horses here. The 2 Silver Fist, I got to say, this is a horse that's always flashed ability. She's had a tendency to want to lug in a little bit, kind of, you know, lean towards the rail. This is the best I've ever seen her look from a physical perspective. Her hind end looks so much stronger now as a 4-year-old. Looks like she made that really nice step in maturity from 3 to 4. Really rounded out her hind end. Looks very, very strong behind the saddle. I love the 4, Meraviglioso. You know, it means wonderful in Italian. She looks wonderful on the racetrack. Like everything I'm seeing from her. She likes a wet track. She's my top selection. And then the 7, Fancy Feline. I liked her in the paddock. Continue to like her on the racetrack. I just think the outside post is going to let her get a little bit more comfortable, in a better rhythm. And it's just so important. And boy, she's just a really good-looking daughter of Flat Out, and just making a nice impression. You're very strong also hind end behind the saddle, filled out nicely. You know, Jim Bond's horses usually look good, and if she runs to her look, she's going to run well today.
All right, Richie, thank you. Fancy Feline to the outside for Jim Bond. And Anthony, you said this is a big A off day for Fancy Feline, if anybody appreciates that.
Yeah. So I know what that means. Picture time. Let Adam and Chelsea know in the winner's circle, 2 of our fantastic photographers here to get ready to take her picture today. I just think this filly on the screen right now, Meraviglioso, she shipped up here from the Mid-Atlantic circuit and thought she ran a decent third for the 16,000, and then she took such a huge jump up in speed figures, and she ran.
And in class.
Yeah. As jumping, right, Bavarian Cream was on a nice run for Mark Hennig. Melting Snow was on a fantastic run for a number of barns. Right, she ran in that on our claiming Crown-esque day. And then she ran against Mama's Gotta Run and Funny How last time. And she only got beat 7 lengths last time. She wheels back. 2 of her 3 career victories have come with moisture in the track, which helps her cause. And she has she has a target to run at today and try it again. I think she doesn't really want to mix it up. She wants a target to run at. Everything to me, a rider upgrade to a Hall of Famer. Boy, everything points to go time today for me. And Jimmy Ferraro's barn's been going really well.
The barn's been in a good groove as well. There is that Hall of Famer Javier Castellano aboard the number 4 Meraviglioso, who is currently your 5-2 favorite. The number 3 Royal Currency to her inside. Now, she's run some good speed figures, and as you mentioned in the post parade, she's earned just shy, nearly 180,000. The problem is that yes, she's great for picking up a check, especially in these lucrative New York bred allowance races that she's been running in. But she said 15 starts with the 1 win and barely got the win that day at that with her 7 seconds.
When you take a stand in a race, like I've taken, the only horse I loved on this card today was Meraviglioso.
Okay.
It's not always just about the horse's talent, but you take a look at who the horse is facing. And Royal Currency is probably this horse's main competition on an overall body of work. Because I take a look at Try It Again, and I see 2 big leads squandered to horses that are not the toughest competition. When she won, she beat Our Rosie Diamonds and New York Supreme. I look at Royal Currency, 7 seconds and 3/3 from 15 starts. Look, she's a printing press. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Overanalyze, a homebred that's made $47 shy of $180,000. She pays for 3 a year.
Yeah.
She's fantastic. She just doesn't win. And you know what? From a business model point of view, that's not the worst thing. She's earned $46,000 this year. She's paid for herself. Her bill for the year is essentially paid.
She covers her own costs, that's for sure. She's remarkably consistent. I think more than anything, though, she's, well, maybe she's a little bit of a of a tough one for her connections as far as trying to get her to take that next step forward. Updated numbers for the PDJF Telethon going on, over 86,000 raised. You can call that number or check out the website. Be sure to donate. We'll see if adding a 5-pound apprentice rider, Jason Wyas on Royal Currency, will do the trick today. She'll get a little bit of weight off, as we'll see if Charlie Baker trying the last thing that he hasn't tried as of yet.
Yeah, this is, you would imagine, this is the last thing he can try. He'll just keep running her in this condition until at some point, she will get out of this condition.
And then she'll pick up checks in the 2 other than
Correct.
allowance level. Race 6 from Aqueduct coming up next. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Fancy Feline goes in. Closing the front of the gate. All set. And they're off. Good speed from the outside. Levon is in the early mix, and there's Try It Again from in between horses, and there's the gray Silver Fist. It's Silver Fist, and also Try It Again. They're going to be 1-2. Now Silver Fist is a neck in front. Tightly at the rail is Liberty Flame. Just got shut off there. Is back there in third. Levon is in the 4th position. Out wider is Fancy Feline in the purple cap. Progressing forward, Lime Green Silks. That's Royal Currency. The trailer is Meta Biglioso. Is at the back end of the field, and they're chasing Silver Fist. It's Silver Fist who will take him into the far turn. Went 22.47 for that opening quarter mile. Try It Again is right there, stalking from second and moves much closer now. Here's Try It Again, and Manny Franco there on the move. Royal Currency's under drive. Meta Biglioso finds a seam, is in the 2 path, is coming after these leaders as well. Levon is in that mix with Fancy Feline. Far back is Liberty Flame. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and here in hand it's Try It Again. Silver Fist is in for the fight down towards the inside. Meta Biglioso is looking for a seam. Levon is up on the outside there with Fancy Feline as well, but it's Try It Again who's kicked. Try It Again is drifting out. Silver Fist is not done to the inside. Here comes Silver Fist the Gray right back. It's Try It Again. Silver Fist is very game, and Silver Fist is back up by a full length. Fancy Feline's going to lunge late. It's Silver Fist, Fancy Feline, Silver Fist, Fancy Feline, Silver Fist. Silver Fist gets the victory. Try It Again came back to get second over Fancy Feline and Meta Biglioso in 1 minute 19.48 seconds.
Silver Fist was ready to roll off the layup at a nice price. 2 game to hold on under Ruben Silvera.
Nice ride by Ruben, who took the bull by the horns in here. I know they're fillies, but took the bull by the horns in here and put Silver Fist on the front end. It took one of the favorites, Try It Again, out of her comfort zone.
Yes.
It did not give her the lead today. I don't know why Meraviglioso was as far back as she was. She was actually trailing the field at around the half-mile pole. I guess that was just some kind of circumstance. Royal Currency, not the best day for her. At one point, I turned to her and said, here comes Fancy Feline. Here she comes. But yeah, and the inside has not been the place to be for a while. And once again, we see a horse re-rallying now on the inner paths of this racetrack to show you that a good little rainstorm can take things, change things up a bit.
And right there on that close-up, you got a good image of what Richie was alluding to with Silver Fish. She has the tendency to bear out a little bit in the stretch. Ruben Silvera, obviously aware of that, though, as he was ready for it, and he did a really good job of keeping her on a straight path.
Yeah, he was absolutely ready for it today. He gave her an excellent ride from bell to wire because, like I said, he took eventual co-favorite Try It Again out of her comfort zone. You want the lead? You're going to run for it. 22-2, 46-2. That's not something this filly was accustomed to doing. She was on slower paces, and he made her work for it today. He put her on the chase the whole way. Excellent job by Ruben getting the job done at a big mutual here, 9-1. You get $20 on this filly today.
2, 5, 7, 4 in the 6th at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices in a bit, and we'll recap all of the exciting action from yesterday. It was Proxy, the Grade 1 winner, getting back into the winner's circle in the Oakland handicap with Joel Rosario aboard. We'll talk more about it after this.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified. A proven winner on the track. A proven stallion in the making.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. In race number 6 at the Big A, it was the 2 Silver Fist. And Anthony, we've seen Ruben Silvera come in to town here in New York, ride a few races, and his aggression has paid off with wins.
Here again, took the fight to these other 6 fillies and mares and was able to stave off co-favorite Try It Again and the rest. See Meraviglioso behind the gray filly, the winner. Taking a lot, you mentioned this off camera, she took a lot of dirt today. And you know, when horses do this, you see her right here at the 16th pole, she's like, I've had enough. I'm done.
Yep.
It's discouraging after a while.
Clean faces win races.
Faces win races.
$20.40 winner Silver Fist gets the job done in the 6th with Ruben Silvera in the saddle. Taking a look at the pick 5 follow along. Hope you're still alive. That was definitely a big price and an upset in the first leg too, with Warrior Richard coming up the inside.
Had Warrior Richard, singled Meraviglioso, so my ticket is now defunct. As we like to say, is the defunct ticket. I don't like to say it, but that's what they say.
Off the turf for race 7. There are only 2 turf races carded today, so both of those, the earlier race was race 2, race 7 here off the turf after the rain that we did have last night. But great to see the sun out and things drying out a little bit as we will be on the dirt here for this 7th race. Yesterday, though, jam-packed action as far as the graded stakes are concerned over at Oakland Park. It turns out all you had to do was bet Joel Rosario, making it a stakes sweep, as there he is in the blue with Proxy, cheek pieces on, and what a race, Anthony, this turned out to be.
I lost faith, Acacia. I stopped rooting. And you know I never stop rooting, but Proxy looked like he was done at around the 5/16 pole, and Joel just kept riding. And Proxy rewarded his perseverance with a fantastic finish in this Oakland handicap. $1 million on the line. Joel just kept on pumping away, and this horse kept running. Big effort by him. Huge effort by Stiletto Boy, who fought every step of the way on the front end and then wound up between horses for the last almost 1/8 of a mile. Another big effort from Last Samurai, who got into a little traffic trouble. Who knows if he gets through, maybe Proxy's late run is for naught. Maybe if he gets through and is able to scoot away from Stiletto Boy and get a little separation, he could have got it done. But look at that day.
Merlaza in the Valley of the Vapors, Proxy in the Oakland Handicap, and Red Route 1 punching its ticket to the Preakness Stakes in the Bathhouse Row.
And Red Route 1's win was more desperate than Proxy's win. I mean, Proxy, you knew, got there. There was a photo for second between Last Samurai and Stiletto Boy. Red Route, I went to call him Bathhouse Row. Red Route 1 just got, I think he lost a bob before and after the wire.
Just in that perfect timing.
But they pay you on the mirror down at Oakland Park.
Yes, they do.
Joel knew where it was with Red Route 1. Say that 5 times fast.
What a day for Joel Rosario. 3 stakes wins on the card. Terrific afternoon and a terrific rendition. We saw some really exciting races the last couple weeks at Oakland with that showdown in the Apple Blossom last weekend and the way things turned out in the Oakland handicap yesterday.
Yeah. Racing's been a lot of fun down there. Nice little way to set up the season with the stakes action down at Oakland this winter.
Race 6 at Oakland coming up next. It's for the Arkansas Breds, a maiden claiming for $40,000. 6 furlongs on the main track. Couple of horses at 5-2. A first-time starter, the one Hit Scene, and the one currently highlighted as your favorite, the number 9 Chaleco on the drop in class, as that one was just beaten 2 starts back for $20,000.
Yeah, little mix of runners and firsters here, and to what Paul was saying before. See some of these horses debuting now. See a 4-year-old first-time starter in here. You wonder what the intentions are with the meet wrapping up.
First-time starter Hit Scene to kick off the post parade. A little bit green with the pony.
Considerably shorter than his 10-1 morning line at 3-1. This barn has run just 5 first-time starters in the last 16 months. They've won with 2 of them.
Class dropper Money Strike.
Blinkers come off, and we'll see if this horse can handle the class relief today.
Not to be confused with Kentucky Derby runner Tap It Trice, but here's Tap It Twice.
Yeah, he missed one. Gabe Saya is going to climb aboard this son of Double Irish, who's a son of Tappet, gets Lasix for his debut.
The number 4, Finbar Fury going by. Here's the 5, Party in the Streets.
Finbar Fury's 0 for 7, never hit the board. Party in the Streets from a barn that's won with 1 firster in the last 15 months. Son of Street Strategy.
Very patriotic runner. Here's Rockets of Fleet.
Yeah, a couple of gate works coming into this. Lasix as well for this another 4-year-old debuting.
Paid Double, stepping up in class a little.
Yeah, ran pretty well for the 20 last time. Did not run well on the debut for the maiden special weight. I guess there's a happy medium. Maybe it's the 35 down up to 40 down to 35.
Here's the 8, Sir Peel, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, Keith Asmussen for Ron Moquette cuts back in distance. This is his 2nd start for a tag since being laid up since December.
Chaleco, the favorite, went by. More on him in a moment. Here's the 10, Kiss of the Nile.
0 for 13 with 4 third-place finishes. One of them came in a special weight race, 2 back. This horse tried the tag, 3 starts back to no avail. Been an up-and-down run. We'll see if this horse can get a piece today at 6-1.
Your favorite is the 9, Chaleco, who does drop back down in class, finished 3rd against Arkansas Maiden Special Weight Company last time out. But 2 back, this was off of a nearly year layoff. And yes, it was for a little bit lesser company than what he faces today, but a comparable type of field. And he's beaten just a neck.
Yeah, and I think he is one of these types where it's okay. We had him only run 3 times last year. We held on to him for a full season. He didn't get him back to the meet until the middle of March. So Ernie Witt missed more than half of this meet with him. I don't know if he wants to carry this horse for another 6 months. So he's in for the 35. He's dangling him for the 35.
It's a for sale sign.
Right? You want him? No. You're not getting him for the 20. Right. I gave you a chance to get him for the 20 after I ate him for a year. Nobody bit. I gave him the shot in the special weight. I got some money in the special weight running 3rd. Now, if you want him, you can have him for the 35. But if you want him, you're not going to give me the 20 this time. You're going to give me 35 for him. And even the 35 instead of the 40 is the dangle. You don't see the 40. You're like, 35. I want this horse for 35. Go put him on a farm for 4 months and get him ready, or take him somewhere else. Maybe get him out of the maiden ranks. This is the horse. This is like the cerebral assassin move of the day. Does anybody go in for Chaleco today?
Oof.
That's the question, because he's a horse where I'm not saying there's upside, but he's run okay enough to think you could make some money with him with these 6-month meets now. You just have to sit on him for a while.
The number 1 Hit Scene also taking some attention was 10-1 on the morning line, as you mentioned. First-time starter that's now 3-1 on the board. That could be intriguing. Out of a stakes-winning mare who was a good dirt sprinter. A little bit green with the pony in the post parade. Seems to have settled down now.
Yeah, you know, I didn't know what to do with this horse. The barn and the owners have some success over at Turf Paradise, where this horse was getting ready. There was a 2-month gap in works from January 19th to March 15th. Another one. You would imagine the way this horse was legging up since the end of October that they would have liked to have had this gelding ready at the beginning of the meet, and then something went amiss in that January workout where he missed 2 months. I feel like he's taking the money in here because they see the barn hits at 22%. Now, if you really want to dissect this, the barn's 5 for 23 on the year when I printed my PPs, right? 0 for 6 at Oakland. So they're 5 for 17 outside of Arkansas, which makes that number a whole lot more attractive. I think he's the pitch. Not the pitch, but I'd fade him. I would fade that firster. I thought, at the price, I thought paid double was the way I'd want to go in here. I know the barn, Richard Jackson hasn't had a good meet, but give an excuse for the slop in the special weight in debut. Came back and ran well enough for 20. Bumping up for the 40. Another homebred.
Now, he was 3-1 on the morning line, 7-1 right now, so you're getting a bigger price on this guy.
Well, yeah, him and Hit Scene kind of flip-flop. He's a juicy price because he's not too far from the numbers Chaleco's running.
Yeah, 50 buyer speed figure last time out for 20. Chaleco ran a 55 off of the layoff and then facing special weight company last time out. Pretty comparable, and you're getting a significantly bigger price than what you have on your favorite right now. The number 10, Kiss of the Nile, is taking attention to the outside at 5-1, and I think it's because he has run some decent races. The thing is that he's 0 for 13. This will be his 14th career start without a win.
Yeah, you and I have talked about this a lot over the years. When they get to 10, they're gonna. I'll use if I'm playing a multi-race sequence, and a horse makes sense. Like he'd make sense if I was playing the pick 4, the late pick 4. He'd make sense. I would use him, but I could never bet him to win.
5-1 on Kiss of the Nile, who has run at a variety of distances with different barns, different levels of competition. To no avail, has had 4 third-place finishes, including 2 starts back in maiden special weight competition behind very interestingly named Classy Socks. Your favorite, Chaleco. This gelding, 4-year-old, taking the drop in class, year layoff, coming back now to try and get back to the winner's circle today. And I thought it was really interesting what you said, for somebody to opt to keep a horse in training. And I think that this conversation is even more prevalent with state-bred runners. You see it a lot in New York, in particular with the New York-bred turf horses. Do we want to wait a long time off of a layoff to keep this horse and bring this horse back to the races? Or do we think about an alternative? And the fact that Ernie Witt, who, as you mentioned, is owner, breeder, and trainer. He's got everything going on with this horse. He opted to keep this one for a year and bringing him back. It has to be a little bit of a vote of confidence in thinking that he has the ability to get a win here.
Yeah, I would think it's a vote of confidence. But
it would also be a source of great frustration.
It's got to be tough. And to... You know, the horse goes to the bench in March of last year. You say to yourself, okay, try and have this horse ready. You know, figure he's on a farm till October. Give him a couple, get him on the farm. Get him in. I don't know when the barn area opens, but start to train him. Even start training him on the farm to get ready. When a horse comes back from a layoff, you can get them ready on the farm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And then optimally, you bring them back to your trainer, in this case, himself. Get 4 or 5 works, 6 works at the track. Right, and start to race. That wasn't the case. He had to wait a whole year. So obviously something really went wrong. And it does have to be frustrating here. You kind of root for guys like this.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a big he's only run 31 horses this year, not a huge operation. He owned a breeder trainer. Right? It's a quote unquote mom and pop operation. You want to see this horse win just to take a little stress off of him.
He's had to be very patient with this horse, that's for sure. Chaleco, the favorite. They load in for the 6th race at Oakland Park. Jim Byers standing by.
Streets and Kiss of the Nile. Debuting Party in the Streets moves in, or at least moves forward a bit. And now the last to load, Kiss of the Nile. They're all in line. And they're off. Finbar Fury out slowly. From the inside, Hit Scene came out well, and that regarded debuter is going to the early lead. Then Chaleco paid double money strike, and Kiss of the Nile on the outside. That quartet is 3/4 of a length off of Hit Scene as they race up the backstretch. And then the back part of the field is Sir Peel, who's caught about 5 wide on the outside in the red and black. Inside of him is Party in the Streets, and then it's about 3 lengths back to Rockets a Fleet, and then well back to Tap It Twice and Finbar Fury. Around the turn, it's Hit Scene and Luis Quinones with the lead here by a half length. Paid Double is trying to jam through from between. Up on the outside is Kiss of the Nile. Meanwhile, the firster Party in the Streets, and the bright yellow cap is absolutely making a huge rush from the back. And Party in the Streets just circled them. To the inside, Hit Scene is digging in and trying hard here. And then it's a long way back to the rest, including Chaleco. Party in the Streets. Hit Scene, a good debut. Party in the Streets may have just held on. And he did by a head over a very game Hit Scene.
Well, it turns out the money was right on Hit Scene as he dug in, but Party in the Streets, another first-time starter, had all the momentum closing outside.
And Alberto Pusac swoops the group here. The firsters beat the field by a pole, Acacia. It's about 12 or 15 lengths back to any horse that had experience in here, as the son of Street Strategy beats the son of Top Hit by about a half length, but they were so far in front of the 3rd place finisher. It was the number 8, Sir Peel.
Turn our attention back over to Aqueduct. Got our next race coming up, race 7. Again, this is off the turf here, so thus the scratches as Nabokov and Sheriff Bianco will rematch, and they're taking most of the money towards the outside. We'll meet the remaining members of the field, though, kicking things off with the 1A Secret Rules, who will break all the way to the outside.
Found himself on a very easy lead in a $40,000 claimer last time out. Rob Falcone Jr. looking for perfect 3-for-3 day.
Gulfstream Way is a dirt horse.
Break from the rail, first off the claim from Brad Cox. That is a tough row to hoe.
Here's Surprise Boss off the win last out.
Lived up to his name at 35.5 to 1 last time, re-rallying along the inside. Another one going to be hard for him to make the lead in here.
Nabokov will try to rebound off that 4th place finish.
That's a square price on Nabokov today. He ran well 2 starts back in the mud. I don't know what happened last time as the 3-2 favorite. We'll see if he can rebound off that poor effort 2 months ago.
Sheriff Bianco, your favorite?
What a model of consistency he's been. He has hit the board in 10 of his last 11 starts, good for almost $250,000.
Was beaten by this horse last time, Happy Farm.
Yeah, and Happy Farm got a perfect trip to beat him last time out. Sheriff Bianco was too far back. Happy Farm had a perfect trip. I can't see him getting the same trip again today.
Number 13, Chateau, to round out the field.
One of the fastest horses on the ground. He did not show speed when shipping to Laurel just 10 days ago. He came from off the pace and ran 4th behind a multiple stakes winner. He got beat less than 4 lengths. I would imagine he's far in front in here. He's usually the speed of the speed. Maybe that helps him today. I'm not sure.
That's the field for the 7th race off the turf here, as mentioned today. The 5th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon going on. And a reminder, if you call in or donate, you could be entered for the opportunity to win a prize every hour. The grand prize at the end of the day will be that Woodford Reserve bottle signed by Ron Turcotte. This hour, though, the prize that is going out is a Breeders' Cup from Keeneland 2022, baseball cap signed by all the Breeders' Cup jockeys, and it includes a certificate of the authenticity of the signatures.
Very nice. Very, very nice prize. Wonderful if you can win it. It is like I said, a worthy and much needed cause. And there you go. Goalpost, 111,000 plus.
Make sure you call that number or head online to donate to a really worthy cause. We'll have the 7th from Aqueduct after this on America's Day at the Races.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. Visit americasbestracing.net today for the love of the race. Getting ready for this 7th race off the turf, but still some interesting runners, particularly with those main track only runners to the outside as we head trackside, checking with Richie.
Yeah, I do think the meat of the batting order is the horses lined up towards the outside that were entered for the main track only. They got their wish, came off the turf. But I think the 3 Gulfstream Way is very interesting, turning back in distance, looking at him from a physical perspective, shorter, squatter kind of horse, looks more like a sprinter, and those races going long should give him some foundation. And I also see a lot of speed in this race, and usually horses coming out of longer races get out-footed, and they come with a run. So I'm hoping, or I'm thinking that the 3 Gulfstream Way could at least come and get a piece of this. The 10, Nabokov, is, to me, looks fantastic. Chad Brown runner, son of Uncle Mo. His race on February 18th, where he faced off against Sheriff Bianco, I think they were a lot closer that day than the margin between them would indicate. I think Nabokov was never comfortable. He was always in kind of a inside tight position, never really be able to use his stride properly. I think he gets a cleaner run today. He could turn the tables on Sheriff Bianco, who is your favorite, and rightfully so. His 2 races on wet tracks were dynamite. He's a horse that sets up his own trip. He's fast enough to get position, but he's not forced into the race. And that brings me to my top selection, the 12, Happy Farm. I think he's going to sit a really good trip. You got Chateau, who does his best running with, has speed. Secret Rules outside of him has speed. There's even some speed by the 8 horse. I think he's going to sit a perfect trip under Eric Cancel. He's trained by Mike Maselli, who's just a terrific horseman, was a top jockey, won the Travers on Holding Pattern back in 1974. Was actually second in the Kentucky Derby to Cannonade on Hudson Bay for Skippy Shapoff. So very accomplished rider who's turned into a very good trainer. And Happy Farm, I'll be heading north to a Happy Farm in a little while.
Just a couple more races to go. Richie, Happy Farm with the win last time out over Sheriff Bianco. Was able to really hold off that one in a very game effort, Anthony.
Happy Farm won the first stakes race I ever called.
Oh, very cool.
The 2019 Fall Highway.
Very, very cool. Yeah, this horse has a lot of back classes. We take a look at his most recent effort in March with Sheriff Bianco. This one, they dueled to the wire, and again, Happy Farm able to hold on. Now, Sheriff Bianco, as you see him closing there outside in the blue cap, he has that tendency to lug in a little bit late, be late switching his leads, and that's just typical of him.
Yeah, he was just left with a little more to do than Happy Farm. Happy Farm had a really, really good trip, and Sheriff Bianco just left with too much to do, and he's going to fall that half length short. I think they're both going to have their hands full in the Bakov today.
A horse that I think cutting back in distance after they tried the 1 1/8 at Saratoga. They tried the Dwyer prior to that. He obviously has a lot of talent. I've always felt that a bit shorter is better for him. Disappointed last time out, but he ran quite well against his stablemate, Dr. Ardito, who came back to win a stake in his subsequent start. That was 2 back on the mud.
Yeah, I guess the question is 6 furlongs too short for him?
Yeah.
We'll find out today. He's never been 3/4 of a mile.
We'll see as they load in for race 7 off the turf at the Big A. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin.
2 out, Chateau and Secret Rules. Chateau is in, Secret Rules. All set. And they're off. Nabokov broke last. Speed to the outside from Happy Farm. Chateau is right there in Secret Rules. It's now Secret Rules and Chateau, and they move quickly on the far outside. Taking off the pace is Happy Farm. Gets past to the inside here from Surprise Boss, who's under drive is in third. In between horses, Sheriff Bianco is progressing in that second grouping. At the rail is Gulfstream Way. Nabokov is the trailer as they approach. 4 furlongs left to go. It's Chateau with a neck in front. Secret Rules is right there from second. Sheriff Bianco gets a nice trip from third. And here comes the run from Sheriff Bianco, just getting encouraged now slightly from the third spot, is within 3 lengths of the leaders. Following that is going to be Happy Farm. Nabokov is starting to rally on as well. They went 22.67 for that opening quarter mile. Secret Rules and Chateau, they duke it out up front. A quarter mile left to go. Sheriff Bianco is now ranging up on the outside, on the far outside. It's Sheriff Bianco with the momentum. Secret Rules has got the lead. Chateau is game down towards the inside for a final furlong. Sheriff Bianco is now up by a half length. Big run here. Secret Rules is trying to come back to the inside. Sheriff Bianco has not put away Secret Rules yet. Sheriff Bianco, Secret Rules, Sheriff Bianco, Secret Rules, Sheriff Bianco. Over Secret Rules, Nabokov got third over Happy Farm in 1 minute 10 and 4.
Sheriff Bianco and Jose Ortiz game to get the win. A horse that, as you mentioned, Anthony, has been remarkably consistent. And Linda Rice always seems to spot these main track only runners so perfectly.
Perfectly. Absolutely. They all started out, actually, off the turf for Sheriff Bianco. Now, he was entered on the grass this day back in October, but she kept him in, and it has been as smooth a sailing as you're going to find ever since. Now 4 wins on the main track, 3 seconds and a third from 8 starts since she's taken over after a couple of third place finishes on the lawn. Wow.
Another nice performance over Secret Rules, who's a big price towards the outside as well. Maddie Olver had a win earlier and a nice second here. It's been a good day for her. But Sheriff Bianco, too much racehorse, and he had a pretty straight course today. He didn't really lug in much.
Yeah, and today he had the better trip
he did.
than Happy Farm because Sheriff Secret Rules had a deal with Chateau most of the way, and not for nothing to survive that battle with Chateau.
Ran a big race.
Secret Rules ran a giant race this afternoon.
11, 1A, 10, 12. Sheriff Bianco, even money, gets the win. Jose Ortiz in the saddle, bringing you prices and more live racing after this.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
We're back on America's Day at the races. I see some pockets of sunshine still peeking out. Turned out to be an absolutely gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Race number 7 in the books as Sheriff Bianco, main track only runner, found the right spot, gets back to the winner's circle. Horse that's been remarkably consistent since switching to the main track.
Yeah, it really has been. And you see him here getting ready to take advantage of this pace duel between Chateau and Secret Rules, who survived the duel but could not win the battle when all was said and done. Here comes Sheriff Bianco. He hadn't won in a while. Okay, so last time he got his picture taken was last year, December 17th to be exact. So about 4 months in between winner's circle visits, but he gets the job done today as your even money favorite.
Big performance from Sheriff Bianco. Big performance with a runner-up too. Secret Rules, as you said, who was able to hang on for second despite that pace duel. Rob Falcone already had a couple winners on the day too. The barn in a good groove right now. 11-1A-10 in race 7, and I'm sure that short price helped a lot of the pick 5 players if you were leaning on Sheriff Bianco once that race came off the turf.
Yeah, Nabokov did not get off well, but yeah, that certainly helped even money, a little bit of a lean, if you will, after a couple of decent prices to kick off the sequence.
We're heading over to Park Avenue, the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division coming up next in race 8 for the 3-year-old fillies sired by New York Stallions. No surprise, Midtown Lights currently 4-5 on the board right now. A filly that's a graduate of the OBS June 2-year-old sale last year, as we are just a couple days away from the OBS April sale kicking off. The breeze show is complete. And Anthony, we've seen some very quick breezes over there. There were 2 horses that breezed 9-3 in the March sale, and one of those, a Good Magic, sold for $2 million as the sale topper. The April sale kicking off on the 25th on Tuesday. 4 horses breezed 9-3, and one I wanted to highlight was hip number 967, and Into Mischief colt consigned by Kieran Dunn's Wavertree Stables. This is a very fast work. This is a Into Mischief colt out of a multiple stakes winning mare, and I love how he does it. It looks easy. It doesn't look like it's as fast as it is.
Just skipping over the ground. Really getting over that ground nicely. 9-3.
Yeah. That's fast.
Fireworks. And
That's
that'll be the last day of the sale too, right? If that hip number?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Might be, actually. Yes, might be.
I would imagine.
Yeah, might be towards the end.
I would imagine.
But yeah, keep an eye on that one. 4 horses, again, working 9-3, including a Mendelssohn, actually, from Off the Hooks consignment, which is Joe Applebaum's consignment, a horse that worked very fast at the sale. City Man came out of that consignment as well. So it'll be fun. I'm heading down there tonight. Looking forward to getting a look at some of those 2-year-olds. And we'll see them debuting soon, a lot of those from the OBS sales at Belmont and Saratoga. Turning our attention back over to Oakland Park. We have race number 7 coming up there. It's a claiming race, 75,000, 6 furlongs on the main track. Alpha Whiskey had a win last time out. We'll take a look at it as this horse broke his maiden, was claimed, now goes out for the Greg Compton barn.
Yeah, we'll see how she does. First off the claim, got the job done. When in for the 30, got a sloppy track that day. I wonder if that helped this son of Divine. Divining Line was so good when third in the slop to American Pharaoh in the Preakness that day. Javier Castellano actually tried to win that race and go after American Pharaoh. This horse had wonderful wet track pedigree, and that's what bothered me about the race. He had run okay on fast tracks, but I think he moved up on the wet track for Randy Morse. We'll see how he does off the Compton claim.
Javier Castellano got American Pharaoh a little bit later on, though.
He did.
In the Travers, that big upset with Keen Ice.
He did. And, you know, I'm remiss to not bring up that I actually bought one RN8 out of the March OBS sale.
Oh, that's right. Your 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, Amirati. You should probably see her the first couple of weeks at Belmont Park.
Early. Wow. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Looking forward to it.
Those 2-year-old races are always a lot of fun. Starting soon. Today, the 5th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon going on. There's the information for how you can donate. You can call. You can check the website. You call. You may get a chance to speak to one of the jockeys that's been hanging out there in the XBTV studios. And a wonderful cause, wonderful opportunity to support and help out our permanently disabled jockeys.
Yeah. Like I said, a worthwhile and necessary cause. Give them a call. Make a donation, give whatever you can. Every little bit helps. They are run and they are funded solely by donations. Absolutely. There's no grants. There's no yearly funding. It's just donations. So
111,000 plus.
Yeah.
Already, I almost said in the pool. You got me thinking about like a pick 6 pool.
That's what it should be. And it is a pool. Let's get it. Get it up there.
All of you waiting to make those final punches.
Punch it in now. I imagine I know one person who's going to make a big punch a little bit later on. He likes to punch. He likes to punch late.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And when you do donate, you will be entered to win some prizes throughout the day as well. So some great opportunities there. Got a sight in the paddock of D. Wayne Lucas, the one and only, easy to spot in his cowboy hat. And Wayne had Last Samurai yesterday in the Oakland handicap, who ran a huge race, a horse that's done very well. Secret Oath just beaten by a nose by Clairiere last week in the Apple Blossom. He's had some tough beats the last couple weekends, Wayne has.
How the game is so much better when he's live. When his horses are live, the game is so much better.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
It's like when the Cowboys are good because people love them and people hate them. It's the Yankees. It's the Knicks. People love them. People hate them. It's a little different with the coach. He makes our lives much easier because he's never been a microphone he didn't like.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Right? It's a lot of fun.
And he always says great stuff.
He's a lot happier when he's doing well. Right? It's like anybody else. I mean, if you're not doing well, and Wayne had some lean years, he'll be the first to tell you he had some lean years. the game's a lot better because, and I've said this in the past, he took his profession. I don't know anyone who did more for their profession, especially in sports, than Wayne Lukas.
The way that he shaped what we know of horse racing today.
Nobody. People had 30 horses and they stayed where they were. They stayed regional. They stayed, I forget about regional, they stayed at their home track. Wayne went and set up franchises. He literally set up franchises across the country, and he pioneered something that nobody ever thought could happen. And now I'm not going to say more trainers do it than not, but you think about how many trainers do it. You think about his training tree. You think about the trainers that came off his tree that have their own training trees. Nobody's done more for their profession in sports than Wayne Lukas.
You look back, I thought the Preakness a couple years ago when Rombauer won was a great example. Michael McCarthy, the trainer, his mentor, Todd Pletcher, in that race, also in the Hall of Fame. His mentor, Wayne Lukas, also in that race. Just the three of them right there and showcasing that impact that you've had. Pretty incredible. Yesterday at Oakland Park as well, we also had a win in your in race for the Preakness Stakes and the Bathhouse Row Stakes. It went to Red Route 1, the third stake win for Joel Rosario that day. And this was the race, Anthony, that finally brought, I know he was really nervous as if it was going to happen, for Steve Asmussen to surpass the training record at Oakland Park.
Yeah, you know, after the last dozen years, I guess appropriate. If it wasn't going to come in his own blue and white with Keith aboard, maybe appropriate to come for Winchell.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
With all
with
the
a son of
success.
Gunrunner.
With a son of Gunrunner. Absolutely. And Joel, I mean, look at this. Wow, this is what I was talking about before.
Amazing.
Jump before? Nope. Jump after? Nope. Jump on? Yep.
Tappet Shoes ran a huge race too. That was the number 9, his first time into stakes company for Brad Cox. Whereas Red Route 1 had come out of the Arkansas Derby. He was facing the toughest competition, and there's that sign for Steve. Joel Rosario, the whole family in the winner's circle. And it seems like if there's a record in the sport of horse racing, Steve Asmussen will break it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. He just, he keeps running them over. They keep setting him up, and he keeps knocking them down like bowling pins.
He's been incredible. Red Route 1 punching his ticket onto the Preakness Stakes as he did not make it into the field for the Kentucky Derby. But the Preakness shaping up to be a very interesting race this year. Just today, Blazing Sevens going to point to the Preakness instead. You have the Lexington winner of Brad Cox. I'm blanking on his name. It's the 5 horse that came up the inside.
I can't remember now.
But he's going to the Preakness as
I can't remember now because I'm more interested in Disarm getting a piece of things in the Kentucky Derby.
Really?
Yeah, I think I don't think he can win, but I think he can get a piece.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Makes things very interesting. Back at Oakland Park today, we're meeting the field for this upcoming 7th race. Alpha Whiskey went by. Here's Betty's Cash.
Dropping in for a little drop to a tag after trying RKA, other than just got beat a length and a half after getting tired late after leading the way.
Here's Boat Song, number 3, 6-1.
Back in for a tag after trying starters last time. This horse ran okay, 2 starts back.
Efficiency cuts back in distance.
Yeah. 0 for 4 since leaving the Chad Brown barn. Had a couple of board finishes. Hit the superfecta 3 times. The blinkers did not help last time.
First start since December for Uncaptured Sky.
Yeah, she didn't do much. He didn't do much running in his 2 starts since leaving Prairie Meadows. We'll see if he can turn it around today.
The coach, Wayne Lukas, sends out Ignitus.
Yeah, this horse ran really well 2 starts back and then toe stub last time. 0 for 10 at Oakland.
Casey Rocket, first starts in September.
Yeah, had a couple of good races over at Presque Isle Downs, and the last 2 were not good. We haven't seen this horse since September.
Here's Sinner's Sin, 5-1.
That's what they do. That's what we do. Went gate to wire 2 starts back, and then kind of tailed off a little bit against barnmate Osborne and stakes winner Skelly last time.
There's Sir Serling, Chelsea Bailey getting a leg workout there, trying to get that one to relax.
I knew you were going to call this horse Serling. It's Sterling.
Sterling.
I knew you were going to do it. I would have bet.
Sir Serling, it makes sense.
Maybe
Andy is right there in front of us always. Yeah.
Maybe I could have cashed a ticket today if I could have bet on you calling this horse Sir Sterling. Sir Sterling
it
is should
be Sir Serling.
Going to need a little, I am a lord, so yeah, I guess you can call him sir if you want. This horse needs a big form reversal.
Anthony's a lord. Andy is now a sir. Paul, help us out here.
We are not going with Sir Andy Serling. I'll go with Sir Nick Faldo. That's as far as I'll go with the Sirs in here. We're not going with Sir Andy Serling, okay? Let's just end that right there. Okay, let's get to this race here. You know, I think the public is landing on the 4 in here efficiency. When you look at the rest of the runners, the other 7 runners in here, a lot of them can't pass a horse, or none of them really can pass a horse besides the 6, Ignitus. And, you know, when you look at the 4 efficiency, do you get ultra excited? Well, you do a little bit when you see that this horse lost to Skelly, and Skelly's obviously turned into a tiny bit of a monster sprinting, now cuts back in distance. And then the 6 is another horse that comes from off the pace. But the 4, you know, if you look back, Ignitus was just behind the 4, only a couple lengths. So is that 2-1 to 5-1? And the quickest horse in here by far is the 2. Betty's Cash is so fast early. I'm just going to land on her. I think the 4 is the horse to beat, but I'll land on Betty's Cash to try to take this race, as Anthony would say at the big Yonkers at the old Hilltop, from flags all to, what do you say, Anthony, all the time? From gate to wire. I'm going with the 2 horse here. I forget what you always say. Flags all to that's all, Anthony. But I don't know. You sometimes in Montel Jordan, this is how we do it. You say a lot of things when you're announcing.
I love the fact that Paulie was listening Friday night. Somebody needed to hear that. It was a Friday night. Paulie's I love
Anthony's
Paul.
calling Friday nights at Yonkers, by the way.
Well, sometimes.
Yeah?
I filled in for John Hernan this Friday. I've done some past work. I'll be there a few nights coming up. Friday night, there was a horse named This Is How We Do It, the old Montel Jordan anthem. I mean, it's and I mean, This Is How We Do It. It's Friday night is literally the first line in the song. So I sang it, and Paul's the best. Paul's the best.
That was awesome. Turning our attention back over to Aqueduct. Stakes action coming up with the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division. Horses in the paddock. Let's check in with Richie.
Got to get to Yonkers one of these nights when you're calling, Anthony. Let's talk horses here in the New York Stallion Stakes, starting with the 4, Le Bon Temps. She's by Lauban. She turned back in distance last time after a good run in the Mattie May, and I just like what I'm seeing. I think she's going to sit a really nice trip in behind Speed. Very, very sharp here in the paddock, really on the bridle, and just got a game face on. The 6, Midtown Lights, also makes a lot of sense to me here. Another one turning back in distance, has compiled a nice record. 6 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Just very well turned out for the Rob Atras barn. The 9, Athena Beach, is very interesting to me. She just first time facing New York breds by Bank Heist. Consistently, these horses are fast, and this filly's been very fast in open company at Penn National. Now, how is that going to translate here? I'm not quite sure, but Speed is always dangerous, and I think she could be the quickest of the quick. And then the 10, Honest Banker, really well posted, a filly that is undefeated now for Rob Atras. Thought she took a big step forward from her first start to her second start, but being drawn outside and having the main speed directly inside of you gives Jorge Vargas options. You can kind of follow her over and kind of take the cue off of her before you decide to attack. But this filly, to me, has taken a step forward from her first start to her second start, and a big step forward from her her second start to her third start. I really like what I'm seeing from Honest Banker on the outside.
All right, Richie, thank you. Looking to stay undefeated, Honest Banker, trying to make it 3 in a row. Filly by Central Bankers. We go back over to race number 7. Paul likes Betty's Cash, the 2, to go flag followed. That's all.
Yeah. You know, I don't know how much of a drop this is. Lateral move, drop. I can't really. Put an assessment on this. I thought Sinner's Sin, number 8, half the morning line. Again, another race where house horse, by the way, Louis Sella owns this horse with Ronnie Moe, my man Ron Moquette. I would imagine that Christian Torres is going to set up camp right off of the speed of Betty's Cash. I want the first one to come a calling. I believe it's number 8, Sinner's Sin, first time in for a tag, as well as Betty's Cash.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. Race 7 from Oakland Park. Jim Byers standing by with the call.
He drew the outside. Sir Sterling moving forward. 9 of them all in line. Actually, we might be looking for Sir Sterling, who took a step back. Now he's all the way in. He went in and out. Now he's set, all in line. 9 of them. Race 7. They're off. Betty's Cash, as expected, is sprinting out for the early lead. There goes Sinner's Sin, Sir Sterling on the far outside. KC Rocket in the red from between. And then Uncaptured Sky right on the inside. Alpha Whiskey and Boat Song is eager to move up from between horses. And then the back two are Efficiency and Ignitus. Betty's Cash with the lead, but being pushed here by Sinner's Sin. Betty's Cash a neck, then Sinner's Sin. KC Rocket on the outside third. Boat Song is fourth. And Alpha Whiskey on the inside fifth. 2.5 then, and Efficiency in the white blinkers is racing in sixth. Sir Sterling has dropped back. Ignitus is moving by him with Uncaptured Sky toward the inside. Final quarter mile. Betty's Cash comes off the turn with the advantage here by a half length to Sinner's Sin. Here comes Boat Song gaining ground in the yellow sleeves. Efficiency on the outside. Back inside is Alpha Whiskey in the white cap. Betty's Cash under pressure. Efficiency the far outside, and Boat Song from between. Boat Song and Efficiency. Efficiency and Boat Song heads up and down. A photo right there. 2 back to Betty's Cash in third, and Alpha Whiskey was fourth.
Head bobs down to the wire. The number 4, Efficiency between the 3, Boat Song. Anthony thinks it's the 4 on the outside closing. This was tight.
Yeah, it got tight at the end, but I believe Efficiency and Nicky Juarez got the nose down on the line. The gun runner, son of gun runner, I believe, is going to eke out this photo over Boat Song. We'll take a look. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. Oh.
Oof.
Ooh.
That's really tough.
That slow-mo makes me second-guess myself.
Where's Paul?
Where's Paul's there?
Paul is very good at calling. Paul says 3. Paul says 3. All right, I trust in Paul. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's really good at calling.
I like
from that angle,
I like 3 on that angle, too.
On that one, it looked like the 3. Tight photo finish between Boat Song and Efficiency. Back over at Aqueduct Stakes time. New York Stallion Series Park Avenue Division. Again, for horses sired by New York Stallions. We'll kick off the post parade with the 1, Clover Street.
Big win. Get out of the maiden ranks last time out, stretching out to 7 furlongs. Cut back to 6.5 in here. Loses the Lasix, though.
Here's the 2, Little Lindsay. Katie Davis up.
Yeah, tried Maple Leaf Mel and Security Code last time. That was the first start off a 2-month little rest. I think this horse has a little bit of a chance at a price.
18 to 1, a nice price indeed. Behind her is the number 3, Hypno Currency, blinkers on.
Yeah, horse broke the maiden for 40,000, 2 starts back. Came back to run third in the starter optional. Pair of blinkers go on.
We'll go next to the 5, Dream on Cara.
Yeah, Dream on Cara, still a maiden. Ran okay in her last 2 starts. Again, that was with Lasix. Loses the Lasix today.
Next will be your favorite, Midtown Lights, 6 to 5.
I've had a lot of good experience on wet tracks. The track is muddy and sealed now. She's had a ton of experience on this. Ran well in her last 2.
Cutting back in distance. Now we're going backwards to the number 4, Le Bon Temps.
Yeah, I think she might want a little bit more ground, Acacia, but she's had success sprinting in the past. She's hit at the board in all 5 of her starts, including 2 wins at Aqueduct for $432,000 in earnings.
The 9, Athena Beach went by. Here's the 10, Honest Banker.
Athena Beach is supposed to be loose on the lead with Ricardo Santana Jr. Honest Banker, like Athena Beach, a perfect 2 for 2, though she's kept a little bit lesser company in her career thus far.
That's the field for the Park Avenue division. Prancing over this wet track is the number 6, Midtown Lights. You know, she's named well for the Park Avenue division. We'll talk more about her chances after this.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. fantastic.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafact coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafact.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get ready for the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division. I did decide, though, Anthony, that Midtown Lights, her hunch bet name would have been better yesterday in the Times Square, but that was a division for the boys, so we'll just have to...
You know I love you, right?
Why?
You don't really hunch bet at 6-5, though.
No, I know.
You know,
I'm
price.
trying to create a storyline here, you know? I'm trying to host the show.
Listen, I don't need you people to double team me here, okay? Storylines need to be, never mind. Midtown Lights, this was a nice effort last time. I don't like that I'm having a moment to not come back to run well. Because, quite frankly, she didn't. And it bothers me a bit. But the fact that they beat the rest of the field this day by so many lengths, it kind of negates it a little. And the wet track experience helps.
Midtown Lights getting back in distance. I'm having a moment. Seemed to be getting leg weary, hanging on the inside lead last time out. We'll see how she fares today. For more on your favorite, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, listen, guys, I do think the 6 Midtown Lights is going to be formidable here. I do think between her, the 4 Le Bon Temps, who have competed against each other in the past, Le Bon Temps getting the best of her a few back, I just feel like I'm going to use my imagination a little bit here. Now, I do think these are, on paper, the 2 best horses. They look fabulous warming up. I can't fault either one of them. But the 10-horse, Honest Banker, to me, has taken such a huge step forward. She's undefeated. Yes, she's going to have to run faster, but horses develop and improve. And I just think this filly, from a physical perspective, has taken a huge step forward. Her hind end is rounded out more. She looks much stronger behind. Horses push themselves. They don't drag. I mean, they propel themselves, right? They don't drag themselves along. I just think that there's a lot of upside with Honest Banker on the outside. And I'm going to take a little bit of a swing at 6-1. Well posted with a filly that I think could take a big step forward.
You're getting a nice price, Richie. I like it. 6-1 on Honest Banker, filly by Central Banker, as she is, again, well posted towards the outside. Athena Beach to her inside. She'll be the speed.
Yeah, Athena's Beach is supposed to be in front. She's a short price at 5. Wow, she's your second choice in here, huh?
Yeah.
Le Bon Temps, I thought she would be the second choice, but I guess the public is siding with the Speedy.
I agree with you about Le Bon Temps. I think she's very talented, but I think she wants a little bit more ground than this. You could kind of see it last time out in the Eastview. We'll see how it plans out today. The Park Avenue division coming up next in race 8. Here is Chris Griffin.
Honest Banker moving forward. Time for the Park Avenue division here. Got a rider off. That is the 9 Athena Beach. Got quite a few riders now hopping off the back of the gate. So stand by. Manny Franco is in behind the gate.
in the starting gate, it looked like the number 9, Athena Beach, was the one to act up first. Ricardo Santana Jr. and the Red Silks jumping off. Let's go to Richie for more.
Yeah, guys, it appears as though the 9, Athena Beach, did flip over backwards, reared up, lost her balance, and it kind of set the horses off to her inside. And the horse directly next to her was Midtown Lights, and you saw Manny Franco have to come out of the starting gate there. So we have to check and see. Sometimes when a horse turns himself over in the gate, it will affect the horses around them. They could get kicked. So all of these horses... Well, they absolutely, the 9 will be an automatic late scratch, but they'll also have to examine the horses that were around her to make sure that they weren't kicked or stepped on by her. This changes the complexion of the race a great deal. Let's see if it affected any of the other runners.
All right, Richie, thank you. Attending veterinarian, taking a look at Athena Beach, getting that late scratch as mentioned. But as a result, you see Dream on Cara acting up a little bit. I often say this, especially in the starting gate, when one horse acts up, it can cause them, as they are herd animals, to react in response. And that's what Richie's talking about. They have to make sure that the rest of the field is okay. It looks like the inside couple runners, everybody's being backed out to be examined and kind of get a little breather at this point.
It's a domino effect.
Yes.
Right, especially some of these fillies. They're all 3-year-olds, obviously, so they're still a little lightly raced. But for the most part, they seem to have behaved well. The only one that acted a little bit was Dream on Cara. At one point, you saw the jockeys for the first 2 favorites standing behind the starting gate.
Not a good sign.
No. But now it looks like everybody's climbed back aboard.
Yeah. And this is typical at this point. You see the number 1, Clover Street, getting pretty revved up. Dream on Cara pretty revved up. Trevor McCarthy has his feet out of the irons, patting Clover Street, trying to get her to relax. And that's a jockey's job at this point. It's your energy, deep breath. Try to relax in the saddle, and they'll feed off your energy and hopefully calm down. It looks like she's really reacting well to Trevor at that point.
Yeah. That's why it's the relationship between horse and rider is so important. They almost, they are one right now.
And these jockeys are horsemen too. They're familiar with these horses in the mornings. They're familiar with them when they ride them. They care about their mount so much too. And you see Trevor demonstrating that horsemanship there, getting Clover Street to relax.
Yes.
Doing a very good job as everybody gets a call for riders back up. And again, late scratch of the number 9, Athena Beach. Richie touched on it. This dramatically changes the makeup of the race, as that horse did look to be the main speed. Who do you expect to be on the front end now?
I was about to say, maybe Trevor shouldn't get her to calm down so much. I would be putting her on the front end from the rail draw right now. I would imagine Honest Banker from the outside draw is going to go as well, Jorge Vargas. He's aggressive by nature, and he probably is the one saying to himself, well, Athena Beach is gone. I'm the one on the outside draw now. I get to call the shots from that cozy outside draw. Let me see what I want to do here. She took all the money, too. She's 3-1 second choice now. And I think that's in part because of her looking like she should be, or could very well be, the controlling speed in here. But if I'm Trevor, and I know she's not very slow early, very fast early, I'm leaving out of there a little bit with Clover Street, or at the very least trying to.
Late scratch of Athena Beach, the number 9. They load back into the starting gate for the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division. Both jockeys and starting gate crew doing a terrific job keeping these young fillies relaxed behind the starting gate after that scary situation. And they will load back in. That's a look at your favorite Midtown Lights. Manny Franco back aboard, and we'll go one more time up to Chris Griffin.
Also Dream on Cara. Honest Banker, last alone. Honest Banker, right in behind the gate. Goes in. All set. Honest Banker stirred up to the outside. And they're off. Honest Banker flew out of the gate from the outside draw. There's Midtown Lights, and also Little Lindsay's going to be in the early mix, but it's going to be Honest Banker who is in front. It's Honest Banker who's up by a clear length. Now Little Lindsay is tracking from second. Le Bon Temps finds a nice spot there, is right there tracking from third. Losing some ground was Midtown Lights, is back to fifth, gets past to the inside by Clover Street towards the back. That's Hypno Currency and Dream on Kara. They're chasing Honest Banker at 7-2. It's Honest Banker in front. The gray is Little Lindsay down towards the inside from second. Le Bon Temps is starting to make up some ground here from third. It's a wide run from Dream on Kara, is now about to challenge and take the fourth position. Down to the inside is Clover Street. Midtown Lights in a tough spot, is in between horses now, is trying to rally on, but is still 3.5 off the lead. Little Lindsay the gray has got a seam, and here comes Katie Davis and Little Lindsay at a big number, 18-1 on the board, and they got a quarter mile left to go. They hug the rail, and Little Lindsay now kicks away. It's Little Lindsay in front. Le Bon Temps has got every shot here up on the outside. Little Lindsay is up by a length and a half. Le Bon Temps is trying to make up some late ground here for a final furlong. Midtown Light starts to put a rally together as well. It is Little Lindsay trying to gut it out. Little Lindsay with a neck in front. Le Bon Temps is reaching up on the outside. Little Lindsay, Le Bon Temps, Little Lindsay, Le Bon Temps in a photo. Little Lindsay and Le Bon Temps in a photo finish. Then came Midtown Lights in 1 minute 18 and 4. It's a photo in today's 8th.
Tight photo finish from that angle. Looks like the two, Little Lindsay, got the bob over the 4, Le Bon Temps. But as we were discussing, Anthony, Little Lindsay and Katie Davis, they were drifting pretty steadily off the rail in the stretch.
Yeah, she was a steady drift. You know, when I saw her on the track, and obviously Richie, I will always digress to you, Richie, and Maggie for this. She looked good good in the paddock. She looked good on the track. I thought she had a little bit of a long shot look. She ran a hard out today. And, I don't know how much I want to see a head-on, obviously. She held this horse. At one point, Le Bon Temps, much like yesterday with Red Route 1.
Yeah.
Bob before, Bob after, she got there, but Little Lindsay got the bob on the money.
And here's the head-on. The gray filly is the number 2, Little Lindsay. She's easy to spot coming out here. And it seems like right here, Katie Davis brought her out a little bit to discourage Le Bon Temps behind her. That was fine. It's right here, and you can even see Katie's body language trying to keep her from bearing out, and she keeps coming towards and right there really leaning on Le Bon Temps.
Yeah, those last couple might be her undoing.
And it looked like she was doing what she could with the right-handed crop and the body. Her weight distribution is bringing Richie for this conversation. Richie, it looked like Katie Davis was trying to keep Little Lindsay from bearing out. What did you see?
Yeah, I would through no fault of Katie Davis's. Little Lindsay started to drift, and I think she started to drift even more when she saw the tire tracks, the contour of the track. She spotted them, stepped out even more. She was so game. She fought so hard for it, but honestly, she came out dramatically the last 70 yards, and I would have to think there's going to be a change in the order of finish.
The last drift there bearing on the number 4, Le Bon Temps. You see the inquiry and objection posted between the top 2 finishers. And it was that steady drift, Anthony, but it's the last part of it. And Richie brings up a really good point about the tire tracks that Little Lindsay on her own really continued to drift, and then leaning on her foe at what's really a pivotal moment there when Le Bon Temps was trying to keep her forward momentum to get by that foe.
Yeah, it's unfortunate if you backed Little Lindsay, if you're Dom Scatino, Jan Derschmidt, because she ran a winning race today.
She ran a huge race.
Yeah.
They both did.
They both did, yeah. But those last couple, there's contact. And the contact, there's Dominic Scatino, who's going to give his great charge a little, try to give his great charge a little relief while the stewards adjudicate this.
She's still sharp. She's still on her toes. She ran a big race today, that 3-year-old filly by Honorable Dylan. This filly, Le Bon Temps, she has quality. We wondered if this was a little bit short for her. Jose Ortiz kept after her for Linda Rice, and she ran a big race as well. And it's at such a point in the race, too, and it's so tight down to the wire, which I think is what really, unfortunately, for Little Lindsay, makes it that much more incriminating. as you get a look right here when Katie Davis goes to the right-handed crop and you see her body language, see that left-hand rein trying to keep her from leaning out, and there the contact with Le Bon Temps at a pivotal point in the race.
Yeah. For Le Bon Temps, this was a very similar effort to the one back in December where she got the job done in a Stallion Series race. And she seemed to struggle with the racetrack a little bit. I don't know how comfortable she is over these wet tracks. She's won twice, now maybe 3 times. But I don't know how comfortable she is over these courses. Her class kind of gets the job done in these races.
I agree.
And here she may get a little help from the stewards, which could very well be warranted here. It's unfortunate, though, that it's going to come down to having to let the judges decide it, because both of these fillies really ran their hearts out today.
Jose Ortiz speaking to trainer Linda Rice about what happened. There's Katie Davis with trainer Dominic Scatino. Both jockeys have made their cases to the stewards. Inquiry and objection sign still up. The question that the stewards are asking at this point is, did it cost the number 4, Le Bon Temps, a better placing?
Yeah.
That's the question that's
asked. And that placing's a half a nostril, so
right.
A drift, a couple of shoves.
Yeah. Katie, a working mom as well, her daughter Riley.
I love this move. This is a fantastic move.
She is pulling on the heartstrings.
This is a fantastic move. This is great. Katie, I salute you.
Riley often at the races, and Katie working hard, galloping the mornings for Ray Handel. Has ridden very, very well this winter, and we do have, unfortunately, a disqualification. Le Bon Temps, the number 4, will be placed first through that interference by the number 2, Little Lindsay. It is unfortunate because Little Lindsay ran such a big race, but I think it's the right call, Anthony.
Yeah, it was the right call. She had to come down. Unfortunately for her backers and her connections, she had to come down today. It takes nothing away from her effort, but yeah, the decision was correct.
We'll take a quick time out. We'll bring you prices and more after this. Lady Sheila Rosenblum giving Jose Ortiz a big hug as Le Bon Temps becomes the winner of the Park Avenue division.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oakland handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. This Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. $6.80 winner, Little Lindsay, disqualified from first to second. Le Bon Temps, the winner. Her pilot, Jose Ortiz, standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Jose, kind of a steady drift all through the stretch by Little Lindsay. You had to be pretty confident when you claimed foul that it was coming down.
Well, you know, I never know with what they base on, but I was very confident that she cost me the race. So I thought, I mean, I think the horse was gonna be come down, and it did. So I think it was the right call, but you know, it could go either way sometimes based on the rules, you know. But I think clearly she drifted off several paths, and I think my filly was bothered.
Yeah, and I mean, basically you guys were going sideways the last 16th of August. Your filly ran so good and really got her position early. You know, like sprinting, it looks like she can do anything. She goes further and sprints.
When that horse crashed behind the gate, he was speedy. So I knew he changed everything. So I knew Vargas was the only speed in the outside. So I knew I had to be aggressive and get some sort of position with this sloppy track. And I did. I mean, Katie got a nice rail run, and her filly dug in, but unfortunately she came out a little bit, and I think well, that cost her the race. But I mean, I wasn't expecting that filly to keep going. I was more worried about the filly behind me, which was the Cox filly. Sure. And then, I mean, around the April, my filly kept coming. She kept coming. I was very confident. I was gonna go by in the 16, but then the incident happened, so I wasn't able to go by.
Well, congratulations. Great job. And you see, guys, just being able to change on the fly and understanding when a late scratch takes place, riders that are prepared know what they have to do to adjust. And someone once told me there's a couple rooms you want to stay out of, the operating room and the courtroom, because you never know which way it's going to go. I think we can add the steward's room as well.
Indeed, Richie, as we see a disqualification take place in the Park Avenue, Little Lindsay disqualified to second. Le Bon Temps and Jose Ortiz declared the winner. As Le Bon Temps, that filly by the late Lauban, picks up another win. She surpasses $500,000 in earnings now.
Yeah. Two good efforts from a couple of nice little fillies here. We'll see if Little Lindsay can rebound from this going forward, and we'll see what the plan for Le Bon Temps is.
That's the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division. We'll take a look at the pick 5 follow along. If Little Lindsay had stayed up, it would have made things very interesting in that sequence, but Le Bon Temps, $6.80 winner with one leg to go. We go back over to Oakland Park. We have the 8th race coming up next, and we'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track in this starter allowance for $32,000. Currently 9-5 on the 4, Jackman, as in Hugh.
I would assume there's a lot of Hollywood, a few Hollywood things going on here. Right.
We'll meet the field, kicking things off with 7 Nation Army.
Boom, 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 boom. Great song. This horse's form has really tailed off. He got the job done at Horseshoe Indy back in August. He's had a lot of success at Oakland, just not recently.
The number 2, Mystery Mo, went by. Here's the 4, Jackman.
Mystery Mo, big jump in class for a barn that's been hot off the claim. Jackman, we'll see if he can get the job done for Carl Broberg. Has a lot of speed under Christian Torres.
There's the 5, Mrs. Beans.
Not Mr. Bean, but
That's
Mrs.
right.
Beans, who's a gelding, which makes no sense. That annoys me. So he has some speed, too.
Basic Chance off the layoff.
Alberto Pusak looking to get 2 on the card. This horse won 2 stakes races for Iowa breds at Prairie Meadows when last seen in September and October.
Chief Ron, 11-1.
Rider change to John Court is a catch ride. This horse hasn't hit the board in his last 3 starts after winning at Delaware back in October.
Ultimate, 7-2, went by. Here's Lake Radio off the claim.
Ultimate taking a ton of money. He hasn't won since Iowa, since Prairie Meadows in June. Lake Radio first off the Kim Poole claim. Going to need a form reversal. Another one hasn't won since Prairie Meadows back in October.
As we've mentioned, the 5th annual PDJF Telethon going on today to support the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. The amount raised over $132,000 now. There's the number and the website to donate. Remember, if you donate, you can put into consideration to win some great prizes as well. So please do donate to support a wonderful cause. Back here at Oakland, there's a look at Jackman. I got a chance to see Hugh Jackman and Sutton Foster in the Music Man on Broadway.
I saw
last year.
I saw Sutton Foster and Joey McIntyre from New Kids on the Block do a concert together on Broadway fantastic. A bunch of years ago. She really is. Very talented young lady, yeah.
There's Jackman coming off of a second-place finish last time out at Oakland. Back-to-back seconds. He's got 8 wins and 8 seconds. Very consistent horse.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Acacia. In 10 career starts at Oakland, he's hit the exact 8 times, 3 wins, 5 seconds. He does very little wrong. And when you have the speed he has, and you see even his blemishes, they come when the speed's not really utilized properly, right? Christian Torres has won a lot of races this winter at Oakland Park, and he's done so by riding these horses properly, especially the speed horses. In a lot of the races for Robertino Diodoro, he's just putting these horses on the front end, utilizing their speed. And again, we talk about this. When you use your horse's speed, you take the other horses with speed out of their comfort zone. And he's supposed to just put Jackman on the lead here.
He's 8-5 right now. Let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Anthony in here when it comes to Jackman. You know, he bobbled at the start a little bit last time and was still pretty game. There is some speed in this race. You know, Cold as Hell getting scratched out of this race takes obviously some pace out of this race. And the one horse in here has got a little bit of lick to 7 Nation Army. So we'll see how this plays out. Mr. Bean, one of my favorite, by the way, but Mrs. Bean, the gelding by Cypress Secret. You know, when this horse won from the 13 slot, he was also eligible. It says 11, but he was in the 13. I think he wants to rate behind horses. He doesn't really want to go to the front end. I just think that he's a kind of horse that will sit maybe behind Jackman in here. And then the horses, a lot of money's going on the 8 here in Ultimate, and Timmy Martin looking for a double on the day. You know, he's been beaten by Jackman a couple times, but 2 back, he got a little bit closer, and he did have some traffic issues that day. Somebody needs to go with the 4 here early, or this race could be over early. This horse has got a lot of talent. I was just talking to Christian. They were actually saddling this horse in the winner's circle because he does not like the paddock. Then he came out last, so he's a little bit finicky, so they want to make sure he gets out of the gate. In Acacia, I bet this horse the last 2 times he's raced Jackman, and you know what? He's ran second. But I can't get never enough of Jackman. Never enough. Jackman to win.
Oh, I love it. A little Greatest Showman going on here. This is awesome. This is my theater geeks, like, inner dream, you know? My poor husband, after COVID.
I haven't seen that movie, by the way, so you finally got me on one.
The Greatest Showman?
And I've gotten screamed at by a certain individual for not having seen that movie.
Okay, so when I was at Miss America, there was a really historic thing they used to do in Atlantic City called the Show Us Your Shoes Parade, where each of the state title holders, you know, you'd ride in a convertible, and they would say, show us your shoes, show us your shoes. And it almost became like a costume parade. And so you'd lift your leg out, and you would have your shoe decorated. You'd have a whole costume, too. And I was P.T. Barnum, who was born in Connecticut.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I knew that.
Yes. I had a top hat.
The museum's off of I-95.
In Bridgeport, yeah.
Yeah, in Bridgeport.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a man who's made way too many trips to Mohegan Sun.
That's true. That's true.
The Pez Museum's on that. The Pez Museum's on that road as well.
Well, we want to give a shout out to Paul LaDuca. Paul, your last day of the meet at Oakland Park. You've toughed out the weather. You've been there through the ups and downs for all the great races. What a terrific, terrific job you have done. And Paul, you've been such a gift to all of us and making these Oakland races so fun and entertaining and good opinions as well.
Well, I appreciate it, Acacia, and Anthony as well. It's a complete team effort. You know, my camera girl, Sarah, she broke her ankle early in the meet. I got to get my man here, Chato, so I got to give a lot of credit. Everybody in the truck, Bobby, Mitch, Terrence, that draws up all these rundowns, as well as Evan, Mel, who was here last week, and just everybody that's involved. Jody, I can just name them all. And I know I'm missing a lot of people, but also my colleagues as well. And I want to thank Oakland. They've been so gracious. Mr. Sella was unbelievable to me. Got around town to DeLuca's to meet Anthony and just hit all the hot spots around. And this is a place that, honestly, you really need to come check out. It's a little niche little town with a cool little casino and a lot of fun on the weekends. And, you know, I had a lot of fun. I know there was a lot of rain, but it went by fast. And the next time you guys will see me is Downs After Dark on opening night on Saturday night at Churchill Downs.
I wonder what Paul has planned for us Saturday.
Sure,
we'll have some harness action as well. Maybe I'll break the
one of those Downs After Dark nights. Paul was spotted wearing a tutu at Churchill Downs.
A light up tutu.
That's right. And with nuns.
Had the nuns. I might bring the whip and the silks out Saturday night.
That was fun.
Yeah.
We get a little loopy some of those night shows, but in all seriousness, Paul's done such a great job at Oakland Park. We'll be glad to have him with us at Churchill Downs as well when things kick off. For the 8th, here's Jim Byers at Oakland.
Mrs. Beans and Jackman. Moving out quickest, Jackman to the lead, and now Lake Radio to hustle up from the outside. Mrs. Beans is third, Seven Nation Army on the inside fourth, length and a half, and Basic Chance is fifth, and Ultimate is outside of him in sixth, length and a half then to Mystery Mo and Chief Ron. Half mile to the finish, Jackman and Mrs. Beans. Slugging it out up front, Jackman by a neck, then Mrs. Beans, Lake Radio, Seven Nation Army. Ultimate is racing in fifth. Then it's Basic Chance, Mystery Mo, and Chief Ron as they come to the head of the stretch. Jackman in a big battle with Mrs. Beans. And Lake Radio in the blue. Ultimate trying to swing up 4 wide. Seven Nation Army back along the inside with nowhere to go. Mrs. Beans has taken over. Up to the outside, it's Lake Radio. Jackman trying to fight back, right back on the inside. And here's Ultimate on the extreme outside. Past the 16th. Ultimate sweeping up on the outside. Mrs. Beans and Ultimate very close between those two. Jackman was third. Lake Radio fourth.
Ultimate closing on the outside. I think he got the bob over the gelding, Mrs. Beans.
These Tim Martin horses are running out of their mind today. The first time starter in the 6th race, right? That was a Tim Martin horse, if I'm not mistaken. Ultimate, and this horse took all the money, Acacia. I don't know where this money came from. Yeah, it was.
First-time starter.
Party in the Streets was the first-time starter. He was shot out of a cannon at the quarter pole. This horse kept running, and this horse ran to the money. He wound up drifting up to 4-1, but he's still the second choice behind Jackman, who just could not close the door again for the 3rd consecutive time. Poor Paul. He had to lose some more money on Jackman before he gets out of Hot Springs. But these Tim Martin horses, sky's catching fire as the meet's starting to wrap up down there.
Ultimate closing on the outside. Oh, though, it was very tight with Mrs. Beans on the inside. That horse down to the wire, too, inside of Ultimate, but Ultimate with the momentum. Ramsey Zimmerman closing on the outside. Tight photo finish between the 8 and the 5. At Oakland Park. Closing on the left lead was Ultimate, but didn't even matter. You sometimes see that if they just have such good momentum, the jockey just kind of leave them alone, not ask them to switch leads too much, not try to get in their way, which I appreciate.
Yeah. You see Ramsey Zimmerman, too, head down, just riding, not looking around, not seeing what's going on around her. You don't care. One of my biggest pet peeves is when jockeys turn around. I can guarantee you they're behind you. The horses didn't disappear. This isn't Dark Knight Rises where the football field falls from their feet when Bane explodes the stadium. Those horses are behind you. I promise you that. You see, you look at Ramsey's head straight down, just riding. I think this.
At first?
Oh no, he's there. I wish I could get all my money back from today betting on this photo. If I got this one wrong, I quit.
Still hasn't been posted. Tight photo finish between the 8 Ultimate and the 5, Mrs. Beans.
You don't think this horse is by
I
and never loses the bob
but
back?
when we watched the slow-mo, it
Right?
was closer than I had initially thought.
By now. Never back. The 5 never gets back in front.
When we saw the slow-mo,
Now they're putting the camera on the 5.
it was, well,
Wow.
they've got both of them there. When we saw the slow-mo, though, it was closer than I had initially anticipated. Has not been posted yet.
Wow.
It was the 5. It was.
Oh, dead heat. Okay.
Dead heat.
All right.
Dead heat. They
All right, that's
could
fine.
not separate it. Number 5, Mrs. Beans, and the 8, Ultimate. Dead heat. Thumbs up. Hey, a win's a win, whether it's a dead heat or by yourself.
They just whacked the money up. It's fine. Counts. If the 8 didn't get part of that, I quit. Really.
Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, it was actually pretty crazy here. Ramsey Zimmerman and Isaac Castillo were actually looking at each other, and Isaac said, did I get the bob here or not? And then when they posted up the dead heat, Ramsey Zimmerman gave Isaac a little bit of love and said, hey, we'll both get to share this a little bit. But wow, that inside gets such an advantage on that bob back, and Ramsey giving a little love. He's laughing at me right now, and Isaac's looking at me going, man, I got a little lucky with that bob. And in that last race with Boat Song, the race before, the inside bob has been the number today.
Paul's right, and Paul is so good at calling the photo finishes, too. He has, like, an amazing strike rate.
Paul
Thumbs up.
Paul called a dead heat with me once.
Wow. And we'll get a dead heat here between the 8 Ultimate and the 5 Mrs. Beans at Oakland. One more race to go at Aqueduct. Sprinting in this New York bred maiden claiming 6 furlongs on the main track. Kicking things off with the 1 Central Station taking a drop in class.
Yeah, tries the claimers for the first time after a couple of not so good efforts against the special weight competition.
Did show a little bit more speed in the second start. Here's the 2 Room Pressure.
First time Lasix after flashing some speed in debut. Jackie Davis climbs aboard for the first time.
Number 5, 8 and Sand.
Broke the maiden back in December, was disqualified from purse money. Has not come anywhere close to that fig or the prior fig since.
Trying to turn things around today. Red DGP cuts back in distance.
Hit the board on debut, the only time he's run for a tag, a Stallion Series try and a couple of maiden special weight tries since.
And number 8, Blue Plate Special drop in class.
Does not sound appetizing at all. This horse debuted in the mud, showed some speed and tire, but ran against so much better and now takes the big drop.
4 to 5 favorite on the outside in that drop in class. Brad Cox and Manny Franco. We will talk a little bit more about his chances. The nightcap from the Big A coming up after this quick timeout. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Lady Liberty, overlooking everything.
As she should.
As she should.
Protecting us.
Most beautiful view.
It is.
It is a gift from France, yeah. But it's an iconic American fixture.
It is.
Protects
the harbor.
Fixture. Yeah, iconic New York fixture, just like Richie Migliori, Brooklyn native.
He protects Brooklyn.
Yes, he does. Richie.
Okay. That's very funny, guys. The 5'8" and sand, really good-looking son of Munnings, and you could see the Munnings influence. Love the way he warmed up. Really nice mover. He's going to be my top selection. Gets Kendrick Carmouche, and Kendrick is a guy who gets his position going forward, and I think you want to be forward today for sure. The 6 red DGP, son of Central Banker. I thought his first couple of races point out this horse had some ability. They tried to stretch him out back in January. Obviously, he was going the wrong direction. Kind of stopped, restarted. I think you'll see better from this horse today, turning back in distance. And then the 8-horse Blue Plate Special is taking all the money from that outside post, is taking that drop in class, did face better. I tell you what, one of the greatest movie lines I ever heard, William Holden and Boots Malone, he said, "Let me have the Blue Plate Special on a clean plate," guys.
Richie with the movie lines.
That's probably where it's from.
Probably where it's from, yeah.
Al Gold has all
He's
of
usually
these.
very creative with the names.
He has all of these old TV and movie lines and characters in his horse names, so and new ones as well. There's some Seinfelds in there and what have you. But yeah, I'm sure that's where it's from.
Probably.
I don't know.
I love it.
The Brooklyn Protector, Richard Migliori.
That's
I think that's his new nickname, right?
Got
Champion
Lord
jockey,
Anthony
Brooklyn
Stabile.
Protector.
Lord Anthony Stabile and Brooklyn Protector Richard Migliori.
He hasn't called me Lord Anthony James in a couple of weeks now. He's left it alone.
Yeah. Maybe he forgot.
I had to go after somebody who was going after the Belt Parkway the other day. That's not allowed. Richie and I have to defend the Belt Parkway because it covers Brooklyn and Queens.
Yeah. Well, the Van Wyck was closed this week too.
Yeah, I don't have much of an attachment. I don't have much of an attachment to the Van Wyck.
You have an attachment to the Belt Parkway?
Yeah. Belt Parkway is my life.
Oh.
Everywhere I need to go.
I spend a lot when I'm driving. I spend a lot of time on the Van Wyck.
Everywhere I
despise it.
Everywhere I need to go. The Belt Parkway takes me to Belmont.
I've been taking the subway now. It's the greatest thing ever. Not having to take the Van Wyck.
Takes me to other places I have to go. Belt Parkway takes me everywhere, Acacia. You've been to the Casa del Stabile.
Yes.
It's right over by 60 yards from the belt. Who's this?
That's Jackie Davis. They're loading room pressure without a jockey. She's just being a little bit obstinate. Sometimes it's easier if you have a horse that's a little bit tough behind the gate to just let the starting gate crew do their thing, load the gate without the rider, and then Jackie's going to climb aboard in the gate.
My man Paul Barrow, second time. I got a chance to become friends with Paul over the winter. These are the Finger Lakes guys came down here and supported the product very nicely all winter long. And
really good horsemen, too.
Yeah, him, Ralph D'Alessandro, Chris Progno, just to name a few. Rachel Sells came down, horsemen and women. And we appreciate their support throughout the winter here at the Big A.
Loading in for the nightcap at Aqueduct, there is Blue Plate Special. Favorite in race 9. One more time today, here's Chris Griffin.
All set.
No.
And they're off, and Blue Plate Special was off very slowly as at the back end of the field. Speed here from Room Pressure is to the outside of Central Station, and 8 and Sand is going to be in that early mix as well. Blue Plate Special, after hopping in the air at the start, is now sprinting up on the far outside, wants to move closer to this leader. It's 8 and Sand, who's nose in front, with Room Pressure is down towards the inside in second. As they approach 4 furlongs left to go, Blue Plate Special, a tall task so far, is out wider as they move into the far turn. They went 23 and 2 for that opening quarter mile. Right in behind them is Red DGP, is progressing from 4th, and at the back, that's Central Station. It's 8 and Sand who's in command. 8 and Sand is up by a length and a half. Blue Plate Special is all in, and 8 and Sand is just cruising up to the quarter pole. It is 8 and Sand is up by 2. Blue Plate Special continues to chase from second. Red DGP is now rallying on from third. 8 and Sand is striding away. Kendra Carmouche and 8 and Sand, they are now 5 lengths clear as they approach the 16th pole. 8 and Sand, Blue Plate Special is going to try and hold off Red DGP. It's going to be 8 and Sand to win the finale. 8 and Sand, Red DGP gets up for second over Blue Plate Special. Then came Room Pressure at Central Station in 1 minute 12.46 seconds.
The number 6, Red DGP. We heard some good things from, oh no, I'm sorry, it was the 5.
He got second, Red
got
DGP.
second.
He was
looking at him on the screen, and I was still looking at the 6. The 5, 8 and Sand, able to hold on a late run from Red DGP to nab second from your favorite.
Yeah, 8 and Sand was able to just get in front and boss these around. You know, Blue Plate Special broke out of there, and Manny, he was kind of bouncing up and down in the saddle. And
he doesn't look like the most comfortable horse to ride.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe the saddle slipped a little bit at first or something, but then it just turned out to be that.
I don't think he really liked the wet track, or he was doing something a little funny. Blue Plate Special, especially coming into the stretch when Minnie asked him to switch over to his outside lead. He started getting out a little bit. He was kind of taking shorter strides. He was doing something a little funny there.
Well, they get a little chop, like you said. He might not like the wet track, get a little choppy on a wet track, and that's I'm losing my language right now because I'm loopy. Common, yeah. That's common on wet tracks like this.
8 and Sand, the winner, back over in the XBTV studios in California, PDJF Telethon. 8 minutes left now to 6 p.m. You only have until then. It's been going on for 6 hours. And just a reminder, there's that big prize at the end of the day. The Woodford Reserve Kentucky Derby 149 commemorative bottle of bourbon in honor of Secretariat's 50th anniversary, signed by the legendary Ron Turcotte, and you've got a certificate of authenticity as well. That's beautiful.
His entry, he was the 1A because his entry mate in that Kentucky Derby was Anglelight, who won our Wood Memorial that year over Sham. Sham still couldn't get by Lucian Lauren.
Still couldn't get by the Silks. $145,000 raised. A huge thank you to everybody who has already donated. You have 8 minutes left to do so. There's the number, the website. Please call, chat, and contribute. Support the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. There is 8 and Sand, victorious in the nightcap under Kendra Carmouche. Bring you prices and more after this.
Fun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. The nightcap in the books at Aqueduct, the number 5, 8 in Sand. Aggressive ride by Kendrick Carmouche paid off.
Yeah, put this horse right on the lead. And that's what you want to do in these short fields of these bottom-level maidens. Just try and take advantage if you can. Sat right off run pressure very early on, just got to the front and just was able to improve his position at each and every call thereafter.
$4.90 winner. If you played the pick 5, and you were correct, especially Silver Fist, that was the biggest price in the sequence in the second leg there. $1,400. Dinner's on you tonight. Back over at Oakland Park, it was a dead heat in race number 8 between the 5, Mrs. Beans, and the 8, Ultimate.
Look at that, a couple of winner's circle pictures. The track photographer very happy about this.
Everybody's happy.
Everybody's happy. A bunch of winners, a bunch of people smiling, a bunch of people cashing tickets. It's a great thing.
That's what it's all about.
Little kid in the winner's circle. Nothing better
Jumping
than having
up
and down,
nothing
that's
better than
awesome.
2 little kids. Nothing better than having
That's
little
awesome.
kids in the winner's circle. That's why the coach brings them in Saratoga all
Yep.
the time.
$7 winner if you had Mrs. Beans, $5.60 if you had Ultimate. Well, I hope that you enjoyed all of the great racing action we had between here and Oakland Park this week. I think especially yesterday, Anthony, the stakes action. It's not often, it doesn't always happen when you talk about a big graded stakes coming up and it lives up to the hype with the excitement. We saw it happen last week in the Apple Blossom. We saw it happen yesterday in the Oakland Handicap as well.
Yeah, and you had two of the big 3 that were in that race. Last Samurai and Proxy showed up. Charger was a little bit of a disappointment. You know, sometimes those blinkers don't work, and they didn't work for him yesterday. They still looked a little green.
A lot of fun sharing the desk with you this week. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate you watching America's Day at the Races, and big thanks to our whole crew. It was an exciting finish at Oakland Park in that dead heat between Mrs. Beans and Ultimate. Lots of smiling faces in those 2 winner circle photos. And in New York, it was a little bit of a tight photo coming down to the wire as well. Little Lindsay crossing first to be disqualified. Le Bon Temps named the winner of the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue Division. For our whole crew, I'm Acacia Clement. We'll see you on Thursday on America's Day at the Races.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value.